Um, I hope you made a record of where you are at, or do you want a reminder? Yeah, you were speaking to 10 MOUs, and you were speaking to the Carillion group. Yes, so you may continue.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning to the other members of this honorable House and those who work in this honorable House. And as you know, we had to abruptly stop last night, but here we are, and everyone is safe and sound. Madam Speaker, I left off speaking to the assertions that was made by the honorable member for Sandy Hill. Because I note what she made in her 3-hour presentation on day one, Madam Speaker. And some of those things that she said, I don't need to rehash, but one of those things was the fact that she said that this Anguilla progressive movement had a disregard for the local business sector. And I gave clear examples to the contrary, where this Anguilla progressive movement have worked diligently with the business sector, of many of us are part of, and in particular, the Anguilla Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the changes to the Business Licensing Act regime to ensure that that relationship continues to grow and bear fruit. But apart from that, Madam Speaker, this administration has been a people's first administration. Case in point, it was the Honorable Premier, Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, who brought a memorandum to the Executive Council to ensure that there were certain businesses in Anguilla that were exclusive to Anguillians, that no one from Bangladesh, no one from Pakistan, no one from the United States or England could just come up as it was in the past, apply for a business license, acquire that business license, and push our business sector out of business. Because, Madam Speaker, many of us, including yourself, grew up in a time of Galaxy, R&M Superette, Caracas Boy, Bernards, Bridges. Many of us grew up in a time where Anguillians were the sole proprietors and operators of retail businesses, Madam Speaker. I can recall many years ago, the Honorable Hubert Hughes, when he was in opposition, and then eventually in government, there were constituents who wanted to partner with Asian business interests to come into Anguilla. And even though they were supporters of him, he told them no. He told them no, Madam Speaker. And for many decades, there was one small family operating a restaurant in the quarter. For many decades, one small family. But the Anguilla United Front, with their free market economy stance, when they came to office in 2000, Madam Speaker, they decided to move away from that. They decided that the Asian businesses should come to our shores and force our businesses out of business, Madam Speaker. And that's what happened. I can recall, Madam Speaker, in the early 2000s, when Lakes World had refurbished their grocery store, which was a prominent and busy business. I can recall when we were sitting outside with the new statues that was erected in Mr. and Mrs. Lake honor, and one Lowell Hodge, when I was sitting, and he said to me, he said, you see how the Anguilla United Front is allowing all these Asian businesses to come into Anguilla? Soon enough, Albert Lake would be no more than a peanut farmer. And I said, what do you mean by that, Lowell? And he said, because these people, the way they do business, the way they operate, and the funding that they get from China, not loans, grant funding to spread around the world and take over, Madam Speaker, because the Chinese learned that the exploits of Napoleon Bonaparte, that exercise to take over the world, ended in futility. He was defeated by Dessalines in Toussaint Louverture in Haiti, and shame came upon the French, Madam Speaker. So much so that they had to sell Louisiana in order to recoup funds, Madam Speaker, from the embarrassment of that exploitation, Madam Speaker, and exploration. The Chinese learned that the goal of Adolf Hitler to take over the world using military might ended in futility. The Chinese knew and recognized that when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan to take it over, it ended in the breakup of the Soviet Union to many countries that we know now today, countries like Russia. Russia was part of the Soviet Union, and that whole Soviet bloc, Madam Speaker, that was envisioned by Vladimir Lenin was broken up. And they decided that the way to take over the world is not by the force of your military, but by the force of economics and their people. And that is what they sought to do, because they learned from the mistakes of the past. And if we here in Anguilla don't learn from the mistakes of the failed Anguilla United Fiasco, AUF, we will fall the same way the Soviet Union fell. We will fall the same way the French fell. And so forth. Put severe pressure on our local business sector. And I went to the Minister of Finance in the Anguilla United Front administration, and he said with his beautiful voice, Hayden, you don't have to patronize them. Hayden, you don't have to patronize them. People like Watkin Hodge, Madam Speaker, who built so many people in this country. He helped so many people. Grants, loans, credits to build their homes and their businesses. As soon as those from Far East came into Anguilla, we turned our back on him. We turned our back on our local business sector. And it was all, the architect of that was the Anguilla United Front. So when the member for Sandy Hill can stand in this honorable chamber and say the Anguilla Progressive Movement, a movement, the Anguilla Progressive Movement, disregard the local business sector, she failed to recognize the record of the Anguilla United Front. Because, ladies and gentlemen of this chamber, Madam Speaker, records matter. Your record matters. And that is all that should matter, Madam Speaker. And that is why, and I don't know if the Honorable Premier had the list on him, with him, and that is why this administration went to Executive Council to ensure that that displacement came to a halt, and no longer will our young entrepreneurs and those who have visions of making a living in Anguilla and creating jobs in Anguilla will have to worry about those countries who finance their people to move into other jurisdictions to take them over and shut them down. That is what this administration did. And at the heart of everything we do, the people come first. The people come first. Records matter, Madam Speaker. Records matter. And that is why I could not believe it when the member for Sandy Hill said the budget fails to put people first. How does this budget fail to put people first where my mother your mother, the parents of the honorable member for Sandy Hill, and many other mothers and grandmothers and aunts and uncles across this island who have reached to the matured stage of 70, over 1,100 persons, Madam Speaker, today can go to the Princess Alexandra Hospital, the Valley Polyclinic, the Western Polyclinic, or any other healthcare facility owned by the government of Anguilla and get a big fat zero as their bill. People can go now and have their checkups, Madam Speaker, and catch whatever it is that may be lurking in their bodies early. People can go now and get their dental done, those seniors, Madam Speaker. And tell me that is not putting people first. Tell me that that young person who is 22 years old, that lady who's working in hospitality, who is 35 years old, but has a mother who is 70 years old, who is now sick and has to go to the hospital, or has to do some sort of emergency dentistry surgery that costs thousands of dollars. Tell me that that doesn't help them. Tell me of that lady who spent years building her dream home. Building her dream home. She started by digging the foundation. She plowed the footings. She erected the blocks in the foundation. She filled it in. She poured her slab. And it took her 17 years, Madam Speaker, to build her home because she worked hard. Many nights after turning beds at the hospitality sector, she came home and she sifted sand. She took the paintbrush herself and she painted that home, Madam Speaker. And she built a beautiful home over a period of 17 years. And then the assessors come and they say this home is valued at $2 million. For her, the home is invaluable. 17 years of her life. And so she has to pay $12,500 in property taxes. $12,500 that she just don't have sitting around. And Inland Revenue may say, you know what, you can pay in 2 installments. But it's $6,250 each time. And the member for Sandy Hill, Madam Speaker, disregarded that. So it's not enough. It may not be enough, but it's much more than they have ever done, Madam Speaker. And that lady now don't have to pay that property tax. And if that lady has a little bit of land that she decides that she wants to sell, now she doesn't have to worry about a tax clearance or certificate of good standing before she can sell that land. Tell me, Madam Speaker, isn't that putting people first? Records matter. And you have to compare the record. You have to compare the record, Madam Speaker. And as I said last night, Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front, for 4.5 years, they said, we got to get rid of that levy. We have to get rid of the levy on day one. I can recall, Madam Speaker, the political debates in 2014, Madam Speaker, 2015, 14 for the 2015 general election. And a candidate for the Anguilla United Front who was successful in the election, because almost all of them, 6 of the 7 were successful, Madam Speaker, was in a debate. And in that debate sat the Honorable Edison Beard, the now retired Honorable Everly Bradley, but I'm not sure she's retired because I believe she's going to soon replace the member for Road North. We'll talk about that later. And Madam Speaker, also sitting was financial expert Mr. Patrick Hanley. And in that debate, the member who was representing the Anguilla United Front said that she has put her son on notice. Her son at the time was the comptroller Madam Speaker. He was a comptroller. And she said she put him on notice. So when she gets into office, he has to get rid of that levy. And the member for Sandy Hill, the member for Valley North, not this member, the previous member, the one who wanted to cut the civil servant salary yet again, Madam Speaker, they said that they will get rid of that levy because it's hurting businesses, harming people. And as their 15-point plan say, and I quote, they would provide relief from the interim stabilization levy and other taxes which have hurt workers and businesses and depressed commerce since 2010. And the leader of the Anguilla United Front declared that when we come to office, we will not only get rid of that bad tax, but we'll get rid of that tax on day one. But during the debate, the Honorable Edison Beard said, and I quote, "It seemed as if the candidate for the Anguilla United Front got their economics degree at the University of Dog Island." That's what he said. Not what I said, but that's what he said. I'm only quoting what he said. Because he said, how is it you're going to replace $14 million? And where are you going to replace it from? And the member for Sandy Hill, the Honorable Corey Richardson Hodge, said we have to get rid of that levy. It's suppressing wages. It's killing the economy. The people are hurting, on and on and on. And then when she got to office, she came to this honorable house in December of 2015, December of 2016, December of 2017, December of 2018, December of 2019, Madam Speaker, and stood up and said, here's the levy. You want a levy? Take levy. And pass the levy, not once, not twice, but 5 times, Madam Speaker. And in an interview with famed journalist, Mr. Keith Stonegraves, when he asked her, how could you do this? She said, well, you know, the members of the AUM, when they were in office, they knew why they couldn't get rid of it, but we were outside. And now that we, AUM, you said, don't try to misquote me, member from Sandy Hill. AUM, listen. Dr. Webster is an ear, throat, and nose doctor, Madam Speaker. Right?
Let's continue your
yes.
debate.
And it seems as if we have a member in here who has
Please
issues here.
do not impute improper motive.
So,
please.
Madam Speaker, I'm making a recommendation. Dr. Webster, get your
Member,
scalpel
you
ready.
may continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member for Sandy Hill, let me repeat it again, and I will say it loud enough so the member for Sandy Hill can hear. The member for Sandy Hill, when Mr. Keith Graves asked her in a radio interview during her time in office, how could you continue to impose the levy when you said it was depressing commerce and hurting the people, and the people were hurting, Madam Speaker. The people were hurting. AXA Cares Food Bank, Madam Speaker. The people were hurting. She said, we, the members of the Anguilla United Movement, and members of the Anguilla United Movement, when they were in office, they knew why they kept the levy. But we were on the outside looking in. And now that we're there, and neither the Anguilla Progressive Movement nor the Anguilla United Front, if they elected in 2020, can remove the interim stabilization levy. That's what she said. That is what she said, Madam Speaker. And you know, the member for Sandy Hill is a point of order specialist. So if I was lying, we'd have gotten one by now. I'm still surprised we haven't gotten 5 by this time, Madam Speaker. But be that as it may, Madam Speaker, be that as it may, the same modus operandi that we saw, the same tactics that we saw being employed when the Anguilla United Movement was in office from 2010 to 2015, we see that same tired Karl Rove type playbook being played out today. The same tactics. The same tactics. Because they have a GST that she can jump up on. A GST, Madam Speaker, that they agree to. And Madam Speaker, it's okay to make promises, because they refer to the Executive Council minute of 2011, I believe, it was 2011 or 2013, when Chief Minister Hubert Hughes went to Executive Council and said, you can continue progress in terms of the GST VAT implementation. That's what they cite. But how many times we have talked about promises made and promises unkept? That tax was not implemented in 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, or even 2016, 17, or 18, when Anguilla United Front was in office. But what we do know, that on April 22nd, 2016, Christina Scott signed off on the budget and the Banking Resolution Act, Madam Speaker. And she said that this will impact a generation. This will impact a generation. And what we do know, that she took almost 4 months before she signed off on that. Because it went through Parliament in December of 2015. And because of the banking resolution, which none of us have ever seen, the banking resolution or any of the options, Madam Speaker, none of us on this side have ever seen it. Madam Speaker, none of us have a copy of it. None of us have a copy of the banking report. None of us does. But the members of the opposition can quote from it and say the reason why is because of large debtors. We don't know. How do we know? 10 specific, they say, large debtors. But who are these people? How do we know who they are? Because we do know that there were large debtors in St. Martin. We do know that the bank was lending money across the world. And guess who was approving those loans? The member for Sandy Hill, Madam Speaker. The member of Sandy Hill was approving those same loans. Records matter, Madam Speaker. Records matter. But in March of 2013, on the heels of the ECCB coming to Anguilla, she resigned quick, made her escape. Madam Speaker. ECCB came in on the 13th of August, 2013. And Osborne Fleming, who was the chairman of the board of directors of the Caribbean Commercial Bank, and who served simultaneously as the chief minister, who said to the public, go to the bank and borrow and build. A matter of record. This is a matter of record. And it was one, Ms. Cora Richardson Hodge of Sandy Hill, who assumed the role of the representative to succeed Mr. Fleming in District 2 once he would be retired. Go to the banks and borrow and build. Madam Speaker, that's what they said to us. And people follow the instructions of the chief minister, who so happened to be the chairman of the board of directors of the Caribbean Commercial Bank. And what did they say? What did Ralph Gonzalez say when he came to Anguilla? The problems with the bank was incestuous lending. What is incest? The Bible speaks about incest. But what is incest? It means, therefore, they were lending to themselves. They were lending to their friends. They were lending to their families. And they were squeezing other people hard. Madam Speaker, squeezing them hard. Millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, it is said. I don't know. That's what they say. Millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. But we don't know for sure. The member for Sandy Hill says she knows because she has the banking report and she's seen the banking resolution. and pass it in the House of Assembly, but we don't know. We would like to know. Because when on 22nd of April 2015, there would be a grace period for the payback for the monies that were being utilized to fund the banking resolution. And that grace period was what? 5 years. So 2015 plus 5 is what? 2020. So the reason why the interim goods tax came to this House after extensive work by the Anguilla United Front administration in September of 2019 was to prepare for the goods and services tax to be implemented on 1st of January 2021, Madam Speaker, to be able to pay the debt. So how can you have a successful banking resolution without considering the financial implications, Madam Speaker? As the Honorable Merrick Richardson's daughter would say, Daddy, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Because I can't make the sense out of it. Make it make sense. And now they're talking about GST. The one thing that they have said that is factually correct is that they would not have implemented it in the way we've done it. Because the records show that on the 1st of October 2019, a 9% interim goods tax came into being. And they say it was revenue neutral. But I can tell you, and Patrick Martin Barrow can tell you, that was fake news. Because Patrick Martin Barrow was on Class FM in October of 2019, and he said it is not revenue neutral, and this is why it's not revenue neutral. And following that, Mark Romney, the only shining light there, Mark Romney put out a notice asking for the importers and brokers to meet at the Ministry of Finance to discuss the interim goods tax. After the fact, but yet they will say that we don't consult. And I made it clear last time, Madam Speaker, that in September of 2020, the Honorable Premier, Dr. Ellis L. Webster, MD, PhD, held a meeting at the Rodney MacArthur Ray Auditorium, Campus B, where the technical staff in the Ministry of Finance showed the dismal state of the country's finances. And just 5 years earlier, when the United Front came to office, they said the country's finances have been prudently managed and we will hit the ground running. We have never seen such a great financial position. Inherited by who? The Anguilla United Front. From who? The Anguilla United Movement, Anguilla Progressive Movement. Madam Speaker. This is a matter of fact. Records matter. Madam Speaker. Records matter. And Madam Speaker, so on the 1st of January 2021, the goods and services tax second phase would have come into being. But now we came into office. Grace period is upon us. Not only the grace period is upon us, but there's COVID. There's COVID. And yes, it is that I said what I said about GST during campaign. But GST wasn't the primary part of our campaign. Go through all our meetings, you will see. GST was just a blip in the overall campaign. But even so, in 2019-20, when we were campaigning, we were not aware of a number of things, which is understandably so, because the Anguilla United Front has a habit of ensuring that our incoming administration has no access to the records. This is a matter of fact, Madam Speaker. It's a matter of fact. I'm not making things up. When we came to office, and before we came to office, Madam Speaker, there was discussions between the British government and the Anguilla United Front about COVID relief, because they had gotten to the point, Madam Speaker, where they knew that they were shutting the island down. It will have a financial impact. So they came to an agreement. They came to agreement. And I know the Anguilla United Front never consulted with the people. They never consulted with the people. We consulted Wildland GST. Many consultations right in here in this room occurred, day and night. I remember speakers such as David Carty and Tim Hodge and many others giving depositions, Madam Speaker, during those consultations when we were in office. But that agreement between the Anguilla United Front and the British government for COVID relief, not even the technical staff in the Ministry of Finance were consulted. Not even the technical people were consulted. Madam Speaker, this administration, we recognize the importance of the Anguilla Public Service. That is why we're not trying to cut their salaries, we're trying to elevate their salaries, Madam Speaker, because we cannot afford to have our best and brightest leave us, Madam Speaker. That's why the Honorable Single-Eyed Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, after decades and decades of false promises about a minimum wage, he moved mountains, Madam Speaker, to implement one of the highest minimum wages in the Caribbean, Madam Speaker. Putting pressure on many, many, many Caribbean islands. Not one of the Leeward Islands have a minimum wage of $6. Not one. Nowhere close. Not one. The false promises, Madam Speaker. The continuous false promises that was captured in manifestos. Madam Speaker, yesterday I raised a manifesto of the Anguilla United Front because they used to call themselves ANA at one point. The Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker, 25 years, Madam Speaker, ago, making the same promises that are being delivered today. And we have said time and time again, Madam Speaker, that the things that we are doing today is not our ideas. It's not our ideas. We have said that when the men and women who fought in the revolution, when they stated that they were out to build a new Anguilla, they spoke of the things that we are doing today under this Webster-led administration. How long should we wait, Madam Speaker? How long? Meanwhile, the members of the opposition are saying that we are going too fast. What's the rush? But how long must we wait? How long should the people of Anguilla have to continue to beat up their vehicles, stump their toes on old, dusted dirt roads, Madam Speaker? How long before we address it? How long? Madam Speaker, I said last night that in 1999, the Anguilla United Front, ANA, promised to take care of its youth and its elderly, Madam Speaker. 1999, 1994, and in 1972, Madam Speaker, under the Anguilla Council, they were speaking of these things. 1972. Most of us in here were not born in 1972. But how long should we wait for health care? The Premier being a doctor. When he was serving the people of this country, he went to administration and said, these are the things that are needed. And said, well, you could be a doctor, but I am a doctor. I'm providing services, pro bono in many instances. Came to the idea, and we said, listen, if you really want to implement these ideas that you have, the only way to do it is through the political process. The political process. And the Premier who didn't want to get involved in politics, recognized that he had to make that tremendous sacrifice. And he did so, Madam Speaker. That is why today we have the MRI and many other niceties at the Princess Alexandra Hospital. But apart from that, and I want to rehash it today because there are many people in the gallery who were not there last night. Apart from that, he said we have to take care of our seniors. We have to give our seniors some respectability. Madam Speaker, I've seen countless revolutionaries be granted national funerals, Madam Speaker. Be granted all sorts of accolades when they lie in the box before they're placed into their tombs, Madam Speaker. I've attended several funerals, Madam Speaker, and I've heard many of them say, including some that are still alive, a few of them are still alive, say, the least the government can do for us is provide us health care. That's the least they can do. And today, those revolutionaries and those folks who upon their shoulders we stand now have a measure of respectability because they don't have to break the bank and decide between food and health care, Madam Speaker. They can go to the hospital and get free health care, Madam Speaker. And then we gave them a $500 shopping voucher, and they say we're giving handouts. These are 70 years and above. It's not really a handout, but we can give them $500 shopping voucher and a $500 electricity credit. That's not a handout, but you got a basket sitting outside a shop collecting canned food, tuna and sardines, and giving it out. And that's fine. I'm not saying it's not a good thing to do, but make it make sense, Madam Speaker. Make it make sense. This is what you do. You put people first and at the center of everything that we do. It's about the people. Caring for the elderly, 1999, Madam Speaker. This, with the economic growth Anguilla has achieved, it has been common for both parents to work. This has not been a problem for people working 8 to 4 jobs because during that time, older children are in school and small children are in daycare centers or preschool. However, a problem arises where parents work after 4 p.m. After that time, there's no commercial daycare facilities open and no supervised recreational activities after school, Madam Speaker. Okay. But yet, you hear the members of the opposition say that things have gotten so hard today that people are working 2 jobs. But if you didn't have 2 jobs to work, or if you didn't have 1 job to work, you'd be working no job. You'd be unemployed. But, Madam Speaker, if you go back 25 years, by this document prepared by the Anguilla United Front Anna, they were working 2 jobs. 2. This is 1999. 1994 to 1999, the administration of Hubert Hughes was in office. So if this is 1999, it means before 1999, folks were working 2 jobs. Make it make sense, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in this document, they say that they'll be focused on strengthening the family and providing child care support facilities for working families, Madam Speaker. In this, it spoke about developing the cultural center, Madam Speaker. We have a brand new Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, Madam Speaker. The criticism that we got from members of the opposition, Madam Speaker, was deafening. Oh, they knew they wanted to do a new Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, but only are they going to start knowing full well that they can't complete by Carnival 50? That's what they were saying, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you ever heard the word speak it into existence? But the Bible says, faith without works are dead. So when the Honorable Minister for Social Development, Deanne Kentish Rogers, stood up on the stage in 2023, and she said, this will be the last time we will be in this old rinky-dinky facility. Served us. For the 50th, we will be celebrating differently. She was reprimanded across the length and breadth of this country, all the way up to London. She was reprimanded. She stood firm. And Madam Speaker, it's done. We celebrated. And it'll be reopened in a matter of a few days so that persons can enjoy that facility. It'll be open today. I was just corrected, today, so that persons can enjoy that facility all the time, Madam Speaker. All the time. Promise made. Promise kept. Time and time again. I can recall us sitting at a press conference, and one of the journalists at the press conference, we were talking about the things that we were going to do. The journalist said, are you only doing these things because you promised them? The answer is yes. The answer is yes, Madam Speaker. The answer is yes. And we came under heavy artillery fire, Madam Speaker, from the member for Sandy Hill. She said, and I quote, with an administration without a manifesto, you never know what they will do. But I just showed you the glossy documents for decades, Madam Speaker, for decades that they have produced. And when you go through them, you get a big fat zero. So let us move to number 3 of their last manifesto, Madam Speaker, while they were in office. No, I went through number 3 already, so I'm going to go to number 4. Number 4 is the big one. Improve air access, expand the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport, improve the Valley roads. It's laughable, Madam Speaker. Okay, let's talk about it a little bit. Because the member for Sandy Hill, I was looking for to tick off because the member for Sandy Hill spoke about their plan to develop the airport. And Madam Speaker, I'll tell you this. The only member of the Anguilla United Front who truly believed that there should be airport expansion is Curtis Richardson. Curtis Richardson. And I can give you the facts behind that, Madam Speaker. And just the facts. I didn't say just the facts, I said just the facts. Madam Speaker, James Ronald Webster wanted an airport for Anguilla. Badly. He spoke of Silicon. Not Silicon? No, Scrub Island. Spoke about Scrub Island having a bridge. Of course, those lands are what they are. He spoke about Bremergen, but he actively worked on Bremergen. He prohibited any development in the Bremergen area. He exchanged lands and bought lands from the valley because the whole Lansome area, that whole valley area, the Wildbeck area belonged to the Crown. You see a lot of private entities in there, a lot of that land was exchanged. Ronald Webster did that. And then in 1984, the United Front Anna came to office, Madam Speaker, under the leadership of Mr. Emil Gomes. And his Minister of Infrastructure was Albina Lake Hodge. And they wrote a letter to the government of Taiwan. And they said, we are a small island on the threshold of independence, and pre-independence infrastructure is needed. And we are asking you to build an airport for us. As you know, Mr. Lake Hodge passed in 1984, the very same year. And there was a by-election in Valley South, and Mr. Banks was elected. Now, In 1994, 10 years later, Hubert Hughes came to office. And Hughes came to office, he pursued the desire to develop an airport in Anguilla. Pursued it, Madam Speaker. So much so that he came to an agreement with the French, Madam Speaker, to develop an airport in Birmingham. Studies was done, drawings were done that are sitting down there in the Ministry of Infrastructure right now as we speak, Madam Speaker. That was done. But in 2000, Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front, through a protest, came to office because Hubert Hughes only lasted 11 months in that administration because his coalition partner, Mr. Banks, resigned within 2 months of the election and crossed over and formed the Anguilla United Front. It wasn't really a formation because it was Anna, it was just adding Mr. Banks. And a lot of people may not know Mr. Banks was the leader of ADP, in which the now speaker was a candidate under the Anguilla Democratic Party. So he abandoned all of his colleagues and joined the Anguilla National Alliance, and they rebranded it similar to what we did and called themselves the Anguilla United Front. They came to office, and when they came to office, they wanted to develop an airport that can facilitate private jets only. And how do I know this? Because when there was a consultation for the development of that facility, Mr. Banks said that they were doing it, building it for the ATR-72, American Eagle out of San Juan, that served Anguilla 3 to 4 flights a day out of San Juan. And so they were going to shut down the airport and expand it so that they can facilitate the ATR-72, which is a slightly bigger plane, Madam Speaker. And how I know that was not the facts? Because when I was the Parliamentary Secretary Tourism, I was given a call by Mr. Marcel Foy, who was the chief advisor of the Anguilla United Front. That was his title. He was conducting a radio and television talk show along with now deceased Mr. John Benjamin. And they asked me to be an interviewee. And I went to that show, Madam Speaker. And on that show, they asked me how could I justify spending almost $1 million EC dollars to develop the Anguilla St. Martin dock. I said the justification is easy. I said because when the airport was shut down to facilitate the ATR-72 with the expansion, we in the hospitality sector had to get our tourists into Anguilla. So the next best option was St. Martin, and that's how the numbers changed dramatically, Madam Speaker. But what happened during the period of December, January, February, when all of the yachts were utilized in St. Martin? Sometimes and very often, the wait between leaving Simpson Bay and getting to Anguilla was in excess of 2.5 hours. So when I came into office, the chairman of the board, Mr. Eustace Guichard, Mr. Leslie Richardson, the Minister of Justice, Mr. Roland Duncan, Ludmilla Duncan, the special advisor in St. Martin, we met to see how we can facilitate this, and we were able to do so. And I said, the justification is easy. 92% of our tourist arrivals come through there. When 8%, less than 8%, 7 point something percent, comes through the Wild Lake Airport. It was a Wild Lake Airport at the time. Through the Wild Lake Airport. And you have spent 80 million and counting, because to this day, we are still paying for that. To this day. We'll get into that. And Madam Speaker, he said, well, we weren't doing it for the ATR-72. I said, but then if that isn't the case, because that's what Mr. Banks said, and you was his permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance, when you decided, after Hubert Benjamin Hughes fought tooth and nail to get Anglec back solely under the ownership of the people of Anguilla through the government of Anguilla, you decided to sell it up and mash it up, saying you're financing the airport, Madam Speaker. He said, well, I can't get into why we did it. He never said it. And that was the last time they held a show. Exposed. It's there for the record. A matter of fact. It's there for the record. And they never believed in the airport development. But Curtis was pushing the narrative of airport development. And I'll be honest, he was pushing it. He's my political opponent, yes. But you have to be truthful and honest. And he keep on talking about airport development and this and that, not getting in trouble over airport development because he said the British government is going to finance the airport development to the tune of $100 million, and nobody in England knew about it. He was reckless, but he believed in airport development. And Madam Speaker was able to get the British to allow them to an entrustment with the Canadian Commercial Corporation, Madam Speaker, in 2017, 16, 17, somewhere thereabout, an entrustment to have the discussion, Madam Speaker. But in 2017, a lady visited us off the coast of Africa, Madam Speaker. Her name was Oma, and she ravaged us. And there was slow action by the British government. And because of Josephine Gums Connor, Dorothea Hodge, our former Attorney General, I forgot his name, writing and people making a lot of noise, they decided to act. And who came to Anguilla was one Foreign Secretary who became the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. And when Boris Johnson touched down on Anguilla, he said, the first thing that we need to address in this country is an airport, and the British will fund this airport. So much so that on the 27th of September 2017, in front of this destroyed building, the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Victor Franklin Banks, made a pronouncement that they will be lengthening the strip to 6,000 feet. And when I said publicly that Mr. Johnson and the British will not follow through, his response was, it's too early for a postmortem. He said it's too early for a postmortem when I said the British government will renege on their responsibility, because for decades and decades and decades and decades, they reneged on their responsibility, Madam Speaker. In 1977, Madam Speaker, the budget speech was given by the Honorable James Ronald Webster. They're talking and saying that our budget is too big and we're spending too much and we're doing too much, Madam Speaker. The overall budget in 1977, Madam Speaker, was EC dollars $3,240,320, Madam Speaker. That's what they want us to go back to. If I wasn't mistaken, Madam Speaker, they'll all be wearing red caps saying MAGA. Make Anguilla great again, to go back to a bygone time, Madam Speaker. That's what they want us to go back to. And in this budget, Madam Speaker, $2,022,550 was being raised through local revenue. And he had to fight to get the other $1,217,000, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, you know what he wanted to do with it? He wanted to improve the pier at Blowing Point. Shall I quote? For many years, I can't speak like him. No, it has been our desire to improve the pier at Blowing Point, to improve the ferry service between Anguilla and St. Martin. 1977. 1977, Madam Speaker. We're doing too much now. That's what they say. They say, Madam Speaker, that the Anguilla progressive movement is doing too much. Where in the world have you ever heard a government being criticized for doing too much? Only in Anguilla. We are a special place, Madam Speaker. Only in Anguilla. Local development scheme, Madam Speaker, spoke about developing what? The Long Bay Road. And yesterday, the member for West End said that we need to find money to develop what? The Long Bay Road. 1977, Madam Speaker, James Ronald Webster was hoping to develop the Long Bay Road. 2024, Cardigan Canal is hoping that we develop the Long Bay Road, but I will say that today, that under this Anguilla progressive movement, we will eradicate all dirt roads, and the Long Bay Road will be one of those, Madam Speaker. But we're doing too much. We're going too fast. Make it. Honorable Parliamentary Secretary, make it make sense. We wanted to make sense. Make it make sense, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, 6,000 feet could not accommodate an Airbus 220 or Airbus 320. So when the honorable leader of the Anguilla United Front said that they wouldn't have gone this route in terms of airport development, she's not lying. It's cosmetics, mere cosmetics. We're not doing cosmetics. We are putting this country in a position to be successful, Madam Speaker. We are putting this country in a position for the people to be successful, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the airport development is critical, Madam Speaker. There are some things that she said about the airport development. I want to go to it. I was taking precocious notes, Madam Speaker. She said that the government is spending $180 million more in 2025 in capital than in 2024. Yes, we are. It is important because anyone taking a look at the Minister of Infrastructure's official vehicle, they will want to know which war it went through. But I'll tell you the wars that it has been going through, Madam Speaker. From the Keys in Island Harbor to the Arch Road in West End, those are the wars that vehicle have been going through, Madam Speaker. From Shoal Bay to out in the forest in Corridor, Madam Speaker. Those are the wars that has been going through, Madam Speaker. All across this island, Madam Speaker, there are persons who built their homes and cannot open their windows. And even though they keep their windows closed, the dust, they cannot keep up with the dust, Madam Speaker. And when they go to clean their cisterns, they have 2, 3, 4 inches of mud in their cisterns. A young man in Blowing Point cleaned his cistern the other day. And when he went in to clean his cistern, because the water wasn't coming out, but what had happened was the pipe was in the mud in the bottom and being choked, so the water couldn't come up through the pump anymore, because all the dust that was falling on the roof was being washed in the cistern, and over time it built up, Madam Speaker, choking out the lifeblood of our people. I don't know what minerals he got from that dirt. But sometimes there's minerals, but there's also pollutants. How long should our people eat dust? How long should their cars be broken down by in parts? And I don't want to speak about parts because I know very little about cars. Shocks, I know there's shocks. Forgive my ignorance on vehicles. But how long should they do so, Madam Speaker? Heavy rainfall. You go up to Sandy Hill, to the beach, and the water, that beautiful beach, the mud in the water. When Lennox Vanderpool came to me some time ago, and he said, listen, This can't continue any longer. That road needs to be paved. And we have signed a contract with the surveyor. Start the surveying of that road. Not next year, but this, because change couldn't wait, Madam Speaker. And next year, and if you look through the budget, you will see that the Sandy Hill Road will be done very early in 2024, Madam Speaker. A government that listens and looks after its people. This is who we are, led by the greatest premier we have ever had in one Ellis Lorenzo Webster, a man who cares about people more so than himself. I challenge anyone to say to the contrary, Madam Speaker. Challenge anyone. He's my premier, and he's the undisputed heavyweight champion of the Anguilla progressive movement. We have no division. Where he leads, we follow. Because he's responsible, he's thoughtful, he listens, Madam Speaker. We don't have an administration that one person go there and say one thing, the next person go there and say the next thing, everybody saying something different publicly, contrary to what the leader of the United Front is saying, and then the leader of the United Front would say, well, you know, in our party, we welcome free speech. We welcome diversity. That is fine. But there's something in governance called the principle of collective responsibility. And if the Anguilla United Front is ever elected to office, it will be nothing more than an ununified fiasco. And that is why, Madam Speaker, we cannot go back to the front. We just can't. When members of the Anguilla United Front were saying we will get rid of GST, the member for Sandy Hill came in this honorable parliament and said, the member for Road South have been saying that we're going to get rid of GST. I challenge the member for Road South to produce the evidence that we will get rid of GST. Because that is a lie, to quote the island's single island member, Mr. Hodge, a lie from the pit of hell. And I challenge him to produce the evidence. I'm not paraphrasing. I'm quoting verbatim. My memory ain't too bad. And Madam Speaker, when they were championing, we getting rid of GST, we gonna get rid of GST, we gonna get rid of GST. They went to St. Martin, and the member for Sandy Hill had a moment with God, Madam Speaker, where the light came upon her, and she was honest. She said, the only way to get rid of GST is through independence. That's the only way. That's the only way. Madam Speaker, the single island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, and I sat next to each other in executive council when we were told 17%, 17%. And we were saying, no, we're going at the low side, 13%. Remember that? Not an approval. The camera's not on you. You don't remember it? Okay. All right? And this is not just a fact. This is a fact. And the justification was, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if we go to 13% and we don't meet the demand, it would be hard for us to come back and carry to the 17. We said, you know what? If God is with us, who can be against us? And we stood our ground on the 13%. It wasn't easy. It was hard for every single member. When we came to the House, members who were part of this side voted against it. It was hard, Madam Speaker. It was hard. I got calls up to that day. You need to vote against it because your father will be upset. Because my father, when he was chief minister, he said, you can't squeeze blood out of a stone. He said, you can't tax a dead economy. He said all of these things. But when it came time for the budget, and he brought the budget to the parliament, and went through parliament, and everybody, including opposition members, the Honorable Atlin Van Der Poel and the Honorable Neil Rogers said that this is a bare bones budget. They said that. You were the speaker in 2010, because in 2009, the United Front did not bring a budget to the House because they had letters from October of 2009 and February of 2010 saying that after the election, he better impose those taxes, which included a payroll tax of 5%, and what? A VAT. So they were given a break from the British. But when we came in the House, Madam Speaker, and we brought this bare bones budget to the House, you know what Governor Harrison did? Said, go there with that. We ain't passing that. Matter of historical fact. And the United Front was jumping up celebrating. They ain't passed their budget. And then we worked the figures and came back again. Passed through the House again, unanimously, because back then you had a member of the opposition in one, Atlin Van Der Poel, who didn't look purely at politics, but he looked at country, Madam Speaker, and he said yes. He said yes. Passed in this House, Madam Speaker. And what happened, Madam Speaker? The governor even wrote to the Speaker and said, don't allow it to come to this House. This is a matter of fact. And then there were folks from the IMF, Mr. Ved Gandhi, and they came in, Ved Gandhi, and they came in, they went through the budget analysis, and there was a town hall of sorts in the Rodney MacArthur Ray Auditorium, and he took the budget and he slammed it on the table and he said, this budget what? Stands. This budget stands. And because he came from the IMF, they finally agreed to the budget, but there were some things that happened before that. By April, the end of April, if you don't have a budget, the country ceased to exist. Country shut down. And on one Friday afternoon, we had to rush to Executive Council, give instructions to the Attorney General, Mr. Bourne, who was the Attorney General at the time, to draft legislation so that government could continue to function beyond the end of April. Legislation was drafted on the very same day, came to Executive Council on the very same afternoon. Members of the opposition, the two members of the opposition, and first, second, and third reading, one time, to allow government to function. A matter of fact. And they were celebrating that this country is going to collapse. All they care about is power. Unadulterated power. But don't deliver. And Madam Speaker, Harrison made it clear that that budget could not be passed unless the customs surcharge that was stood at 1% that the United Front brought into being was moved from 1 to 6. Something called the interim stabilization levy that take into consideration 3% from employees and 3% from employers was in there. Increased by 100% property tax and a range of other taxes on a dead economy where you couldn't squeeze blood out of the stone. My father, who I love dearly, as much as he said, because I like to cite it without the result that happened even then. We came to this house and we passed one of the widest ranging tax measures ever. So don't tell me about my father. I was also part of that administration. I may not have been a member of the Executive Council and I wasn't there frequently, but on major things like that I was invited, Madam Speaker. This is a matter of historical fact. So even though he fought, he even as the chief minister of this country led protests against the governor. Led protests as the chief minister against the governor. And the governor tell us, oh, he's going to run this country and he need to resign. September of 2010. He said resign and call fresh elections. After coming to an election just a few months earlier. That's what he did. You understand what I'm saying, Madam Speaker? We forget so quickly. How could we forget? You are the speaker too. At that time, the first female speaker in the history of Anguilla, no 101. We forget quickly, Madam Speaker. So don't quote from Hubert Benjamin Hughes without understanding what was actually implemented. And then from there on in, the member for Sand Hill made it her calling card about the interim stabilization levy. So don't be fooled about this GST relief plan. We have been doing GST relief from the time GST came into being. And when we came with GST relief, the members of the opposition said no. They said no to GST relief. The single member, Mr. Joseph Van de Poel, he called for division, Madam Speaker. And when he called for division, you had to vote. And when the ballots were counted, all of the members of the opposition voted no. Those voting yes for the initial GST relief was the Honorable Premier, Dr. Ellis Webster, the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, the Honorable Minister of Social Development, Ms. Deanne Kentish-Rogers, the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary, Ms. Quincy Gomes-Marie, the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure and Tourism, Mr. Hayden Hughes, and the Honorable Ministerial Assistant, Mr. Merrick Richardson. Those voted yes for the GST relief, and voting no was the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, the Honorable Cardigan Connor, the Honorable Kyle Hodge, and the Honorable Shelley Rogers Webster. They voted no to GST relief, yet they will come forward with a GST relief plan, but their record shows that they voted against GST relief. Records matter, Madam Speaker. Records matter. How can you promise something, but then when it comes to this honorable house, when it's supposed to be done, and you vote against it? And time again, we have come to this honorable house with GST relief. And at the beginning of this year, we started examining, or late last year, we started examining the possibility of removing GST from all foods, Madam Speaker. But guess what? In every proposal, it has to be costed. There are financial implications. It has to be costed. So the technical people in the Ministry of Finance, including the Controller of Customs and his staff, had to be engaged in the costing of removal of GST, and the work started. During that time, the Anguilla United Front came out with their GST relief plan. And in their GST relief plan, it included removal of GST from food. By the time it was costed, they had come out with their plan. And we announced that we are moving GST from food. And they said, oh, only because we suggested it. Madam Speaker, but let us say that we didn't even think about it, and they suggested it. Isn't it a good thing that we listened to their suggestions, if that was the case? Because like I said before, nothing that we have been doing is new. There are promises that were made from 1966. My father first ran for elected office in 1961. 1961, Madam Speaker. How many of us who are in here were born by that time? Only the member for West End. Everybody else was born after, including those in the gallery. And Madam Speaker, so I am not taking claim for any idea. None. Decriminalization was not our idea. Yesterday we spoke of Iwandia, Jacintai, and Rasby Waldemar Brooks, and Ijania Christian, and many others who have advocated, because the Bible says every herb that I've given you for meat. They have advocated, and so many of our young people have attained criminal records. Criminal records. So it was nothing new. When John McKendrick was Attorney General under the Anguilla United Front administration, he was in an interview where he also spoke of decriminalization. In 2019, an introduction of Mr. Joseph Van Der Poel by Mr. Victor Banks, he said that Joseph Van Der Poel is going to spearhead decriminalization. So for many years, we've been talking and talking and talking. We've been promising and promising and promising. But there's only one administration who continues to deliver time and time again. That is the Anguilla Progressive Movement. Madam Speaker, in 1930s, a man by the name of Athelai Rogers, an Anguillian, wrote a book called The Holy Pibby. And The Holy Pibby is recognized, and The Holy Pibby is recognized as the book that motivated the Rastafari religion, Madam Speaker. And the Rastafari religion, even though the dreadlocks was worn by Africans many years before, the Mau Mau in Kenya and so forth wore dreadlocks. They were always a cultural thing. The Rastafari, the name of Mikonen, Selassie I, Madam Speaker, emanated from that, Madam Speaker. And Jamaica was the home of the religion. So much so that as Emperor Haile Selassie granted lands to the people of the Caribbean, in particular the Rastafari, to return home, to our homeland. When we talk about home, Africa is our homeland. England could never be our mother country. Africa, the continent, is our mother country, Madam Speaker. And he offered land to the people to repatriate there, Madam Speaker. And it was a country of people who wore dreadlocks. And those people who were discriminated against couldn't go to school. There was a time in not too distant past where as a natty dread, as a dreadlock wearing individual, you could not enter the shores of the BVI, so much we were indoctrinated by the colonial master, Madam Speaker. You could not fly into the BVI. Bob Marley could not do a concert in the BVI. Banky Banks could not do a concert in the BVI because they were prohibited, Madam Speaker. And you hear this noise across the diaspora about our ancestral here. A child from Eastern Europe could wear their hair down to the middle of their backs. It was fine. But when I went to school, the teacher will come out with a ruler and check the length of your hair. There was this debate across the Caribbean for decades over here. And when we came to office, the Honorable Minister of Education says, your hair doesn't define you, your brain does. And implemented a hair policy, Madam Speaker. A hair policy that my son benefits from. Brilliant young man, disciplined. But he wears locks. Couldn't happen without Minister Deanne Kentish Rogers. Bold! Talk. Madam Speaker, in 2008, Lanville, Panther Hughes, and I wrote a song called Powder, Action. We want action. No more talking. Became Road March, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, and we saw once Ms. Deanne Kentish Rogers did it, we saw other countries, including Mia Mottley's Barbados, seeking to do it. The A for Anguilla isn't only for Anguilla, you know. Anguilla first. We are leader among leaders, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, just this year, in the same country that I talk about, Jamaica, there was a landmark case where a child wearing dreadlocks was being prohibited from entering school. And there was a landmark case where the parents and the child won that case in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the land of the Rastafari. And I know the Honorable Minister, some person that say, oh, you decriminalize, what about legalization? We're still a non-self-governing territory. There are still certain conventions that we don't have any power on under this particular political and constitutional setup. So we went as far as we could go. Today, you can have 4 matured plans. But in the final year of the life of Raspy, he was arrested for 3 plants. A man who never hurt a fly in his life and did only good work, Madam Speaker. Today that can't happen. Anybody who... So, and then when it came out, they said, well, we did it. We were planning on doing it. Yes, you could be planning on doing it. I met a lady yesterday who said she has some plans for a house. And when I look at the dates of the plans, they were like in the 1980s, right? So I said, these plans are old, you have to redo them, because it was approved back then. I said, yeah, I got the plans. But it's okay to have plans, Madam Speaker. Plans are fine. But implementation takes work, Madam Speaker. Implementation takes work. Madam Speaker, in 1999, in 1994, in 1984, in 1977, after Mr. Repso was deposed, they have been talking about the Valley Main Road. Last night in Island Harbor, Madam Speaker, I had occasion to meet with the legend, Mr. Kenneth Harrigan, Madam Speaker. And he and I and a couple others were talking about the Valley Main Road. And he turned to me and he said, you're brave. He turned to me and he said, you are brave. I said, why? He said, because of the Valley Main Road. I said, what do you mean by that? He said, when he was in government as a Minister of Infrastructure, he had every desire to do the Valley Main Road. He had plans done. He had a study done by, I think he said Terry Brady. Maybe I may be wrong on the first name, or Bradshaw Brady, I'm not sure. And he said it was done. He said, but when he started to talk about it, he was chewed up and decided to leave it alone, Madam Speaker. I said, but Mr. Harrigan, he said the road is lovely. He always wanted to see that happen and so forth. When we came to office, we said we're going to do the Valley Main Road. When I came to office, Madam Speaker, and the Honorable Premier assigned me the portfolio of the Minister of Infrastructure, I was so happy because I always thought that there were so many opportunities lost over the decades, Madam Speaker. I held a meeting on the 1st of July 2020 in the Ministry of Infrastructure and Tourism, Madam Speaker. And in that meeting, I said, these are the things that we would like to do. Valley Main Road, let's get it done. And I was told it was impossible. I was told it couldn't be done. And I turned to them, and they can verify this right now if you ask any of them in the Ministry of Infrastructure. I said, don't tell me what can be done, tell me how to get it done. It's a fact. And they say, well, you have to do surveying and designs and stuff. I said, but that hasn't been done before. They say, well, we did something. We did a design, but it was conceptual. But you'll have to go in. I said, well, let's do it. And one of the technical officers, I won't embarrass them, said, oh, but we don't want that to be done and spend money on it, and then they sit down catching dust. I said, don't worry about that. I said, we got 5 years to get the Valley Main Road done, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, if it was not for the Honorable Ellis Lorenzo Webster, the Valley Main Road could not be done. He like to give me all the credit, but I can't take the credit because not $1 of the taxpayers' money went to the Valley Main Road. It came through something called, what was set up then, called the Economic Resilience Fund. And when we were successful in getting the Economic Resilience Fund, the question was asked, what is the greatest impact of this fund? And Dr. Webster said, the Valley Main Road. So even though we are doing that work, we didn't have the funding, it wasn't for Dr. Webster. So if I hear anybody saying that he hasn't done anything, just take a drive on the Valley Main Road. There was a lot of work done, Madam Speaker. A lot of work. And today, if you look at the Valley Main Road today, compared to the Valley Main Road of yesterday, it's a marked difference. Marked difference. It's so beautiful. It's so handsome. It's almost sexier than Sexy Rasta, Madam Speaker. And it gives me so much pride. And I know the honorable member for West End, he can attest to this fact that when we were in hospitality, the tourists will complain vehemently about the state of the Valley Main Road. In 2012, there was a study that was done, and that study said that in order for Anguilla to progress economically, the Valley Main Road must be done. So even from that standpoint, we had justification on the economic standpoint, from the economic standpoint, economic resilience. And the People's Market were there in a state of disrepair. From 2017, I got a call from the St. Lucian Federation. That might be the wrong name, but it was St. Lucia. Saying, hey, we would like to put on the roof. We just need materials. I said, don't worry about it. I'll get you the materials. And we got the materials. And then I said, man, look at this parking lot. And out of the Valley Main Road concrete, we did a parking lot for the People's Market. Fact. And then I went to the Malihana Hotel, and I said, guys, you celebrate, and I need a contribution. These restrooms look like 1960 restrooms. And Malihana, the owner, Mr. Michael Batten, and Jason Ruan came up with his team and refurbished those restrooms, and look at them today, look like a hotel restroom. But you will have persons in this honorable house who would say that don't ask investors for nothing. We need to do it ourselves. Yeah, that may be true. We need to do it ourselves. As Mr. Banks would say, we need to pay our own way. But at the same time, we want every investor, whether it be a local investor or a foreign investor, to think about the community in which they reside, to have a social component. And Madam Speaker, there's a stark difference between the Anguilla United Front and the Anguilla Progressive Movement. Yesterday, I stated that the Anguilla United Front between 2002 and 2008 signed 10 memorandums of agreement, Madam Speaker. And in those 10 memorandums of agreement, whereas this, whereas that, they will say within 6 months they will agree with the Minister of Finance on a social development project, Madam Speaker. And in not one instance did we get in a social development project, Madam Speaker. In 2017, the Anguilla United Front signed a memorandum of agreement, a memorandum of understanding, with Belmont. And in that had the same whereas. And you think Belmont fulfill his obligations? That's my favorite hotel. But no! They fulfill no obligations. In 2009, the Anguilla United Front administration stood in front of these school buses saying, look what we get from developers. When we came to office in 2010, we found out that those developers did not contribute 1 penny to those school buses. It was paid for by the taxpayers of Anguilla, but they're trying to make the developers look good. Meanwhile, they will say, oh, we shouldn't be asking the developers for anything. But under this Anguilla Progressive Movement, under the capable leadership of Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, MD, PhD, Madam Speaker, he has said, not only will there be a social development project, but that social development project will be spelled out and agreed upon in that memorandum of understanding, Madam Speaker. And that is why today, after decades of bawling about it and flying to St. Martin about we have our own MRI machine. That is why today, children don't have, parents don't have to, most of the schools don't have to worry about preparing a hot meal for their children. They can go to school and have a hot meal. And I've heard them say, oh, things are so hard, that's why you got to do a meal program. And I was going to school, Madam Speaker, primary school in the 1970s. I would like to say the 1990s, but it was the 70s. I know I look in my 20s, but I'm actually a little older, slightly older. When I was going to school in the 1970s, Madam Speaker, my father would be sitting on the porch, and every child will come in and they will get a meal. Because in a lot of instances, couldn't afford a meal. And if you look at the history and the upbringing of Dr. Webster, I'm sure he went to school hungry. Because when his father died, he was still in high school, and his mother was a stay-at-home mom. I'm sure he went to school hungry. I look across the aisle, and I see Cardigan Connor, and based on his senior age, I'm sure he went to school many a time without a meal. There are many children then was going to school without a meal. My uncle, who was 98 years old, made 98 on the 9th of this month, wrote a book, 2 books. And if you read those books, it speaks about the severe hardships and the superinflation that occurred in the 1940s due to the Second World War. He was born in 1926. So you know in 1945 he was a man, because he was out working from the time he was 12 years old. Hard labor, Madam Speaker. And he spoke about the fact that they, as bad as it was in Anguilla, without Anguilla, the people in St. Martin would starve to death. They would go over on their sailboats all in the morning to take oils and eggs, butter eggs, and chickens and goats, donkeys, cows, to St. Martin, rice. They would starve. And he said all changed in the 1960s. But what changed, Madam Speaker? Let me tell you what changed. St. Martin decided to build an airport. And I am not standing here today to lay claim to the idea of an airport, because there's no way I can lay claim to the idea of an airport. The opposition will lay claim, because they claim everything that is good. But GST, we didn't have nothing to do with that. That IGT in 2019, no, we weren't in office. Somebody else was in office. You know, not we, not me. You sure? You understand what I'm saying, Madam Speaker? Everything that is good, everything that is good. And Madam Speaker, I will move to number 5. Support local investors with programs, especially for young entrepreneurs, and promote foreign investment in specific sectors and joint ventures with local investors generally to grow jobs, incomes, wealth, and foreign exchange. Ask them where the Get Set program comes from, when it was implemented under the United Anguilla Progressive Movement administration. These programs that they talk about, we did. They did not. They did not. Let us go to number 6. Champion energy conservation and renewable energy independence. Develop and implement a comprehensive climate change strategy. The member for Sandy Hill is on record saying that the Blue Belt program came to them and they said, thanks, but no thanks. But in their manifesto, they say they will champion it. But did they? Did they? The answer is No. No. They had sufficient time and resources dating back to when the Anguilla United Front Speaker of the House was Mr. David Carter, the Honorable Speaker, and he asked for leave of the Assembly to work on renewable energy. That was back when Osborne Fleming was the Chief Minister and leader of the Anguilla United Front. Parliamentary Secretary, make it make sense. Please, help me. Make it make sense. Nothing, Madam Speaker. Nothing. And they talk about Anglic plan and government's plan. Anglic's plan and government's plan. Madam Speaker, who is Anglic? What is Anglic's plan? I've heard them talk about this plan that Anglic had for renewable energy, and if the government had implemented it, it would have been done already. We've been talking and talking and talking about these plans for decades. Madam Speaker, when I turn on Radio Anguilla, I hear the beautiful bass voice of Bishop Errol Brooks. For decades, over a decade, Anguilla Electricity Company, renewable energy integration. Listen to Radio Anguilla. That ad still plays in favor of Anglic. Has been there for well over a decade, the same ad. And what did they do? Did they do any studies to look at energy integration? Did they do any grid-tied studies? Only now, Madam Speaker, under this administration, all of those studies, the Resembid program and so forth, has been established to ensure that we move towards renewable energy integration. But if you say that you could do it, why didn't you do it? Why didn't you do it? And that is the question. When the CEO was appointed, we met in the Ministry of Finance, Madam Speaker. And I was like excited, because I know he's been talking about renewable energy integration since I was in high school. So I was excited. And we talk about renewable energy integration and stuff like that. And we had this discussion. And he said this is the way he's going to do it. And a little back and forth happened. So we said, go ahead, pursue your goals. But if you find the snags you need government, come back to us. You think that happened? They didn't come to us. They went to Hammer. They didn't come and have no conversation with us. They went to Hammer again. So much so that their candidate in District 6 wanted to load shed, wanted to shut down people for 5 and 6 hours at a time, wanted to harm us. In that high electricity bill that we are talking about, their member, their candidate in District 6, Mr. Patrick Mardenborough, as the chairman of the board, against our begs and pleads and cries, elevated all up to 70 cents per kilowatt hour. And we said, before the end of the year, that will be fixed. Promise made, promise kept. Madam Speaker, so what are they talking about? A plan that cannot be financed and funded? Everything has to be financed and funded. The move to Campus Q was unfinanced, unfunded. It was a bad decision made by the member for Sandy Hill, Madam Speaker. Because if you look at the Ministry of Infrastructure, they recommended that we rebuild in the present site, because that land was acquired from Lake's family for the development of a track and field, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what can you see? Let's go to number 7. And number 7 is important, because in number 7, they said they will strengthen public's finances, generate surpluses. You know how surpluses is spelled, Madam Speaker? I need to question your intelligence. Generate surpluses, build reserves, and limit loans. That's what they said. Cora Richardson Hodge, Cardigan Connor. the Anguilla United Front, in their lead up to elevating to office in 2015, they promised to strengthen public finances, generate surpluses, build reserves, and limit loans. That's what they promised to do. But today, because this administration have strengthened public finances, something they failed to do, generated surpluses, something they failed to do, build reserves, something they didn't do, and limit loans to the point where we have had no loans, have not even used the overdraft facility. They criticize us. They criticize us for following their promise to the people. Parliamentary Secretary. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, Madam Speaker. This manifesto of the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker, good ideas. I will not criticize the ideas, Madam Speaker. Good ideas. I will not criticize the ideas. Because, Madam Speaker, I know one of the key members and supporters of the Anguilla United Front. He penned an article recently. And that was a very telling article, Madam Speaker. I'm trying to find it, sorry, because it's very telling. Because he was a writer and also a ghostwriter of the Anguilla United Front. And the article speaks of the lack of leadership in the Anguilla United Front. And it reads, "The end of a grand experiment. What's being advocated is such that the electoral defeat of the Honorable Victor Banks and the defection of Mr. David Carty mark pivotal moments in Anguilla's political evolution, potentially signaling the unraveling of the Anguilla United Front's AUF grand experiment. At its height, the AUF embodied a coalition of political pragmatists and technocrats aiming to modernize Anguilla through stability, economic growth, and careful resource management. Yet these goals
On a point of order,
ultimately...
Speaker, I would just ask the member to identify what is the document that he's reading from, the date of that
The
document.
date of the document
What is it, and if he can share it, and who's
Yeah,
the
I can
author?
share it. The author is Mr. Chris Melford Gomes.
Who is that?
Chris Melford Gomes.
Who is that? It's an author?
He was a writer for the Anguilla United Front.
When was this?
This was written on what day is Tuesday? Yesterday, sorry, my bad, yesterday.
Oh, yesterday?
Yesterday.
Oh, okay, and when was he a writer for the Anguilla United Front?
He was a writer for Anguilla United Front for many decades. I'll share it with you.
Thank you.
Yes, I will share it with you. I actually shared it with some of you, but I'll share it with you as well. Yet these goals ultimately face insurmountable challenges due to both internal and external pressures. Central to the AUF story is the leadership of Victor F. Banks, one of the most charismatic and pragmatic and deeply soulful leaders in the sub-region. Banks possessed a rare combination of intellectual depth and practical foresight, enabling to articulate a compelling vision for Anguilla's development. However, the AUF's experiment placed an unfairly disproportionate burden on his shoulders. With very little help from the party ranks, Banks was left to shoulder the full weight of its direction. At times, his leadership was unsupported. Worse yet, there were moments when he was outright thrown under the bus by members of his own team. This lack of unity and solidarity undermined not only his leadership, but also the broader vision of the AUF as a collective force. Victor Banks' electoral defeat reflected growing discontent among Anguillians with a governance model perceived as out of touch with grassroots realities. Critics argue that while the AUF championed technocrat expertise and foreign investment, it failed to sufficiently address the social and economic anxieties of ordinary citizens. This dissatisfaction, compounded by mounting challenges and natural disasters, created fertile ground for political opposition. It went on, right? And it ended by saying, I'll share it with you. We went on, I don't want to read the whole thing, but it ended by saying, These events invite broader reflection on the viability of a grand political experiments in small island states. The AUF's rise and fall underscore the need for balance. Visionary leadership must be complemented by a committed, unified team that engages with its citizens' concerns. And while the AUF's grand experiment have ended, it serves as a lesson in leadership, coalition building, and the importance of aligning lofty ambitions with grassroots realities. Now, Madam Speaker, when you read number 7, and you take that into context, it makes me believe that Mr. Banks wanted to go in a particular direction, but he didn't have the support. I don't know. I was not part of the internal organization of the Anguilla United Front. But what I do know is that there was a live that was being conducted. And in that live, it had all the members of the Anguilla United Front, with exception to the member for Sandy Hill. And the question was asked, where's the member for Sandy Hill? And one of the ministerial colleagues said, oh, she could go and do it herself. She can do the tour herself. It signaled to me that there were internal wranglings. Because if this is on a live, it says a lot to me. But Madam Speaker, getting back to this, because we have been criticized for not having a manifesto, Madam Speaker. Member for Sandy Hill said, with an administration without a manifesto, you never know what they will do. But number 7, they promise to strengthen public finances. Did they do that? They promise to generate surpluses. Did they do that? Yeah. They dissolve the reserve fund. Did they promise to build reserves? Did they do that? No. And they promised to limit loans. Did they do that? The answer is no. If they promise to do something, then the impression from us is that if you promise it, you will do it. And if you promise it and you get elected on it, it means that you believe it's a good thing. You believe that this is a good thing for the country and a good thing for the people. So how then, when another administration do the things that you promised to do and fail to do, it's a bad thing? Madam Speaker, number 8. I spoke about number 8 already. I don't need to rehash it. But number 8, increase the role of the Anguilla Development Board, etc., etc. We know. I don't need to rehash number 8. Provide creative and innovative business support programs, especially for young entrepreneurs, Madam Speaker. Number 9, young people. Did they do it? No. But we just had Innovate Anguilla under the auspices of the Honorable Deanne Kentish Rogers, Madam Speaker. Delivered. And there are so many other programs that we have done, scholarships that we have provided, whether it be digital or otherwise, Madam Speaker. To them, a manifesto is more important than the people. To them, a manifesto is a vehicle to get elected. To them, the people really don't matter other than a vote. Because if they really matter, the 30 years of glassy documents, Madam Speaker, something would have been done. They would have been implementing these things that we are implementing today. Because even though they captured these in their glassy manifestos, Madam Speaker, the reality is that Atlin Harrigan, and James Ronald Webster, and Bob Rogers, and Camille Connor, and all of those men of old, Madam Speaker, they were talking about these things. They were yearning for these things. They came to this honorable house and talked about these things in 1976, and the budget address of 1977, and 8, and 9, 10. It goes on, Madam Speaker. The Anguilla United Front placed it into documents, and once elected, took those documents and threw them into the dustbin, just waiting for another election, Madam Speaker. Number 11. We talking about manifestos? Number 11, Madam Speaker. Expand social benefits for the employed, the unemployed, children, the elderly, and the disabled. Number 11. That's what they promised. But when they came to office, they kicked out Dr. Hapson, Dr. Leonard Hapson, who was spearheading the National Health Fund. And they made no attempts, Madam Speaker. Premier, did they take credit for Senior Shield too? Not yet? Okay, not yet. But they say they will make it better. All right. But this is what they say they will do. They say they will do these things. And under this Anguilla Progressive Movement, led by Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, member for Island Harbor, Madam Speaker, we have expanded social benefits, Madam Speaker. The children, the elderly, and the disabled. And Madam Speaker, even other organizations, non-profit organizations outside of the remit of government, we have supported GLH Productions, Madam Speaker. The Anguilla Enhancement Project, Madam Speaker. We have. Okay, we increase public assistance to the most vulnerable. We increase in the budget for overseas medical assistance, Madam Speaker. We are going to have additional resources employed at the Princess Alexandra Hospital, including what you call orthopedics. Madam Speaker, delivering on the promises of old. Yet they say that we are doing too much, too fast. And they're asking, what's the rush? But how can you ask what the rush? If you started a race and you fall behind in the race and you now have some energy, would you try to catch up or would you give up? Would you catch up or would you give up? And that is why we are pushing forward. That is why we are investing in the people of this country, Madam Speaker. We need to rush. Because the people can't wait. They can't wait. Madam Speaker, number 12, I'm not going to expound it, but what it says, emphasize mathematics, science, technology, the arts, engineering, creativity, and business and education, Madam Speaker. The member for Valley South spoke extensively about that. Number 13. Madam Speaker, number 13. It says, implement an affordable national health insurance system. But Madam Speaker, that is not the first time. That's not the first time that they have said that, you know. 25 years earlier, they spoke about it. Even before that, but this is the latest one, the oldest one I could find. Promises and promises and promises and promises. No promises delivered. Strengthen the collaboration between the Health Authority of Anguilla and the private healthcare providers. I know that wasn't done because I got a very close family member who's a private healthcare practitioner and provider. Madam Speaker, reduce violent crime, especially gun violence among youth. Pursue an overall crime reduction strategy. Promote peaceful conflict resolution with mutual respect. Strengthen family life, social and gender affairs. Improve respect for the law. Strengthen police-community relations and improve the prison system. I'm not going to go too much into that, and the reason why I'm not going to go too much into that, Madam Speaker, is because some of it was outside of their control, even though they promised it. And I know they may get up and say, well, you had gun violence under the Anguilla progressive movement. But Madam Speaker, if you look at the history of gun violence in Anguilla, it started in 2003. I'm not saying they didn't have a murder or two between 1800 and 2003. There may have been 4 or 5 of them during that period of time, that 200 years. But in 2003, up to 2006, many of our young men and women perished by the bullet of a gun, Madam Speaker. Perished. Well, I'm not going to blame the government. I'm not going to blame the Anguilla United Front for that. You know, because we all are responsible. But I'm just saying what was promised. Number 15, Madam Speaker. Secure an upgraded and more advanced constitution and improve transparency and accountability. That's the 15. That's all 15 points of the Anguilla United Front 15-point plan. And I want to speak about that only because the leader of the Anguilla United Front said that this administration is without a manifesto and you never know what they will do. So I had to refer to the history of manifestos with the Anguilla United Front. But at the same time, I finish with number 15, Constitution. In 1999, a government came to office, coalition government between the Anguilla Democratic Party and the Anguilla United Movement. March of 1999. In May of 1999, one of the members of the Anguilla Democratic Party resigned and crossed the floor, leaving the Hubert Hughes administration with 3 ministers and the opposition with 4 members. Between 1999, May of 1999 and December 31st of 1999, the members of the opposition never entered the House. The Speaker at the time unlawfully ruled that there was no quorum because there's no way that you can cite that there's no quorum unless you have House and a member in the House rise and say that there's no quorum. So it was unlawful. But the British wanted to get rid of Hubert Hughes. They wanted him gone. They wanted him gone, and they were chomping at the bits of having him gone. So they started to protest and say, we're going to change the Constitution with these anomalies and so forth. In January of 2000, a British official came to Anguilla and gave Hubert Hughes his termination papers. His termination papers. And elections were held in March of 2000. And the United Front came to office on the back of advancing our Constitution, Madam Speaker. A constitutional committee was set up, chaired by Mr. David Carty. The members included Mr. Franklin Connor OBE, Dr. Phyllis Fleming Banks, Mr. Calville Petty, Mr. Stanley Reed, Mr. Hayden Hughes, Mr. Devon Carty, Mr. Alex Richardson, Dame Bonnis Lake, and there was one more. I'm missing somebody. Well, this is all from memory, so you know, it's over 20 years, so sometimes you miss one or two. There was one more. Madam Speaker, we met a few times, and next thing we know, It was abandoned. So nothing happened. The promise was thrown through the door. And we were adamant. Calville Petty, Phyllis Fleming Banks, and I, Dame Bonneslake, we were vehement on constitutional advancement with devolution of powers from the British to the local people in Anguilla. We are adamant that that should happen. I'm not saying that the others were not in support, but I know that those names I just called was adamant that that should happen. And a lot of the things in terms of transparency and so forth was discussed and what have you. It was abandoned, went through the door. When Hubert Hughes came to office, another constitutional reform committee was set up, Madam Speaker. And believe it or not, Quincy Gums Murray, as a high school student, was on that committee because we wanted to ensure the youth was involved, Madam Speaker. And we went to the school and we spoke to the school and they volunteered Ms. Quincy Gums Murray to serve on that committee. Again, that was a mandate. Didn't move forward. Then the Anguilla United Front came to office in 2015, and they too set up a constitutional committee, headed by the late Don Mitchell, Ian Donaldson Mitchell, affectionately known as Don. And Don and his team put together a lot of work on that constitution, Madam Speaker. A lot of work that will deliver on the promise of improved transparency and accountability. Never mind, under the Anguilla United Movement, the Procurement Act, the Framework for Fiscal Responsibility Act, that had did a lot in terms of that, came to being in 2013. And they did a lot of work on the constitutional process. And when the Constitution and the findings of the constitutional work was done, it was handed to the minister responsible for constitutional affairs, the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, member for Sand Hill. And Madam Speaker, the decision was made that what they will do is that they will confer citizenship to great-grandchildren, provided that they reside in Anguilla for 5 years. But those grandchildren will reside in Anguilla for 5 years, great-grandchildren, without the ability to earn, because they will not be free from labor requirements, in particular work permit requirements. That was part of that constitutional reform. And the Anguilla United Front, knowing that they control the vote overseas, decided, you know what? Let us do this at large. Because we can fly people in, they vote for at large, we can put up any candidate, and they'll win. Because we can just fly them in. And Madam Speaker, the at-large concept was a bad concept for Anguilla. It came from places like the BVI, for example, where there's a number of different islands, so you could understand where you have at large. But in Anguilla's concept, in Anguilla's context, at large was not a good idea. I'm not saying the assembly shouldn't be expanded. The assembly should be expanded. As a matter of fact, I believe there should be 6 ministers. But that was done with some negotiations. We have that at large. It is what it is. But when you look at the constitutional changes in comparison to the recommendations, all of the things that would have improved transparency and accountability was thrown in the rubbish bin, and only the things that will help politically. And that is why Devon Carter is a perfect fit for the Anguilla United Front, because he has no vision, Madam Speaker, and he, by his own admission, says he has no vision. And that is indicative of the Anguilla United Front. Where there's no vision, our people perish. And the reason why I say they don't have any vision, Madam Speaker, because how can you develop a constitution and work on a constitution only to get to this point, this ideal. And Madam Speaker, in 2019, British officials came to Anguilla to negotiate and discuss the Constitution. The Anguilla United Front appointed Mr. Joseph Van der Poel as lead in that constitutional exercise. Not necessarily, but he was almost like a liaison. I don't know what he called it. He couldn't rise and tell me what it was called. And we met at Pastor Philip Gomes' church, Madam Speaker. You had constitutional experts from England. You had members of the Anguilla United Front, including the Honorable Joseph Van der Poel. You had Adam Pyle, that's his name? Adam Pyle, and so forth. And in that meeting, we started a discussion about Constitution. And they said to us, you got to do this in the Constitution and that in the Constitution. If you don't put this in the Constitution and that in the Constitution, then go independent. That's what they said to us. I mean, I was happy with it. I was ready to go independent. I'd be happy. Say, you want independence? Let's do it. Tomorrow, I'm with it. I am with it. I believed in independence 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, and I believe in it more today than then. So let's do it. But that's what they say. If you're going to open up this Constitution, this is what we're going to grab for ourselves. And every time we open the Constitution, they'd like to grab for themselves. We had a Constitution in 1976. If the government of the day didn't like the commissioner, because that's what the governor was called, we could say, you know what, pack your bags and leave. That's how much autonomy we had. We control the offshore financial services sector. Then we decided to tinker with it. We tinkered with it, and then we tinkered with it again. And when we tinkered with it the second time, we gave up the offshore financial services sector, a sector that was bringing more revenue to the coffers of the government of Anguilla than everything else. And from then, it has been a trickle. You're getting gray listed, blacklisted, now kind of listed. And guess what? The Constitution says that financial services is under the sole remit of the governor. We can't even ask a question. But that's the pressure that we had. Because we only look at changing Constitution for political purposes, but not for country purposes. So the 15-point plan and the manifestos that they spoke about, and you never know what this government is going to do because they don't have a manifesto. Makes no sense, Madam Speaker. The money spent on a manifesto, you might as well spend on community projects. Give it to the Anguilla Enhancement Project. Give it to the Anguilla Enhancement Project because the leader of the opposition, the member for Sandy Hill, said that the AUM administration placed the two banks in conservatorship. Madam Speaker, every time I hear that, right, place the two banks in conservatorship, I remembered, and I spoke about the leader of the Anguilla United Front, Mr. Osborne Fleming, before, and the fact that he was the chairman of the bank. But what I didn't say is that Mr. Osborne Fleming said that if the ECCB doesn't come into Anguilla and say get involved in those banks, that people are going to wake up and there'll be no money for them. There'll be no money for them. That's a matter of public record, and the audio is there universally for everybody to hear. He spoke about it. And Madam Speaker, the banks collapse under the weight of a significant high percentage of NPLs, Madam Speaker. NPLs is non-performing loans. The threshold is 5%. Banks had well over 50% NPLs, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition will want you to believe that the banking situation crisis started in 2013. But when the leader of the opposition, Ms. Cora Richardson Hodge, was a member of the board of directors of the National Bank of Anguilla, she already knew that the banks were in trouble. And how do I know that she knew? Because in 2009, a vehicle was created called the Anguilla Social Security Investment Company, ASIDCO. And ASIDCO was created as an emergency vehicle to funnel some liquidity to the National Bank of Anguilla to keep the bank afloat. $20 million through the Cinnamon Reef Project, Madam Speaker. A project that had a valuation in the peak times of $2.7 million. $20 million? With the government having to hold the bag at $300,000 a month. So she knew that the bank was in trouble. She knew. And when we came to office in 2010, I received a call from one of the directors of the bank, CCB, namely. We need to meet. This is the same week, you know. We need to meet. This is emergency. I was like, what's going on? You'll know when we meet. Spoke to the Chief Minister, spoke to Dr. Harrigan, who's the Permanent Secretary of Economic Development, and the Permanent Secretary of Finance was Ms. Kathleen Rogers. And four of us met with the Board of Directors of the Caribbean Commercial Bank at a conference room at the Caribbean Commercial Bank. There was Starry Benjamin, the CEO of the bank, Osmond Fleming, the chairman of the bank, and all the other directors. Bank in trouble. But it wasn't as bad as NBA. And we also met with board of directors of NBA. NBA was bad. Real bad, based on what they say. It was bad. And what they were asking for is time. They needed time to try to remedy the situation because the banks were so bad. So how is it we come to office in February of 2010? After knowing these things occurred in 2009, and after NBA declared in 2007 that they had $1 billion in assets, in 2009 on the verge of collapse, Madam Speaker, how is it that the AUM collapsed the banks? It doesn't make any sense.
Make it make sense.
Madam Speaker, and then we gave them time. We were trying to meet with them, having meetings with them. They blaming each other. Madam Speaker, and pressures coming from London, pressures coming from Canada, pressures coming from the IMF officials, pressures coming from the ECCB, pressures even coming from Mr. Fleming, who was the chairman of CCB, saying, listen, y'all need to get the ECCB in here, the ECCB. Otherwise, the people will lose everything. And so, in March of 2013, Director Cora Richardson Hodge tendered her resignation from the bank. And in August 13th of 2013, the ECCB came in on a Friday afternoon. And Madam Speaker, the discussions were held, the challenges, the severe challenges. And they say they will develop a resolution and a report, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the Chief Minister at the time, Mr. Hughes, said, we need other resolution options if you're going to develop a resolution. And the British government said, I can't remember the minister at the time, he said they will fund PricewaterhouseCoopers to develop those other resolution options. And Madam Speaker, no matter how we prod and pray, James Doddridge. And a joint letter was written by James Doddridge and Hubert Hughes to Sir K. Dwight Venner of the ECCB in 2014, November 2014, saying, why is this thing taking so long? Why? It's taking too long. We need that information. And you know when the information came to the shores of Anguilla? August of 2015. And who was in office? The Anguilla United Front. We never saw it. We never saw it. It was the Anguilla United Front who destroyed CCB and NBA. Because they're the ones who took the shares from the owners. They're the ones who took the shares from the owners. I'm not saying it's a good decision or a bad decision, but it's a factual statement. And because of that, we are here with the text that we have. But we are owning this particular version of GST because they wouldn't have done it this way. They have gone on record saying they would not have done GST in the manner in which we have done it. So this is a matter of fact, a statement of fact, even during this debate, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, they've been, the ECCB, before they even came into Anguilla, they tried and tried and tried and tried. And they decided to send a man on the ground, Madam Speaker, by the name of Andre Ayton, Madam Speaker, to help them to navigate through the challenge, Madam Speaker, so that the ECCB would not have to come in. They sent people on the ground to help. But did they listen? No. They didn't listen. And he got so frustrated I decided to leave. But he wrote, Madam Speaker, and he said, and I'm quoting from what he wrote, the problems facing the bank have their genesis in the extremely poor governance that has been a consistent feature.
But can you quote for the record where that was?
Andrew Ayton, he was the
cited?
advisor who came in from the ECCB to work with the board of directors of NBA, in which the honorable member for Sand Hill was a part of. Madam Speaker.
I'm just wondering where you cited, just a citation from.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but where did he write that?
He wrote it to us.
Okay.
He went on to say, well, let me read it again because the people in the back didn't hear me. He said, the problems facing the bank have their genesis. You know what genesis is? Their beginning. Genesis. Important word, Madam Speaker. The problems facing the bank have their genesis in the extremely poor governance that has been a consistent feature. What is governance? Extremely poor governance. You want to govern a country? But you already shown extremely poor governance. Coupled with the highly visible management deficiencies and the lack of leadership, the dismal performance on all fronts is not an unexpected income. 2 critical words here. Sorry, 4 critical words. Lack of leadership. I look across the aisle and that's what I see. And the next word.
On a
Impute
point of
improper
order,
motive, member, please. Let us not impute improper motive.
on a point of order, Madam Speaker, I've been listening to the member and you're not that interested in interrupting, although there are a number of misrepresentations made in his presentation. But I want to say that in particular, the single island-wide member, the Honorable Mr. Ken Hodge, who is in this House on the government side today, was a government-appointed board director at the time. And in fact, he was a government-appointed board director at the time when the ECCB came in. And so when the member is making accusations about poor leadership as a result of me being on NBA's board at the time, I think that is misrepresentative of him to not address the fact that on the government side sits a board member who was appointed by the government of the day and who was a part of the decision making. So it's not that as a director, he sat and made no decision. He was a part of the decision-making process. And I need to put that for the record so that people can understand that when pointing fingers, you have to understand that there's responsibility on all sides. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I just realized, point of order, the honourable member did not quite give the whole story. Let the record show, Madam Speaker, I was appointed by the government of Mr. Hughes, but let the record also show that this director stayed the course and he did not resign, one, and two, this particular director was instrumental in arranging several meetings between the board of directors and the chief minister at the time, Mr. Hubert Hughes, as well as having appearances at Executive Council of the board of directors to discuss the very pressing issues at the bank. So this particular director was very instrumental in bringing the issues at the bank to the attention of the government of the day of Mr. Hughes. I just want that to be shown for the record. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We'll
Speaker,
continue.
if I may, on a point. Okay, thank you. As I was indicating, I'm speaking in relation to the member's contribution on a point of order. The member indicated all of the work that he would have done as a member of the board in terms of bringing the issues of NBA to the attention of the government at the time. And he made mention of meetings with board directors, and I want to ask the member whether or not I would have been part of those meetings that he would have called, because my recollection is that I was not part of those meetings. I just want clarity on that.
Madam Speaker, a lot of these meetings would have transpired after the member would have taken her leave at the board, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, but I think reference is made to what was happening before those decisions were taken. Just let the member continue. Yes.
Thank you very much, member. Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much, Leader of the Opposition, for the needed break. Madam Speaker, the 4 words, I didn't finish the last word, but the last word was front. So let me read it again before I was disturbed and interrupted. Coupled with the highly visible management deficiencies and lack of leadership, lacking the ability to lead, unable to lead effectively and efficiently, lacking leadership, the dismal performance on all fronts. Front is not an unexpected outcome. The lack of leadership of the Anguilla United Front will take us back to failures and failures and failures. Management deficiencies, yes, but the lack of leadership is what we are fearful of in this country. And that is why we can't go back to the front. I will continue to read, Madam Speaker. Whilst the unfavorable economic climate post-2008, listen carefully, may be cited as a casual factor of the current state of affairs, the combination of the earlier identified fundamental weaknesses would arguably have made such an outcome under any circumstances, which means, therefore, that a lack of leadership and the poor governance, even if we had a vibrant economy, the results may have been prolonged, the pain may have been prolonged, but the patient will ultimately die, perished. Efforts to rehabilitate the institution, in other words, is, as Dr. Webster would say, efforts to resuscitate the patient, must begin in earnest on these two very critical fronts if success is to be achieved on a sustainable basis. This short paper serves to summarize some of the specific actions recommended in these regards, and thereafter some of the near-term structural and organizational changes that are likely to lead to the reestablishment of a functional operation. And Madam Speaker, it outlaid the things that needed to be done by May 31st, 2013, by June 1st, 2013, all of these things, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, you think they didn't? No. As Super Captain would say, no. They ignored them, Madam Speaker. Ignored it. Just like they ignored their manifesto and promise to the people. They ignored this, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is misrepresenting the position in terms of the Anguilla United Front and the board of directors of the NBA and CCB, and in this particular case, NBA. And I want the member to refrain from combining the two and giving the people of Anguilla the impression that the members of the Anguilla United Front were members of the board at that time. The elected members of the Anguilla United Front at that time were not members of the board. And the board is a separate entity, separate and apart from political parties. And so when the member is speaking and he's going between the two, he's given the impression to the public that the board of NBA and the Anguilla United Front are one and the same, and that is not correct. Furthermore, there is no evidence that he's presented which suggests that all of the members of the board were Anguilla United Front supporters, none at all. And so I would ask him to refrain from combining the two and misleading the public into believing that the party and the board are one and the same.
Madam Speaker, in 2020, tourism was closed down. We're not going to criticize the decision one way or the next, but the decision to close the country was a decision that was made because there were 3 positive COVID tests. That was the decision. So tourism was considered unessential. Construction was considered essential. And there were a number of construction projects that was going on, and they deemed them to be essential. So the construction workers could work. Fishermen could fish limitedly. There were protests by fishermen too. I don't know if you recall that, Madam Speaker. We even attended a meeting done by the legendary Ed Carty. Premier and I were there. Right? And Madam Speaker, construction was important to them. Infrastructure was important to them. It's not important to us. It's not important to the Anguillan people under the Anguilla Progressive Movement. It's only important to the Anguillan people under the Anguilla United Front. That is what they say. On the first anniversary of this administration coming to office, the member for Sandy Hill gave a speech. And in that speech, she says the wisdom of the Anguilla United Front was to sign the definitive agreement for Marina and Sandy Ground, because once the construction for the Anguilla program projects were over, then they could move to Sandy Ground and drown out all the people in building Marina. That's what they did. They said, and Madam Speaker, who knew? that there was a definitive agreement for Marina and San Negron. The people of San Negron didn't know. When we learned of it, we did a public consultation with the people of San Negron at Roy's Bayside Grill. And then we did another one at the Teachers Resource Center, Madam Speaker. We went to the people once we found out. We went to the people. They did this, negotiated these agreements, both a memorandum of understanding and a definitive agreement, unprecedented, without the people. And they say that we don't care about people. When we bring everything to the people, everything we bring to the people, so much so that we've been criticized for going to the people. Just as a member for Valley South, the Honorable Deanne Kendish Rogers have been criticized for focusing on education too much. Imagine that. I have heard United Front pundits on radio claim that the only thing Hayden Hughes seems to be focused on is tourism and infrastructure. And that he has lost his way because he's focused on tourism and infrastructure. And when I look at the portfolio that was conferred upon me by the Honorable Premier, I see Minister of Tourism and Infrastructure. Yet I'm being criticized by the United Front pundits for focusing on the portfolio in which I was given. I mean, Parliamentary Secretary,
Make it make sense.
make it make sense. Make it make sense. And Madam Speaker, tourism came at a screeching halt. The hoteliers were like, why can't those people who are here stay here? Why do they have to leave? Why can't we be essential too? And Madam Speaker, we too, when we came to office, the Premier said we have to increase our appetite for risk. We cannot continue with this country just giving people $800 or $1,000 to try to survive. It's not sustainable. We need to increase our appetite for risk. And led the way through the minister, the now Minister of Sustainability, who was the Parliamentary Secretary of Tourism, to reopen this country. A lot of those meetings, the member for Valley North was part of, because she was well included, Madam Speaker. We included her because we were inclusive, Madam Speaker. We worked together to achieve that goal, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, once they were open, we had different concepts. We had a bubble concept. We get a lot of licks for that. Oh, how you could have a bubble. You know, you're doing this, you're going to kill all the people, etc., etc. We got a lot of blows for it. Even when we decided to open, they went down to the governor to complain to the governor that we were opening the country, putting the people at risk. Imagine that. Imagine that. Everything that we have tried to do to help the people of Anguilla, they have complained about. You name it. Bypass, Airport Road, Valley Main Road, resurfacing of the airport, everything. MRI machine, improvements at the hospital, even the plans to develop a track. Man. But it's exciting though, isn't it? It's exciting. And every time they criticize, I get more motivated. What more can we do? What more can we do, Madam Speaker? And that's what we keep on asking, what more can we do? And Madam Speaker, when we opened the tourism sector, there was a huge cluster of COVID. In no time, 70-something cases. But did we say everybody got to leave? Did we shut down the tourism sector? You know what we did? Make it essential.
And on that note, member, because tourism is a big topic, the Assembly is requesting recess for lunch, and you can pick up on your tourism sector when we are back in an hour's time.
Okay.
Is everyone okay with that? Okay.
It's getting warm, Madam Speaker.
I know, tourism big. Okay. So, this honorable house stands in recess until, what's it, 1:35 p.m. Thank you, members. I believe, yeah, member for Road South seems to be ready. We are in the debate of a bill for appropriation 2025 Act 2024.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hope everybody is sufficiently energized and have had a requisite caloric intake and have not inundated their systems with too many carbs, because carbs have the tendency to make you sleepy. So I made sure that I had my lunch with a cup of black. No coffee, no sugar, no cream. And Madam Speaker, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition spoke to negotiating $100 million with the British government as part of the COVID relief package, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if it was the Anguilla United Front who negotiated it, because I know prior to it being found somehow in the public, the member for West End did not see it. The member for Sandy Hill did not see it. The Honorable Jose Van der Poel did not see it, and certainly the Honorable Member for Valley North did not see it. It was signed by the Anguilla United Front, nevertheless, and subjected us to particular agreements, Madam Speaker. And in an interview on Class FM in the advent just before the 2020 general election, May of 2020, the Anguilla United Front said, the reason why they are moving forward with GST is because the country, Anguilla, has needs. We know it was more than that. It was also because the grace period for the loans had expired. There was a depositors trust agreement. There was a promissory note of $214 million from Social Security. And our debt had increased exponentially. And the Anguilla United Front said that the British government, the people of England, were making sacrifices, and we in Anguilla also needed to make sacrifices. And this was a generous aid package. It came with a number of conditions, Madam Speaker. Case in point, if the government of Anguilla, including the incoming Anguilla Progressive Movement, were to grant you a concession, a duty-free concession of $20, they would take $20 out of it. So it was basically a double whammy. You're losing $20 million in concession, and then they were taking the $20 million on the other side. Even with that, we came to this Honorable House time and time again, Madam Speaker, to grant concessions. And this administration, because of its forward thinking, have decided to come up with a conditional concession policy. This will be coming very shortly, Madam Speaker, in which there are certain institutions and organizations which should not be subjected to the constant having to go to Executive Council, to Parliament, and so forth for duty-free concessions. Institutions such as religious organizations, for example. That's just one example, Madam Speaker. And that does not extend to my business or your business or any foreign direct investment, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, that agreement came with stringent conditions, and those conditions insisted on the forward thrust towards the implementation of the GST. Although I would say this, I do not believe that needed to be in the agreement, because without the forward thrust towards implementation of GST, we would have been in a situation where we either would have had defaulted on our debt, or the British government would have had to step in and pay that debt and take over certain aspects of the administration of this country, in particular the Ministry of Finance. There's a lot of things that we are facing now, Madam Speaker. And I've often said that would have been best for either the Anguilla United Front if they were in office, or the Anguilla Progressive Movement if we were in office, to implement GST ourselves. It's better for us to do it than for them to do it. because they would have been void of any sympathies and any cultural nuances that we may have had. They would have just done it lock, stock, and barrel. No exemptions, no zero rated, 17%. And this is what it is, and administer it to the strictest form of the law. We were able to soften that blow after significant and widespread public consultations. We were able to soften the blow. And as the single ILO right member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, would say, swallow that bitter pill. But you hear the Anguilla United Front saying that they will get rid of it. They will do some relief that we continue to do. But at the same time, while they will be reducing the revenue, they want to maintain services. And I have often said that the Anguilla United Front comes to office, that they will get rid of Senior Shield. They would get rid of Junior Shield. They would stop the airport development in the manner in which it's moving forward. And the member for Sand Hill had said that they would have not moved forward with the development of the airport in a manner that we have done so. They have said that time and time and time again. Madam Speaker, and she's not telling the lies when it comes to that. They have not done airport expansion at all. And the only way they would have been considering airport expansion is through a vehicle that could not be possible, Madam Speaker. The Anguilla United Front, even after the recommendations of Don Mitchell in terms of transparency and accountability and good governance, they rejected those ideas because they had different plans, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, you know the Honorable Single Island member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, gave a speech in Island Harbor, and he spoke about swimming and end up on a beacon, right? He was not thrown overboard, you know, Madam Speaker. He was not thrown overboard. He decided to climb off the boat and to go into shark-infested waters. And now he's swimming with the sharks. We didn't throw him into the shark-infested waters. None of those people that he claimed that we threw overboard, Madam Speaker. All of them left. That happens in politics. Some people will stay, some people will leave, some people will have their own personal interests, and they will leave. And they think that they have a good thing. They think that they have a good thing. But I know the Honorable Joseph and the pool guy is head on. And if he would be so stupid to fall into the trap of Eddie, he'd be crazy. I know he has his head on. Because if Eddie had his way, he wouldn't be sitting in this parliament today. He'll be hanging out behind this building, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Mitch Lake, one of the biggest critics of this administration. That's fine to be a critic. But have they ever asked him, why is it he's no longer supporting this administration? But if I have to say why he's no longer supporting this administration, why he jumped off the boat, then let it be said. You did not put your name on a ballot, yet after the elections, you are going to say to a duly elected premier that every morning at 6 o'clock, you must report to me for instructions and to be given an update on what transpired the day before. How is that possible? But you grab Cardell to run because you think that that's going to be the vehicle for you to dictate to the government instructions in a report? No. According to Super Captain, no. Put your name on the ballot. That way, you don't have to be dictating to the duly elected or to the premier. Giving instructions The principle of collective responsibility. Executive Council and doing protests against GST. Meanwhile, you say, get GST out of the way as soon as possible so we can move forward. And then you pretend as if you're opposed to GST when you say to me, don't talk about GST on the platform because we got to do it. It'll be good for Anguilla. Come on. Come on. So the sharks are all aligned. It's so good when you see the great white and the hammerhead sharks all swimming together, Madam Speaker. The perch. And sometimes you have natural retrenchment, Madam Speaker. And that's how it happens. Premier, with a nice straw hat. Yeah, you get elected, but 6 o'clock in the morning, you have to call me for instructions every morning and give me a report on what happened yesterday. Well, he didn't become premier because he was a soft egg. And a lot of people look at the honorable premier and think because he's quiet and he listens more than he speaks, you can run over him. But I'm so proud to be part of an administration that has a strong man at the helm. That's what you need, a strong man. And when a strong lady too, strong. Not somebody who lack leadership, Madam Speaker, and is cited with poor, extremely poor governance. He's a strong individual, Madam Speaker. And that's what we have in the Honorable Premier. May he live long and continue to govern this country into the foreseeable future, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, and then we came to office. And then he comes and says, we have brought to Anguilla this consortium of investment, and went to the public and say, we brought to the Premier and his government this consortium of investment that if it's implemented, you don't need to do GST. So we have a company out of Trinidad called Treadco, and they're going to develop the airport. We have a company to develop the Blown Point Ferry Terminal. They're going to give you the Valley Main Road too. Since you want the Valley Main Road, they're going to throw that in too. Oh, they're going to give you $30 million for the hospital as well. Whatever you want. Give. I learned many, many years ago by a man by the name of Robert Bob Johnson that there's no free lunches. You think that any entity was coming to Anguilla to give us gifts of an airport, seaport, cruise facility, and list goes on, Madam Speaker? Give. Do you think that they actually brought them to Anguilla? Because, Madam Speaker, in 2019, they set up through ASPA something called the ASPA Development Corporation, the SPV. Madam Speaker, 2019, write it down. And in this ASPA Development Corporation, they were supposed to have these companies to do the development. As Curtis Richardson said, that they were trying to make the baby, bigger than the mother, Madam Speaker. In this special purpose vehicle, they engaged the services of a gentleman by the name of Dr. Kennedy Shrawat Singh, and he held an office down in the Fair Play Mall. And Madam Speaker, it came to the attention of the British officials, Madam Speaker. And on the 31st of October 2019, Mr. Tim Foy, Governor of Anguilla, wrote a 4-page document longer than the budget address of 1977 with his concerns. And he wrote it to Minister Richardson because Minister Richardson was the minister responsible for ASPA. And it was copied to the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge and the Honorable Cardigan Connor. So what I'm saying here, they are fully aware. They have copies of this letter that was penned by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Tim Foy, speaking about the unlawful actions, Madam Speaker. They didn't care. In India Manifesto, Madam Speaker, they spoke about improved transparency and accountability. But here is it. This special purpose vehicle, where in the letter it spoke about the fundamental issues of lawfulness. Furthermore, the SPV's pursuit of activities beyond those set out in the ASPA Act risk blurring roles and responsibility of government ministries, department, and accounting officers. Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front, the sharks are swimming together, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, even before that, they were doing work. And at the helm of it was the special advisor to the Anguilla United Front, who they took a memorandum to the Executive Council trying to pay him $500,000. Members of the Executive Council included the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill, Cora Richardson Hodge. And even though the Honorable Member for West End was not a member of the Executive Council, he was present. And because of the unlawful nature in which it was being done, it could not pass the smell test. And the Attorney General, Governor, and Deputy Governor had to push back, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, they continued to push these projects, Madam Speaker, all throughout the better part of 2019, Madam Speaker. So much so, Madam Speaker, that His Excellency the Governor had to write to the Secretary of State about the possibility of suspending in part or in whole the Constitution of Anguilla. The risk, Madam Speaker, the risk involved. And Madam Speaker, on the 4th of December 2019, the Governor wrote to Mr. Ben Merrick, Director of the Overseas Territories Directorate, regarding this situation, Madam Speaker. That's where they were taking us. Into dangerous, uncharted waters that even Kyle Hodge wouldn't have been able to swim through. That is where he was taking us. Even Lord Tariq Ahmad of Wimbledon, Minister of State of the Overseas Territories, got involved. Madam Speaker, this is where the Anguilla United Front was taking us and will take us if we come back to office, if they come back to office in the next 10 years. On the 5th of December 2019, Madam Speaker, Lord Tariq, the Minister for the Overseas Territories, wrote to the Governor, and he said, "Dear Tim, I have seen a copy of your letter of 4th December to Ben Merrick, Director of the Overseas Territories, regarding the establishment of the Anguilla Air and Seaports Authority Development Corporation. I have also seen the copy of the Anguilla Attorney General's advice regarding this matter and agreed that the establishment of this subsidiary appears to be unlawful. But what is unlawful? Unlawful? It sounds to me like illegal. How could the single Illinois member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, jump off the boat and swim with the sharks in shark-infested water when he knew that this is what was being done, because we all have seen it for ourselves? But you know, Madam Speaker, there was a man by the name of Jonah. And Jonah was sent on a mission by God. And while he was on the boat, because he decided to deviate from his mission, the seas became rough, Madam Speaker, and they threatened to kill them all. And Jonah, recognizing that he was placing all of those on the boat at risk, decided that he should jump off of that boat. And he jumped off the boat. Jonah jumped off the boat, Madam Speaker. And he was swallowed up by a big fish. Madam Speaker, how prophetic it was back then, that'll be manifested in reality today. And Madam Speaker, it goes on. The Anguilla Air and Seaports Authority, as per Act, does not provide the board with the permission to create such a subsidiary, and the scope of its proposed activities appear to go well beyond the Act empowers ASPA to do. Furthermore, I agree that the establishment of this subsidiary presents a risk to Anguilla's already fragile public finances. And I am also concerned that this subsidiary bylaws appear to lead to a lack of accountability and transparency. What they promise and what they do are light years apart, putting this country at risk time and time and time and time again. And as Chris Melford Gomes says, the experiment of the Anguilla United Front has failed and continue to fail. We don't use beacons anymore. We had one in Sombrero. We don't do it anymore. Everything is now digital, AI generated. But they jump off a sophisticated boat into shark-infested waters to go to a beacon. Parliamentary Secretary? Make it make sense. Madam Speaker, it went on to state, I would therefore urge you to press the Premier to ensure that the subsidiary body is disbanded and to note that UK ministers share your concerns. In accordance with the Anguilla Constitution, you are required to consult the Executive Council in relation to decisions concerning this matter. I authorize you to act otherwise than in accordance with the advice you receive, if in your opinion it would be expedient in the interest of public order, of public faith, to act in accordance with that advice. However, if it becomes clear that Cabinet will not take the requisite action, please refer back to London before taking further steps. Yours sincerely, Lord Ahmad. Madam Speaker, do you understand the risk to this country? And then when we came to office, the same person who wanted the Premier to report to him at 6 o'clock every morning is coming and saying, listen, you guys got to do this. And if you don't do this, we're going to tear a new hole in your back. And guess what? We couldn't. We couldn't do it. A new administration come into office, knowing that an experienced administration such as Anguilla United Front, because that's what the campaign on experience, was running the risk of removing the duly elected people in Anguilla for the foreseeable future to be run by British civil servants. And should we do that to the people of Anguilla who just came out of an election in 2020? No. No. And today, they say they can't wait to see us out of office. One of those guys said, even if he has to go broke. So the Anguilla United Front looking for money just across the street right here. I'll say the alphabets, A, B, C, I'll stop at that. But if that's where it is, Madam Speaker, that's where it is. All the way down to December the 23rd. Wow, almost Christmas Day. Almost Christmas Day. Madam Speaker, there's so much documentation on this. I don't need to go through all of it, Madam Speaker, in the interest of time. So when they talk about they will be going another route for the development of the airport, Madam Speaker, there was no ambition to develop an airport. None. There are several people who have come to our shows over the last few decades, Madam Speaker, talking about airport development. When I was a member of the Anguilla United Movement Administration, Madam Speaker, we had a committee that was set up. I was a member of that committee. Vincent Proctor, Marvin Foster Rogers, etc., looking at airport development. And we had several people come to our shows say they would like to develop airport. As a matter of fact, there was one time when Hubert Benjamin Hughes said, oh, we can lease the airport for $1. I don't know if you remember that, and created a whole controversy. So much so he wanted the development of the airport. So he was like, okay, you could take it because it's a liability in terms of financial thing, but we'll get the back end in terms of the economic development from the development of the airport. Many people came to our shows talking about airport, Madam Speaker. When we came to office, there was an old entrustment that was signed by the Anguilla United Front with the Canadian Commercial Corporation, CCC, Madam Speaker. When we got the information of who they are, which is a subsidiary of the Ministry of Finance in Canada, Madam Speaker, and that the British government, the Canadian government, and everybody had a good relationship, we started to pursue that option as well. The same option. And we entered into a memorandum of understanding, Madam Speaker, with the Canadian Commercial Corporation. And at the end of it, you know where it went? Nowhere. But in order for us to develop an airport, Madam Speaker, there was a requirement to develop an airport master plan. Now, the member for Sand Hill spoke about having a team to look at expansion of the runway. And there was money in the budget for 2020 to look at that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there was also money in the budget in 2019 for $100 million infrastructure plan by the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker. $100 million infrastructure plan by the Anguilla United Front. And you know how much of it was done? Zero. A big fat zero. And I can recall at a meeting with the Anguilla Chamber of Commerce and Industry in 2015 with the Anguilla United Front, the Minister of Infrastructure sitting next to the Chief Minister at the time, who became the Premier, Mr. Victor Banks, and other members of the administration, the entire administration was there. He said that they will have the Valley Main Road completed by September of 2017. They will have it completed by September of 2017. The premier laughed at the time. He laughed. He was like, what are you talking about? Madam Speaker, this was 2015. When we came to office in 2020, not one movement was made towards that realization. So even as it relates to that, even when you make that promise, you didn't go back and start the work to get us to that point. It will be completed by 2017, Madam Speaker. Completed, not started. Because if you say started, then you could have used the excuse of Hurricane Irma. But completed, Madam Speaker. The member for Sandy Hill said, the doctor said he had a plan, but all we saw was an 11-point plan. That's what she said. The doctor said they had a plan, but all we saw was an 11-point plan. Isn't that contradicting itself? You're saying the doctor said we had a plan, but all we saw was an 11-point plan? So the plan isn't the 11-point plan? What is the plan that you plan on planning to show that the plan is planned? I don't know. But there was a 15-point plan by the Anguilla United Front, and that have already gone through and showed, demonstrated that the grade was a X, Madam Speaker. An X. But if you look at the 11-point plan, Madam Speaker, if you look at the 11-point plan, at no point in this 11-point plan, you see any plan to get rid of tourism, or in the words of the member for Sandy Hill, to diversify totally away from tourism. But what it said is that we will improve national security and community policing and public CCTV. We will improve national security through community policing and public CCTV. Now I'll tell you this. There was a committee that was chaired by the Parliamentary Secretary, if I'm not mistaken, that former Commissioner of Police, Mr. Rudolph Proctor, served on. And they made a presentation in this Honorable House, Madam Speaker. And the former Commissioner of Police, Mr. Rudolph Proctor, stood up in this Parliament and he spoke to the fact that there was a pilot project with CCTV many years ago on the Albert Lake Drive, Madam Speaker. And it was effective and it was completed. It was abandoned. Abandoned. Years ago, we could have had CCTV, but where was the drive? Where was the desire to make it happen? We could have done it. Tick. Upgrade the physical infrastructure, including the Valley Main Road. Madam Speaker, part of the 11-point plan, that the leader of the opposition says that the doctor said he had a plan, all we saw was the 11-point plan. Upgrade the physical infrastructure, including the Valley Main Road, Madam Speaker. Has it been done? Check. Reformation of the education system to better prepare our people. TVET Center, significant investments in education, the investments through the public funds of the Vivian Van Der Poel Primary School. Check. Expanding tourism through marketing to new markets and promoting medical and sports tourism. Madam Speaker. And we're making those investments in sporting facilities. One will be in Island Harbor, one will be Blowing Point. We're still waiting on World Athletics on the track and field, and we're looking very good on that because all of those who have been given the no have been given the no, and we're still in the running. And we have had record tourism arrivals to this country. Record. Month after month with the exception of April. Record. And we're talking about 2% or 4%. We're talking up to 60%. Madam Speaker. Check. Transforming the fishing and agricultural sector, Madam Speaker. We have invested, Madam Speaker, into a hatchery. We have invested significant funds in the development of the poultry industry in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. Making links in terms of feed in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. Not hogging the feed, not holding the feed, but ensuring that everybody have access who in the industry. Our next set of chicks, they arrived already? They should have arrived already this week. Developing the hatchery. The hatchery is now operational. We have done our testing. It's working. The shade houses, water tanks, greenhouses, as you call them, to the farmers, Madam Speaker, to transform the sector. Check. Encourage small business development and niche market manufacturing. The legislative agenda, it's not only legislative agenda, but the legislation is being done, Madam Speaker. And we continue to support small businesses. We have granted funds to unlend to small businesses, Madam Speaker. We have developed and financed our Get Set program, Madam Speaker. And we continue to do so. And we'll have a comprehensive manufacturing policy. Comprehensive because, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, back in 2010, he and I together spearheaded the development of manufacturing policy. He was not in government at the time. He probably didn't even have political ambitions. And we worked together because he brought the idea and we worked on it, he and I. And we got it to Executive Council through the Minister of Finance. We even got it to Parliament. And then, over the time, and he can tell you what it was to give manufacturers, local manufacturers, up to 10 years duty-free concessions and tax breaks, so long as your staffing component reached a particular threshold in terms of percentile of local workers. And when the United Front came to office, Kyle Hodge and I attended a meeting at La View Hotel Conference Room where when we brought it up, the United Front said that it was nothing more than a couple lines on a scrap of paper. Remember that? Okay, I'm not lying. And we fought together for that. Madam Speaker. You are the Minister of Economic Development, don't ask me that. But he's working on it, just said that earlier. So, yes, he's definitely working on it. It's part of the legislative agenda that was presented in Parliament. If you were present, you would have known. But you're absent most of the time. But Madam Speaker, as I was saying, we worked on that together, and they discarded it, said that it was nothing more than a few lines on a piece of paper, and they will bring back something more comprehensive. And that meeting was held at La View Conference Room in 2015. And then we came to office in 2025 years later, after they sidelined the manufacturing policy. And the new Minister of Economic Development said, hey, we got to work on this. 2 years. I can't say where it was. I'm sure he did work on it. I'm not going to take it away from Mr. Kyle Hodge. He probably did some work. But a lot more comprehensive work has been coming, and he will be part of the consultation when that time comes very shortly. And you'll have something that is meaningful. Check. You don't have to finish. We're working on it. We have delivered. The member for Ballina just started giggling and say, oh, checking it ain't finished. That's true. Yeah. Check it ain't finished. They don't want to say check, so let's give it a half mark then. Let's give it that 50%. We're going to give it a full 100%. We'll give it a 50%. But Madam Speaker, I'll say this. When we say that we are going to do something, we've done it. And even members of the opposition in this debate have said so. We'll get to that. I took my notes, Madam Speaker. I took my notes so much so that I went and I typed them over. My handwriting isn't the best, so I had to type them over, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, so when we say we will do it, we will do it. People in Anguilla were complaining for many years because of that draconian law that prohibited tint in Anguilla. An unfair law that the United Front put in place where my vehicle, because it was manufactured, was so dark that even if you put your head to the glass, you couldn't see through it. That's how dark it was. But it was fine because it was manufactured. But if Joseph Van der Poel pulled up with his Jaguar and he applied a slight film of tint on those glass to protect the interior of his car, he was penalized. It was a bad law, so much so that almost 2 decades ago, Keatley F.T. Lake wrote an article speaking about that law and how bad that law was. And then, I believe it was in 2020, Joseph Van der Poel, the Commissioner of Police, Paul Morrison at the time, they said they will do something about it. Was it 2020?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, if I could just clarify, because what's being stated so far is a misrepresentation. The Commissioner and myself did not spearhead or say that we'd be the ones to do something about it. In fact, we were reached out to by Joni and some members of the community who put together a meeting of a committee of sorts that met with the police to come up with the draft regulations for how the tint law should be amended. I believe these are the same draft regulations that, upon coming to office, the minister would have enacted, because at that point it was just a draft. In fact, I would have sat in meetings at the police station with the minister present, with persons from the community and the police officers to negotiate the final specifications. So while the minister may say that they did it, the lack of collaborative effort and to pretend that this is something that me and the commissioner were going to do isolatedly when he knows that I was involved in the process even after he was a minister is a misrepresentation, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I did not say that it was only he and the commissioner. There was a newspaper article in which he, the commissioner, and other persons were standing saying they were going to do something about the tint law. Months transpired, Madam Speaker. We came to office, and months after, we were visited by the same individuals that the single elevated member spoke about. There were no draft regulations, Madam Speaker. I can tell you that as a matter of fact. There were no draft regulations because we had to go to Executive Council.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order. When he says that there are no draft regulations, what the member often fails to acknowledge is that even though I was appointed as a member, a nominated member before, I have never in my life sat down within Executive Council or as a member of Executive Council. What I was stating is the regulations, the specifications, the final thing that is now in law was taken by Executive Council to you after we drafted it. So when you're saying I was never in Executive Council, how can you blame me for... Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Because it appears to me that he's suggesting that there's months of inaction that I had the power to put it into law.
I am not blaming the single elevated member at all. I am not blaming him at all. Because it wasn't his role, his job, it wasn't within his remit of jurisdiction. I'm not blaming him. I don't know if he misunderstands. He's a brilliant man. Soon he'll be a doctor. He'll be calling him the Honorable Dr. Joseph Van der Poel. One of few, rarefied air. So he's a brilliant guy. I'm not blaming him, Madam Speaker. Don't misunderstand me. What I said is that there was a newspaper article where he was standing with Morrison and other persons talking about changes that needed to be done with the tint law. But when we came to office, Madam Speaker, there were no draft instructions and no draft regulations relating to the tint law. There were none. We had to provide instructions through Executive Council. And I'm not saying that he could have done it because he couldn't, because he wasn't a member of Executive Council. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not blaming him at all. At all. It wasn't his job to do so. He was just part of the civil society who wanted to see change. But he didn't have the authority or the power to do it. But he wanted to see change. So just like every ordinary citizen who wanted the change, he was advocating for that change just the same. And when they came to us advocating for the change, is when through the ministry, because the Ministry of Infrastructure holds that portfolio, gave instructions by a paper drafted by the Permanent Secretary Karim Hodge to the Executive Council to start the process. And then we met, and Jose too was in those meetings. And we decided what we were going to do as it relates to the regulations. And then once that was done, the regulations was drafted. It went to Executive Council for ratification, and then came to this honorable House, Madam Speaker. It's not a blame that I'm blaming. Hope you understand. Good. No, it was done. But it was bad to begin with, because I can recall driving one day, more than 10 years ago, Madam Speaker, my vehicle. And the police were standing next to the side of the road, and I see them stopping vehicles. I wasn't driving fast, so I pulled up and I asked, what were they doing? They said they were testing for tint. So I said, test my vehicle, because I know my vehicle was pitch black. And let me tell you something. It was almost zero visibility. That's how unfair it was, Madam Speaker. So because my vehicle was manufactured tint, I benefited. But if Kyle's van, the member's van, would apply a little bit of tint, he was being ticketed and asked to remove the tint right away. This is not a blame. This is about action. This is about doing. This is about listening to the people and making the changes that is necessary. That's why I always talk about Ronnie Fleming's suggestion 24 years ago to develop a bypass in George Hill to alleviate the traffic that we backed up during lunchtime and afternoons all the way to the valley, so much so that people will go all the way through Circuses, down through North Hill to get to the western side of the island, Madam Speaker. And immediately, we started looking at it. Immediately. Even the former minister, Mr. Curtis Richardson, has spoken about the bypass. Madam Speaker, as a matter of fact, there were some preliminary designs done before we came to office, but they were sitting there collecting dust. And then we had to engage the services of Cleveland Richards to finish the surveying and design. And it was only financed because of underspend from the resurfacing of the airstrip, Madam Speaker. And so when the leader of the opposition said that they were planning to have these flights coming to Anguilla in December of 2020, Madam Speaker, that is furthest from the truth. But I will say this to the leader of the opposition.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, on a point of order, when I spoke about the anticipation of American Airlines flight coming in, I was reading from a budget address in 2020 by the Honorable Victor Franklin Banks, who was the then Minister of Finance. So it wasn't Cora said anything. It was in the budget address that I read for the people of Anguilla. I just want to make that clear for the record and to ask the member to stop misrepresenting the position.
Madam Speaker, she's going to get up again the member is going to get up again on a point of order again, because Mr. Banks did not read in the budget address in 2020. All right? So I know she's going to get up again.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, there were two budgets that were passed in 2020 before elections. The first one was the original budget, and the second one was after COVID. So there is a 2020 budget, two budgets that were passed in this honorable house, differently constituted. And so as a member, before he gets up and continues going down the mistaken road, that he goes back and check the records.
Speaker, There was one record for 2020, one budget for 2020, and one budget for 2021. And I will say this. Let us say that in 2020, in January, or February, or March, or April, that the Anguilla United Front, and I'm going to say the Anguilla United Front, I'm not going to say Mr. Banks, because the principle of collective responsibility prevails. No budget can come to this honorable house without first being passed through Executive Council, where there's consensus on that budget. There must be consensus on that budget in the Executive Council that is comprised by the 5 ministers, but in that case it was 4 ministers, the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, the Honorable Evan McNeil Rogers, the Honorable Curtis Richardson, and the Honorable Victor Banks, plus the 2 ex officio members, the Honorable Dwight Hasford and the Honorable Perrin Bradley, had to agree, even though Cardigan Connor, the Honorable Cardigan Connor and the Honorable Everly Bradley was sitting in there, they didn't have a vote. But those members that I spoke to earlier had to agree in Executive Council that this was the budget and the spend, the expenditure, capital recurrent, and the revenue before first coming to this honorable house and presenting and passing that budget. It had to be agreed. So the budget is not only the Minister of Finance's budget, in the case of Mr. Banks, it's the government's budget. So if you think about it, and I'm glad that a member stood up and clarified that the budget came to the House late. Because the budget came to the House late then. Because the budget should have been read in December. Because our budgetary cycle is from January 1st to December 31st. So the budget came late. Later class. Madam Speaker. And she said that she didn't say American Airlines though, because there was no discussion about him surrounding American Airlines. So when the member just rose and spoke about American Airlines, that's a misrepresentation of the truth. Total misrepresentation. It wasn't American. There was no talk of American Airlines.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, if I said American Airlines, I would have meant airlift from the US to Anguilla. That is very specific. That's why I said in my budget address 2 days ago. And I will find a particular section. So if I just said American Airlines, I meant airlift because I repeated it during my budget presentation from the US to Anguilla, airlift.
Speaker, I thank the member for the clarification, but she did say American Airlines. She now clarified and say airlift. We can always go back to the recording. But that's neither here nor there. The people who are listening knows what she said. But let us now change it, according to her change, and keep changing as time move on, to airlift from America, from the United States of America. So, here is it. The member for Sand Hill saying in this honorable parliament that they were looking at airlift coming to Anguilla in December of 2020. But in 2019, the Honorable Cardigan Connor, the Honorable Curtis Richardson, Permanent Secretary of Tourism Larry Franklin, and Chair of the Tourist Board Donna Banks, flew off to New York under the premise that they were going to sign an agreement with JetBlue. Madam Speaker, nothing tall go so. Nothing tall go so. And I'm not going to blame Cardi, because that's what he was told. He was just going along for the ride and the smile. That's what he was told. And the announcement was made, and an article emerged in the Daily Herald that JetBlue will be flying to Anguilla on December the 19th, 2019. That's a matter of historical fact.
Sorry. Madam Speaker,
Yes, we did go to New York, and we did have meetings with executives of JetBlue because we were given a draft agreement which we would have shared with some of the hotel owners or general managers before we left. And regarding airlift, there were discussions with American Airlines and Delta. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There were no such discussions. But I'll say this too. The member for West End just got up and said that they went to New York and they met with JetBlue officials, Madam Speaker. JetBlue officials said they didn't meet with nobody from Anguilla. JetBlue officials said to us, after we were trying to meet with them, they didn't want to meet with us because Anguilla, they're blaming Anguilla, we are a different administration. Anguilla had made a particular announcement that was factually incorrect. That JetBlue was going to land in Anguilla on the 19th of December, 2019. That was an announcement that was in the Daily Herald and all over the Facebook pages of the Honorable Former Minister and shared by many members of the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker. We were all excited, but I was like, how is that possible? How is that possible, Madam Speaker? Only to realize that there were no such discussions, no such thing. There was a air services agreement that was drafted by, I forgot the name of the gentleman. Minister Gumsbury spoke to it. And in that air services agreement, Nicholas Wangler, in that air services agreement, there were certain things that would have been required to be done in Anguilla to facilitate a commercial flight out of the United States of America. And one of them would have been to increase the PCN, or the pavement classification number, Madam Speaker. And in that air services agreement, they said that the pavement classification number must be increased by the year 2021. So how is it that you had a flight coming in December 2019 or even December 2020, but in that draft air services agreement, not drafted by JetBlue, but drafted by Nicholas Wagner, is supposed to be done by December 2021? Parliamentary Secretary, make it make sense. And you know what, Madam Speaker? They flew off to New York, spent a few days in Manhattan, and then they flew back to Anguilla, and you never heard anything again. They didn't report, they didn't say, well, these are the challenges, these are the difficulties, these are the things that need to be done. Nothing. Radio silence all the way through, Madam Speaker. And in that, they had seat guarantees to the tune of millions of dollars that we would have to fund, Madam Speaker. These are matters of historical fact. I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up. And I wasn't blaming the member for West End. He was taken along for a ride. Because he knew that he was advised, along with the Minister of Infrastructure at the time, to not say anything in the public domain. And he can get up on a point of order, and I'll wait. So, Madam Speaker, he didn't rise. I was expecting him to rise and say, I was not telling the truth, I'm misrepresenting the truth. They were advised. And you know what they did with that advice? The same thing they did with the advice when they were advised to develop a deep water harbor port facility in Carito after spending tens of thousands of dollars to do a consultation on piers in Anguilla. And instead, they went down to Sanagrong and destroyed my beach. That's the beach in which I trained on, Madam Speaker, and an athlete representing Anguilla. I would climb down the little hill, what we would call it, and we'd run that beach. Today, the people of Anguilla, the people of Sandy Ground, cannot enjoy that beach because they destroyed it. They chopped up the beach by putting a facility, a dud, that now we have to live with for the next 50 years or less, because we got plans, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they were advised to develop a commercial port in Corridor. And even when they were having discussions on the possibility of a port in Sandy Ground, after they ignored the high price consultation, they were saying that that is not the best location for the port. Instead, it should be built over by Shannon Hill because the water over there is deep enough to handle anything. Instead, they built a pier in shallow waters with less than 17 feet draft. So big ships cannot come into Anguilla, Madam Speaker. This is the type of development plan that they have for Anguilla. Destroy the beach, displace people, and still the dreams and aspirations of those who came before us have not been realized because of the bad decisions that they have made. Destroy the beach. 2017, when everybody was scrambling for armor, is that when they started sneaking in. Put up the sign during the armor time, just after the hurricane, literally days after the hurricane. Displace the people in Sandy Ground. Destroy the beach because of international maritime rules. You can't now go from Dow Carty over to the Old Mariners. You can't. You have to climb up, go around to the village, or swim around the port. That's what they did to our beach, our beautiful Sandy Ground beach, Madam Speaker, that we played and frolicked in. The legacy of the Anguilla United Front. And we should be happy. And then, when we moved forward with the airport master plan that is required to do, Madam Speaker, and the consultation was done by globally experienced airport consultants, Avia NG, consulting with aviation professionals, those who use the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport, and those are yet to come to the Clayton J. Lloyd International. Consulting with ASI, which is the regulatory body for Anguilla. Consulting with the FAA, all of that work. And after the safety and security findings by ASI, safety and security findings that in 2016 caused a downgrade of the airport that impacted the business providers there, including Lloyd's Aviation, that the Honorable Single Member, Mr. Kyle Hard, suggested that the way to raise the revenues is just tax the jets. They're already being taxed, good sir. Tax the jets, they can pay more. But Madam Speaker, after we went through what is required in order to facilitate airport development in Anguilla in the airport master plan, and they came back with the way this airport is supposed to be built and developed, Madam Speaker, to ensure good governance, to ensure compliance, to ensure that all of the modern regulatory framework is adhered to. Them say, oh, the United Front, oh, why are you doing that? Do the runway first. You could put people in a tent. Do the runway first. Why are they going to do the terminal first? Do the runway first. And we've always said that we are following the airport master plan. What sense does it make for me, a politician? That's all I am. I don't have the technical expertise. So when you employ the technical expertise who can advise you, what do you do when they advise you? You say thanks but no thanks? We're going to do it our way? When the regulatory body who has significant power, and all of these say this is the chart in which you should take, you should follow the plan, and you ignore the plan? Try building a house, right? And deciding while you're building the house that, you know what, all of these pipes they're talking about to go to my septic tank, I don't need them. I don't need these pipes. You know what? That toilet pipe, we could save some money. Let's just put that toilet pipe into the system so we can save building on a septic tank. Because this architect, he know what he's doing. Would you do that, Madam Speaker? You wouldn't. But they say, to hell, excuse my French, with the consultants. Tell them thank you. But this is the way we're doing it. Bill of 10. When we came to office, Madam Speaker, the airport, Madam Speaker, you should have walked that airport. It had a tent on the eastern side with some chairs that I went to class in when I was in primary school back in 1979. Spoon the tent, the minister had said. It was nasty. And when American Airlines made the announcement, the amount of work that we had to do. I was in Miami, Madam Speaker, on November the 10th, back and forth with Kendall and Jabari. How are you looking? Because when I left on November the 9th, we still had so much work to do at the airport. And we delivered, Madam Speaker. We delivered. We delivered. On the back of our product, our tourism product, we have American Airlines not doing 1, 2, 3 flights a week, but several flights a week, Madam Speaker. And I'm not going to take credit for that, because that is on the back of our tourism product. The product that we have, this product that we have is going to generate wealth and revenue for the people of Anguilla for the foreseeable future. Madam Speaker, we need to diversify our economy. We are doing so, but we will never, ever allow them to kill our tourism and diversify totally away from tourism.
On a point of order,
See, I didn't
Madam
even mention
Speaker.
her name. She jumped up on a point of order.
To misrepresent the statements that I made at a youth session. And I know that the member knows better. Because when I said that we need to diversify totally away from tourism, I went on to explain areas that do not rely on tourism that we need to develop so that if and when we get a shock to tourism, to our tourism product, there are other areas that we can sustain ourselves with. And that included fisheries, included agriculture, included the domain name, .ai, any number of areas. And so when I hear the member and other members of this House talk as if, when I said diversify totally away from tourism, and the key is diversify. It is not close down tourism. It is not move away from tourism. It says diversify. And so any right-thinking person, any right-thinking Anguillan or person listening to this will understand that you must diversify your economy. We cannot put all of our eggs and continue to have all of our eggs mainly in the tourism basket. We have to diversify. And I hear the members of government talk about diversifying themselves. So it is a misrepresentation. I will ask them that they stop fooling the public and stop trying to suggest that me or any member of the opposition have said to the public that we intend to close the tourism sector, because it is not true. It is a lie, and I will ask the member to refrain from making such statements.
Madam Speaker, I stand by my statement. Madam Speaker, we were in this building speaking to the youth, and the Honorable Minister of Sustainability, Mrs. Quincy Gomes-Marie, had spoken extensively about diversification of the economy. Extensively. Farming and fishing and things that we are doing to diversify the economy. A number of things she spoke about. And everybody along that panel spoke about the need to diversify Anguilla's economy. We said we need to diversify. The member for Valley North, the member for Valley South, the single elected member, the premier.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, just for clarity, because the member is slightly misleading when he says that all of us talked about diversification of the economy. I spoke specifically about diversification of the tourism industry, different areas in the tourism industry.
I don't know what the point of order is, but I'll accept what the member said. So the member said she spoke about diversifying the tourism economy, specific areas of the tourism economy. Fine, I'll accept that. I'll accept that.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, in terms of what the member is speaking about, when I spoke on that day, up until that point, it's a misrepresentation. All of the other speakers on the panel at that time spoke about diversifying within the tourism product. When I spoke, I said I must be the strange one on the panel because I believe we need to diversify totally away from tourism. And what that meant was diversifying into other areas other than the tourism product. And that is a fact. And people can go back and listen to the recording, and that is the basis on which I made my statement. At the end of the day, the important thing is that our people have to be able to have the opportunity to move ahead, and we have to think outside the box. When we talk about, and I heard a lot of discussion about tourism, and I want to say that I felt as if I was the odd person at the head table, because I'm a person who believes that we need to diversify totally away from tourism.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to say this, right? We were all speaking, and I need an opportunity to say something.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is misrepresenting. I will ask if he's going to play the recording.
You are going to repeat yourself. We are going to always
I'm asking that the member not misrepresent and play the entire recording that he has for the benefit of the public, so that the public can understand exactly the context within which I made the statement. And if he's not going to do it, I will ask him to not play my voice on a recording that he is only cutting off and using a portion of it. Play the entire recording since we have
members,
the time.
Please, please. I believe when the member started, he didn't even reference you. When he started the presentation on those words, we would not diversify totally away from tourism. He would not allow anyone to diversify totally away from tourism. He did not reference you.
I did.
You took it upon yourself to. That's exactly to me. You took it upon yourself for it to be directed to you, but in that context, I didn't take it that it was directed to you. So I do not see the point of order. He simply said he would not allow anyone to diversify totally away from tourism.
Madam Speaker, 20 minutes ago.
And now it has come to this, and I just sat there quietly and listened to you guys go back and forth. It does not make any sense. I am asking you to just move on, member. We are going to always have this. The record is clear for whoever wants to interpret it however they want to interpret it. When I hear away from, it means I'm going away from. Okay? Away from. Don't exclude any of the words. Diversify away from. It means I'm going away from what it is. So please, member, you just continue because it's going to be in the interpretation of the individual. So please continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I did not, like you said, I did not reference him, leader of the opposition or the member for Sandy Hill specifically.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, 15 minutes ago, the member pointed me out and said that I said that I wanted to diversify totally away from tourism. He did 15, 20 minutes ago, and it's on the record. He referred to me specifically.
Yes, Madam Speaker, 15, 20 minutes ago I said that, but when I was referencing it just now, I didn't specifically speak to the leader of opposition. But I will say this. The leader of the opposition, the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, said, Cora Richardson Hodge said that I am the odd one out because we're talking about diversification and we need to diversify totally away from tourism. Because when the global financial crisis occurred, and 9/11 occurred, and COVID occurred, that's what she said. That's why we need to diversify totally away from tourism. Now, we were talking about diversification of the economy. And the member for Valley North said she specifically was talking about diversification within the tourism economy. So if all of us was talking about whether it was diversification of the economy or diversification within the tourism economy, but here you come, Ms. Bepsa Bowen, and say, you know what? I am the odd one out. I am one who believes that we should diversify totally away from tourism.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, at the time that I spoke, every speaker before me spoke about diversifying within the tourism economy. Yes, go back and get the
Madam
facts
Speaker.
first. And
Madam Speaker, that's not true because the honorable single aisle-wide member, Ms. Quincy Gomes Marie, had just spoken about diversification of the economy. The honorable member for Valley North spoke about diversification within the tourism economy. So we are talking about diversification of the economy. And the whole, if you listen to the entire recording, Madam Speaker, if you listen to the entire recording leading up to that and even after that, and why she explained why we should get rid of tourism or diversify totally away from tourism, you'll understand the context. And she didn't misspeak, because if she misspoke, she would have corrected herself, because I leaned forward and I looked, there was mouthing to her to change what she was saying because of the youth that was sitting there. And it continued. And then after it became a firestorm, she came out with a press statement saying the same thing. But we will never allow the leader of the Anguilla United Front, because I know that there are members of her party who are advocates of the tourism sector. And they too will not allow her to get rid of tourism.
Madam
I
Speaker,
move on.
on a point of order, misrepresentation, I must put it for the record that the member continues to lie and misrepresent my statement. I have never said that I will get rid of tourism, and I challenge the member, other than diversify totally away from tourism, to find where I said get rid of tourism. There's a totally different interpretation, and diversify means something for itself. It means that you go into other areas, you just don't leave and abandon one area. And so for the member to continue to misrepresent in the House of Assembly, it's difficult to stand up and listen to him when he is lying to the people of Anguilla and trying to put fear in the hearts of people unfounded as a result of trying to use my statements and twist them to his desires.
Speaker, the leader of the opposition, the member for Sandy Hill, is trying to argue whether it's a stick or whether it's a branch. That's all. Because the leader of the opposition, the member for Sandy Hill, said in her own words that I am the odd one out after everyone were talking about diversification of the economy. And I believe we should diversify totally away from tourism. And the emphasis wasn't on diversify, the emphasis was on totally. And if you want me, if you allow me to play the recording again and go beyond what she asked for, I can play it. You know what?
Everybody will interpret as they
Right.
see.
So we move on. So we move on.
Please move on.
We move on. We move on. Madam Speaker, so we did the tourism master plan. And the tourism master plan set out the schedule of work, Madam Speaker. First things first, the enabling works. First things first. Madam Speaker, I would love to have everything done one time at the same time. I would love that. But we following the plan. Now, the member for Sandy Hill says that the doctor said he had a plan, but all we see is the 11-point plan, which is a plan.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, misrepresentation. When I said that the doctor said he had a plan, he did not have a plan, was specifically in relation to GST, because they said, this administration said they would not implement GST, and they had a plan other than GST. That is what I'm speaking about. So if the member does not understand or remember what I said, that is the context in which I spoke. So I would ask him to talk about the GST, the non-GST plan to move the economy forward that this administration had.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I said several times that the leader of the opposition said the doctor said he had a plan, and all we see is an 11-point plan. I've said that to nauseam this afternoon, Madam Speaker. Over and over and over, the carbohydrates must be kicking in now. And you know carbohydrates have a particular impact on brain function. But Madam Speaker, we are sticking to the plan, as the parliamentary secretary would say. We're sticking to the plan. They gave us a plan of action. We employed experts, Madam Speaker. But John Doe down the street told me, oh, why are you following that plan? This is what you should do. The same John Doe is a mechanic. And when I had my toothache, he said, check me, I'll take care of it for you. Since when you go to your mechanic to deal with your dental issues? Since when, Madam Speaker? And if people are experts in a particular field, you got to respect them. If I go to the member for Sandy Hill for legal advice and to represent me, and she gave me suggestions based on the legislation, on the law, who am I to challenge the lawyer on law? If I go to my doctor and say that I have a headache, and he does a scan, and he said you're threatening an embolism, who am I to say, no, I believe that my toe is causing this headache? So when you engage consultants and experts in their particular field of expertise, the prudent thing to do, because the single Isle-wide member, he asked the question whether or not these things will be prudently managed. He asked those questions. The prudent thing to do is to listen to the expert advice of the experts, Madam Speaker. And so when they came up with the airport master plan, based on many months of consultation, this is the airport master plan which we have published. It's in the public domain. It's on gov.ai. It's the public domain, and we give regular updates as it relates to where we are in terms of the airport development. Enabling works must be done first. So you're setting it up and so forth. So you have to build this parking lot, because where the footprint of the parking lot is will be taken up with the terminal. So obviously you have to have some place for the people to park. Enabling works, the parallel taxiway, apron, because now you got American and other flights coming in, you got to develop your apron, and also a new custom cargo building because we have to expand the apron there. And that old dilapidated building that they were promising for decades to remedy wasn't remedied, Madam Speaker. And we went to procurement. We went to procurement, Madam Speaker, on the issue of the cargo building. And time again, we had failed procurements, Madam Speaker. The procurements failed. And eventually we had a successful bidder in that of Leeward Construction. And since that facility has opened, yesterday was the first time I went inside the facility since it opened. What a beautiful place. Architecturally sound. Designed by our Raoul Van der Poel, Madam Speaker. Efficient, effective. The planes will just go right up to that, offload the cargo, and go their merry way. Unload their cargo and go their merry way. That part of it has not yet been done because we're still, the scanners should be here hopefully before the end of this year, if not very early in January. And Madam Speaker, the next step, they say, was the terminal because ASSE, which is our regulatory body, had found significant safety and security findings. The terminal became extremely important. Even in the airport master plan, the terminal was to be built first. It is not because it's a beautiful, shining building designed by our own Raoul Van der Poel, but it is to alleviate the issues that we find at the old terminal building, Madam Speaker. At present, this terminal that we use cannot accommodate the traffic right now. It cannot accommodate the traffic right now. So if it cannot accommodate the traffic right now, you're going to do an extension of a runway, try to get another airline into Anguilla, and then you got hundreds and hundreds of disgruntled people at the terminal complaining about arrival experience in Anguilla, all over social media and Anguilla connoisseurs and the like, and nobody then want to book flights. That's what we want. We want to give our people experiences, so much so that they recommend Anguilla and its offerings. That is why the Anguilla St. Martin dock was developed, Madam Speaker. Because of the bad experiences that we had traversing from Princess Juliana into Anguilla, and thanks to the governments of St. Martin, and in particular, Former Minister Roland Duncan and Ludmilla Duncan for working with us diligently to make that happen, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, even as they look to develop over in St. Martin, that facility is going to become increasingly important as we grow our airport because there's going to be a lot more movements between the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal and St. Martin, Madam Speaker. A lot more movements. Ferry boat operators, charter boat operators, everybody is going to be swimming in the money, Madam Speaker. That's good because economic growth and development gives you the money to be able to build your social components, whether it's health and education, and even as it relates to the wealth fund that we are developing that will impact every single Anguillian, Madam Speaker. These things are important to our national development. At the center of it all, it's about the people, Madam Speaker. And so we are moving quickly ahead with the development of a modern airport, Madam Speaker, that will be technologically advanced. And also, we are building that terminal with the ability to expand if need be. So if we need to go up, we'll be able to go up. If we need to go vertically or horizontally, we'll be able to do so, Madam Speaker. That's the way we are building the terminal. But in keeping with what is required from a regulation standpoint, we don't have a choice. We have to adhere to international regulations. We have to. Because if you fall foul of that, they will stop the flights from coming in. Bar none. And we can argue that point in nauseam. It's not worth the argument. It's a fact. Aviation is as such an industry. You can get away a little bit with maritime, a little bit, but not with aviation. You won't get away. with breaking the rules, especially if you're a habitual rule breaker. We won't. They do mystery, what you call mystery shopping in some instances, Madam Speaker, where they send people in pretending to be tourists and so forth. And then you get the findings, you're like, wow, threats to downgrade your airport from one category to the next, which impact the type of equipment that flies into our airport. So the member for Sandy Hill said that we are spending $180 million more in 2025 in capital than in 2024, Madam Speaker. That's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. Madam Speaker, I said earlier today, and I don't need to rehash it, that we need to spend a lot more in capital, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, I want to say to the people of Anguilla who are still eating dough, who are still changing shocks all the time, Madam Speaker, that while it is you have seen us doing roads, and we've just completed the John Road, and we are almost completed in the Park Avenue Road, and we are working on the Patience Gums Road that leads from South Hill past the Louis Price Gym into Jeremiah Gums Highway, Madam Speaker. Your road will be done too. And Madam Speaker, we just signed the contract for the surveying of the road that starts just west of Mary's Bakery and leads out to Roy's Photo Studio, where Majoka is, and also up to the Albina Lake Hodge Campus Q. The residents in that area, Madam Speaker, don't have any water. And as you may have realized, Madam Speaker, every road that this administration is building, we are installing water and data in there. Building for the future, resiliently, Madam Speaker, and sidewalks. And sidewalks. And it is the vision and goal of this administration is to have sidewalks all along our main roads. And we wish we had a land ability to also have bicycle tracks where persons can ride their bicycle along the main roads in safety and security, Madam Speaker. This is where we want to go, Madam Speaker. Wi-Fi points throughout the island, so wherever you go, you'll be connected, Madam Speaker. CCTV throughout the island, so wherever you go. Madam Speaker, you see people driving around with personalized license plates now? We did that. We did that! It wasn't our idea. It was not my idea. The idea was DJ Gene Patterson. We call him DJ Gene. I don't remember his first name. Jean-Claude Patterson, DJ Gene, Madam Speaker. He said, you know what? Why is it that we can't have personalized license plates, vanity plates? I was like, that's a good idea. Why can't we? And we did it. So we are not making claims for the ideas or the manifestos. But what we can say is that we are doing it. Now is the time for doing? Now is the time for doing, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I had a bee in my beehive for the last 4 years by the name of Merrick Richardson, Madam Speaker. This man would not leave us rest about that North Hill Road and Phillips Drive, Madam Speaker. Wouldn't leave us rest. Because from the time his grandfather was a child, the North Hill Road, which is a village, a whole village, if you drove on that road, Madam Speaker, it's almost as bad as driving on a dirt road. The road is like this. And there are so many persons who use that road, not only from the North Hill community, Madam Speaker, but also as a shortcut, an escape to go to Crocus Bay, to take people to Crocus Bay and the like, Madam Speaker. And finally, as is captured in the 2025 budget, the North Hill Road and the Phillips Drive Road will be done.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
And I'm pleased to say that the contracts for the surveying and design have been done. So tell the people of North Hill, data, water, new water networks. We're investing in water too. Data, water, and the sidewalk. Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the Sandy Hill Road, I spoke about that last night. Same applies. Contract have been signed. I don't know if it's called Rogers, but contract have been signed for the design and surveying. And the early part of next year, hopefully, we'll have a very successful procurement. And that road will be done. But those of you, Anava, we coming to you too. Bungalows Road will come too. Putting the pressure on me and squeezing me hard. But we plan to eradicate the dirt roads of the Sea Rocks Village and the Keys, the Bad Cocks to Deep Waters Roads to Shoal Bay, Madam Speaker. Etne, we coming to see you too. One of the worst roads in Anguilla, Jongsol Road. We come in. We come in. The True Eyes Road, Madam Speaker. Tell Elkin he could stop harassing me, Madam Speaker. We come in. The road to Ocean Terrace, Madam Speaker. Let them know that the Mango Garden Road, Sandy Hill Road, Madam Speaker. Long overdue. Bob, we come in. We come in. Rock Farm, South Valley. I know Aris lives close to that area, into South Valley, where Aris Proctor live. We come in. We ain't getting it done in one day, Madam Speaker, but we surely doing it. We are doing it. This isn't about fake promises, Madam Speaker. We have delivered time and time again. So our record should show that we are coming. The Shoal Bay to Deep Waters Link Road, Badcock's Pound. Madam Speaker, up there, have you seen that road recently? And you know what? We are actually running out of mall in this country, Madam Speaker. We're running out of mall. So how long can we continue to dot roads? And that is why the Eradicate Dot Roads program has been launched by the government of the Honorable Ellis Lorenzo Webster. Swing high to Jeremiah Gums Highway, Madam Speaker. Going past, even past the Royal Caribbean, Madam Speaker. Exit out there. Another bad road. And because it's on a slight decline, when the rain falls, the tracks is as deep as the Grand Canyon. The road that leads from George Hill, from Longrung, over to where Andre Hall and those folks live. You know where that is? Shoal Bay Village, very important village, Madam Speaker. That road was done a long time ago, and it's time for us to have sidewalks and water and everything installed in that road. And I know the member for Valley North will be pleased, Madam Speaker. And I can't see her opposing anything that is good. The roads in the forests, Sail Bay to Mimi Bay, that link road, Cove Road, and I know the member for West End, he's already put in his list of roads that he wants to see done. And I told the member for West End, even though Jamie Hodge will be the next representative in District 7, those roads will be done. And Carl's Bottom, there's roads in Carl's Bottom, Madam Speaker. Brimaging to Shoal Bay, the Forest Bay Road, the Chapel Hill Road. Mr. Curtis Richardson have been putting the pressure on me and squeezing me real hard about the Chapel Hill Road. And at some point in time, and I'm not saying tomorrow with the Chapel Hill Road, but at some point in time, we may have to look at the Chapel Hill Road, just because it has been a long dream of the Honorable Former Minister of Infrastructure, Madam Speaker. The Limestone Bay Road, the South Hill Road that leads from Rumcan all the way down to Blowing Point. Madam Speaker, the road adjacent to Picante in West End, the Firefly Lane Road. And I know we've been working diligently, and hopefully within the next few months, we will start the commencement of the construction of the Firefly Lane Road in West End that leads from West End into Capsuluca and the Altamont, Madam Speaker. That's very advanced right now. So we're very happy. Designs are already done, and a lot of work have been done in order to move that road. And the reason why that did not form part of the capital expenditure in the budget is because it's going to be privately financed. And I just want to put that on record, Madam Speaker. The Isaac Cliff Road, another important road, Madam Speaker. The Isaac Cliff, for those who don't know, it leads from Anguilla Trading to Long Bay, Madam Speaker. A very important road, because if there's anything that happens anywhere west of the Spring Path Road, Madam Speaker, there's no way in and no way out. The road to Soil Bay, the Carl's Bottom Village roads, Black Garden roads, the road, we just call it the Bambi Lewis Road. You know, but it's another bad road with a tremendous community, Madam Speaker. The Long Bay Road, we used to call it the road to Oliver's Restaurant. The Harbor Ridge Road, the Mimi Bay, the Shannon Hill Road. And for those of you who don't know Shannon Hill, where it is, it's an area in North Hill where many years ago we would quarantine those who came back from San Pedro de Macorís, from Cotton Cane, before they were moved into the general community, Madam Speaker. The Windward Point Road, the White Hill to the Keys Link Road, the road to Wrong Rock in Shoal Bay, the road that my friend Travis Simpson lives on, all of those roads, the road to Solaire, and the road in Island Harbor where my friend who canceled the house last night, Mr. Sam Webster. What do you call that road? Capitol Hill Road. Capitol Hill Road, I just colloquially call it the Sam Webster Road. Capitol Hill Road. The Cedar Village Road to Villa Kishti. You know where that is? Goes through North Side, through Cedar Village, and all the way over to the beautiful, magnificent Villa Kishti over there in Black Garden that is perched right overlooking the sea, Madam Speaker. For many years, Suresh and the residents over there have been complaining about the state of affairs in that road. I spoke about the Keys Village Road. The Premier said Keys Village is important, very important, and those roads you want to see done quickly. Lockram Road, Madam Speaker. There's some beautiful villas over there in Lockram, including the recently opened villa, Claudel Romney. You know, he's diversified. He's been keen about diversification, Madam Speaker, not away from tourism, but within the tourism economy, Madam Speaker. The Mango Garden Road. From the time Jerome Roberts was in government with the AUM, he has been advocating for the Mango Road. And I want to tell Jerome, if he's listening, we coming. We coming. Shoal Bay to Brimaging, the roads in Well Gap, the roads to Pelican Bay, the Western Village Road down to the Arch. Madam Speaker, all of these roads and more is beyond on our radar, Madam Speaker. We did a costing for the road development over the next 3 years, Madam Speaker. And it comes up to $34 million. And that does not include the road that leads from the airport terminal to the roundabout, and from the roundabout to the next roundabout, Madam Speaker. Those roads will also be done on the completion of the airport terminal. The reason why we're not doing them yet, even though they have already been surveyed and designed, is because of the amount of heavy equipment traffic on those roads, tearing them up. So we don't want to develop those roads and then tear them up right away. But those roads are on the radar. I didn't mention those roads. And there's a number of other roads that I did not mention on the list that we'll be tackling. The real goal, Madam Speaker, is to modernize our infrastructure, to bring water, and the Speaker has also made a request. That request is something that we're looking at as well, and that is a road that's right behind the Parliament that leads into the road next to the Ministry of Finance. That's a very short road. We have already done a costing for that as well. So, and the thing is that a lot of people have said to me, oh, Hayden, why you want to focus on roads? Some of those same people call me and say, hey, you need to bring some dirt for my dirt road. I don't want to bring dirt to your dirt road anymore. I want to bring asphalt and concrete to your neighborhood. That's what you want to do. If you ever drive, the reason why the Honorable Deputy Governor does not do any entertaining is because he's ashamed. I'm going to out him right now. He's ashamed of the road that leads to his residence. There's no way a deputy governor or governor should have such a bad road. If I want to visit a deputy governor, I park and walk, Madam Speaker. Honorable Deputy Governor, we come in. You see what we talk about in the Executive Council. We come in. We are going to be spending well over $100 million over the next 10 years, Madam Speaker, in road development. Over $100 million. But they say we're doing too much. And the member for Sandy Hill said, and I quote, let me quote it. She said, let me find it about concrete. I wrote it down. She said, concrete look good. And you want to put concrete on the floor, but concrete on the floor does not put food on the table. They want to put concrete on the floor, but concrete on the floor does not put food on the table. And I've seen the work of Mr. Shares Watley, and I've seen the work of Mr. Ivan Mayfield Connor, Madam Speaker. And whenever I see them go out in the field and they upload videos and pictures, I don't see concrete by itself. I see men and women, Madam Speaker, farming the farms, rodding the concrete, fashioning the concrete, tying the steel. Men and women who are being paid above minimum wage, way above minimum wage, which can then contribute to the social and economic fabric of this country. Yes, it is true that you can't take a spoonful of concrete and put it in your mouth. But what is equally true is that the money that is earned from working with that concrete, you can go to the grocery store, Best Buy, Proctor's, Lakes, Ashley's, and buy food and put it in your mouth, Madam Speaker. Not only buy food, but as you know, Madam Speaker, this administration have removed duties from a range of different food items, Madam Speaker. This administration have removed duties and taxes from prescription medications. And if you speak to Dr. Lowell Hughes, he can tell you how long he's been trying to get that done. How long he's been advocating. Speak to Osmond Fleming, or Victor Banks, or Emil Gomes. Well, you can't speak to Emil Gomes, but unless, you know, you're Elkin, you can get a call from Ronald Webster. Ask them how long they've been trying to do this. And guess what happened? We did it, Madam Speaker. And we are going beyond removing duties on food, you know. We are also removing GST from all foods. All. Now, I'll be the first to admit, I thought that those food items that has high fructose corn syrup and all of those things, we should have had a measure of taxation, like a sin tax, you know, because what we eat impacts our health. But we decided the easiest way to deal with it is to just remove taxes from all food items, Madam Speaker. We did it. We did it. So even though we can safely say that we were told that you have to go to the 17% because that was agreed. As a matter of fact, if you look at the budget for 2019, wow. If you look at the budget for 2019, Madam Speaker, the budget for 2019 estimates of recurrent revenue and expenditure, it says customs duties, wait, it says, sorry, 2020 to 2021, this is what it says, Madam Speaker, in the same budget that the honorable member for Sand Hill spoke about, it says a partial GST is implemented in 2021 at a rate of 17%, which yields approximately 7% of GDP. You want to know where the 17% come from? But the 17% didn't come from the United Front, you know. The 17% came from a rate study that was conducted. And that was a recommendation that was given to the United Front that they captured in their 2019 budget for 2020. And also when we came to office, that 17% was proposed to us. But in the study, it showed where you could be down to 13%. Later, the Premier can speak to that in his wrap-up later tomorrow, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, so that 13%, we went at the floor, I spoke about that earlier, and the single elected member, who was a member of the Executive Council, said that is a fact. He knows how we fought. He knows, not because we wasn't out on radio and bashing the British or bashing anybody, mean that we weren't fighting. We are fighting for the people of Anguilla. But there's limits to your fights. Imagine 20-year-old Hayden Hughes traveling to the United States of America to step into the ring with 22-year-old Iron Mike Tyson. How you think that will end? How do you think that will end, Madam Speaker? So there's limits to your fight. And if you have some gains against Mike Tyson in his prime, sometimes you have to take your gains and say, yes, enough of the jabs and the, because you know you have a way of hitting you in your ribs and then coming up with an uppercut. And if I survive enough of them, back down. And we fought, Madam Speaker, we fought and fought and fought and fought as it relates to GST. But just like our revolutionaries who had a referendum in 1969 to become an independent republic, free and independent, and when the British government flew in 1969, what they did? There's limits to your fight, Madam Speaker. There are limits to your fight. No free lunches. They don't give you anything for nothing, Madam Speaker. Limits to your fight. And I know I had the opportunity to travel to London with the Honorable Premier last year for the Joint Ministerial Council meetings, Madam Speaker. And I sat back and watched the Premier of Anguilla fight for his people, fight for Anguilla. And then when we came back and reported that after all the promises that were made over successive administrations, including this one, that they would finance our airport, that they have said that they won't. They said, oh, they should have get it in writing. And then take it to which court? Take it to which court, Madam Speaker, if you get it in writing? When we heard Boris Johnson with his own lips as the Foreign Secretary promised in September 2017 that he can develop the airport for Anguilla. And United Front was in office. It wasn't in writing, but his word, to my mind, was a contract. So we have to recognize and understand and take the advice of the Honorable Member for West End, where he said, it is best to do what? Do your own, build your own, have your own. And we, the people of Anguilla, is now developing their own airport. Mr. Banks said openly to the people of Anguilla, we have to do what? Pay our own way. We cannot be beggars, Madam Speaker. We don't want to be beggars. We have to pay our own way. And today, GST, a significant portion of GST is being paid by those who come to visit us and say hello and leave. Significant portion of GST, Madam Speaker. Is it perfect? Maybe not. But we continue to amend it. So when I hear the United Front say that GST caused the Little Lounge to close, I was like, what? But the Dune has been in operation for 30 years. Elvis Beach Bar has been in operation for over a decade. Tasters have been there for 25 years. Johnnos have been there since Noah was a little boy. Sandy Island Enterprises has been there when Methuselah was born. And we see businesses opening. Cajun Goat, beautiful facility in Rendezvous Bay, since GSC have been implemented, has opened its doors. The beautiful Lobster House, since GSC have been implemented, has opened its doors. Tasties Beach Club, Savvy Beach, Madam Speaker, and Savvy Beach have grown so much that this year was the first time that they didn't close during the traditional close-down period, Madam Speaker. But Lit Lounge is closing because of GST. That's what the United Front say. That's what the United Front talk show host on a Tuesday night, is it Tuesday night, said, captured in a news item that came on radio. That is what the candidate for Road North, who was also the proprietor of Lit Lounge, said that GSC closed Lit Lounge. That's what he said. But I can guarantee you that when that individual was the general manager of Mariners and it closed, GSC was still in its infancy. Wait a minute. GSC wasn't implemented when Mariners closed. I retract that statement, Madam Speaker. So when Mr. Devon Carter was the general manager of Mariners Hotel and the hotel closed, there was no GST. But what they didn't say is that GST was not even being remitted to the government of Anguilla. The GST was being held. Take Social Security out of the salaries of the employees, held. Ask Sweets and Tracy, what happened to them? Tens and tens of thousands of dollars for a long period of time. And I know the member for Sandy Hill knows. Held. So if you're involved in politics, and if your business fail, don't blame the politician. Because we have examples of successes around us time and time again. Yes, every business will have its struggles. I know this. Most businesses, if you look at the data around the world, close within 5 years. I love Lit Lounge. I love going down there, and what I like about it is that if you're a late night person, you can also go there. Beautiful environment. Ivan Barry, wonderful guy. But what I do know is that GSC did not close Lit Lounge.
But to be fair, based on a statement you made earlier, I am not sure that Davon Carty was the general manager of the Mariners, at least not
Yeah,
when I
he was.
worked there.
When he was when it closed.
Okay.
Yeah, when it closed. I did my research before.
Good. Okay.
I didn't say that he was responsible for it closing, but it did close, right? It did close. And Madam Speaker, so stop blaming, and also we know that the land that the Lit Lounge is sitting on, we know, because as a matter of public knowledge, is for sale. And you have to ask the question, if that was also being paid for. So don't blame government, because he also blamed government for I was. He punged up the Anguilla United Front on social media, beat them up. They didn't care about Anguillians, but he's a candidate now. Like Kyle. So all of a sudden, they're the sweetest thing since banana bread. Politics makes strange bedfellows. But to Devon's credit, he was always on that side in the ring. And the member for Valley North, when Kyle joined, she said, "Welcome home. Welcome home." So I can only assume that like the prodigal son, he had left, and now he was being welcomed back home. So I'm happy that he has found his way back home. And it's good to see that all of the things that he knew of the Anguilla United Front and spoke of the Anguilla United Front, even though he feels that way, he won't say those things anymore. But Madam Speaker, in December 2009, the Anguilla United Front presented a budget called the Big Boys Budget. Do you remember that, Minister Hodge? The Big Boys Budget. Only big boys can have a budget such as this. Now, I'm not being critical of the budget, because when I looked at their budget in 2009, I saw some things in there that I loved. For example, there was a $100 million capital investment. Now, zero happened, but it was there. So I was excited about the possibility of that, because to me, that would have helped the country. Anything with capital development and infrastructure development helps the country. But today, we are being told that the budget is huge. The member for Sandy Hill said, "Why is that? The budget is huge at $546 million. Meanwhile, you have requests on that side of the divide. And that is why I say, who's the leader? Premier, who's the leader over there? Who is the leader? Because the budget is huge. You're spending, but you have requests, no wish lists. More money for the sailing school. You know, you need to find money. More money for the sailing school. And I know we're working with the sailing school actively. The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary and the Honorable Minister from Valley South have been working to ensure that the sailing school have the tools and have the ability to grow. Find the money for the sailing school. I need a Long Bay Road done too. Find money for that. The arch. And he also went on to say, you need to remedy the situation at Cove Bay by purchasing the lands if available, and where those lands at Connors Park becomes available, also purchase those lands, and as well as purchase the lands that the Lit Lounge sat on. So even though the honorable member for Sandy Hill said the budget is huge, members of her party saying it needs to be bigger because it doesn't go far enough. Because these are things that need to be done. And I am not saying the member for West End is wrong. He's not. These are things that need to be done. But imagine if we could do these things. It means the budget will be north of $546 million. And even though he will be getting his requests met, what will his leader say? Will she relegate him from being the deputy leader because he wants requests and going against the elk? I don't know. He said he has his shopping list, and that list needs funds, Madam Speaker. He needs the funds. And I want to understand, how does that math work, Madam Speaker? And let us go to the cost of electricity. And they've been talking about the cost of electricity for 25 years, maybe before, but based on documentation for 25 years. Cost of electricity is high. Cost of electricity is high, but it is not as high as when their candidate in District 6 was the chairman of the board of directors of the Anguilla Electricity Company. And somebody may say, but Hayden, you made him chair. That's not the way it works. Yes, I looked out for him and recommended his name for appointment to the board. But then he was elected by 2 or 3 persons because so many people had ran. He got elected to chair by maybe 3 people, and he became chair. And even though the Premier and I begged that the fuel surcharge not be raised, he raised it significantly. So much so that the people were crying out, Madam Speaker, crying out. And I said, before the end of 2024, this fuel cost will go, the electricity cost will go down. And he was critical of it. Oh, they in government now. They've got him chairman. And fuel, electricity costs ain't going down. But Madam Speaker, electricity costs have gone down. And the Honorable Premier have said, you know what? 6,000 of you souls in Anguilla with homes, you're getting $500 for Christmas for your electricity bill. And there are people in Anguilla who will not have electricity bill to pay in December of 2024 because the electricity bill is not $500. We don't call that a handout. We call that a well-deserved gift because the people of Anguilla is what is building this country, and they deserve gifts too. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition said that when it first came to this House, the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport Development Program was $300 million, Madam Speaker. And she said there's balloon costs, the costs continue to rise because it is now $473 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I don't even know what to say about this. Because when that initial cost came to this Honorable House, it took into consideration the cost of the terminal building as a standalone and the cost of the runway extension. It didn't take into consideration land acquisition and other associated costs. You have to build in all of the costs. And the reason why we are still paying the costs for airport back in 2002, 2003 is because all of the costs were not factored. We are still paying the costs. People are still making claims 20 years later. That is a fact. Proper planning we are doing now, Madam Speaker. Proper planning. And today, at the Ministry of Infrastructure, there was a grand meeting. The room was packed to capacity. All of the service providers in Anguilla who deal with heavy equipment, well, except for Greg Strucken. But all of the others, Madam Speaker, were there in terms of the development of the runway extension because we're trying to do everything together, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I said at a press conference, I don't know if you recall, that every piece of heavy equipment in this island will be at work. And you know who drive these pieces of heavy equipment? Not Elon Musk robots. Humans, human beings who will be earning and contributing to the economic development of this country, Madam Speaker. I was so pleased to see the room packed and the hope and the joy in those faces, Madam Speaker, knowing that as much as they're busy right now, they're about to get busier. And you will never hear a hotelier say his occupancy is too high. You will never hear a hotel owner that he's making too much money. You will never hear a restaurateur say that he's too busy. You will never hear a ferryboat operator that he's just doing too much business. You will never hear Anguilla or Anguilla Air Services complaining that they have to fly too many people. And likewise, you will not hear any contractors in Anguilla or any service providers in Anguilla or any hardwares in Anguilla or any truckers in Anguilla, truck companies in Anguilla complaining that they have too much work. Even if they have 2 and 3 buildings built, they will not be complaining that they have too much work, Madam Speaker. A rising tide, float all boats. Sail on, Premier. Hold the tiller. Downwind. We are out to build a new Anguilla, Madam Speaker. This is where we are going. We are out to build a new Anguilla. So when you ask for the financials, you have to appreciate something, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that this member will not do, or any member of the Anguilla Progressive Movement will do, is compromise the procurement process. We don't hide the numbers. We said to the public that the Valley Main Road cost $2.2 million, and the estimate that we got to do asphalt for the Valley Main Road was $28 million. We said it. We are open with the figures. But before you go through the procurement process, and I know the member for Sandy Hill knows this because she spent over 5 years in government as a minister and a member of the Executive Council, so she knows the procurement process, that you don't throw your figures out before the procurement process. You will get the financials, but let us not compromise the procurement process. We can say what things are cost once a contract has been awarded. But before that, you are given information that is unlawful given. That's why when it comes to procurement, I don't want to know none of the figures before, because I will not be accused of sneaking the information to Gardagan Connors construction firm. I will not be accused of it. And I'm not saying he has a construction firm, I'm just using a name, because I know he doesn't have a construction firm. His hands are soft, Madam Speaker. Never lift a block in his life. But Madam Speaker, my point is that this is not an attempt to hide or to not be transparent with the people's purse. But this is about safeguarding the people's purse. All of that information, like everything else, will be revealed to you. But just be patient. And if you will, as chair of the Public Accounts Committee, you can have a hearing after the fact and get any information that you think that is outstanding. We're not trying to hide, because today we may be in government, in 2035 you will be. So when you come to office, the same information that we are privy to, we want you to be privy to. And even before that, Madam Speaker. But let us not compromise the process, and I hope that the leader of the opposition, the member for Sandy Hill, will understand that. Because when you talk about rising costs, Madam Speaker, every single one of the Anguilla program projects have been subsidized by the taxpayers. The Campus Q so far, almost $40 million of the taxpayers' money have been invested into that. And next year, another 20+ million is going into that again, Madam Speaker. So it was never fully, properly costed. But I'm not blaming anybody. But this is the reality. And Madam Speaker, the member for Sandy Hill spoke about the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal. Oh, Madam Speaker, I'll say this, and I am not going to blame the member for Sandy Hill, because the member of Sandy Hill probably didn't know, because the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal would not have fallen under her remit to be redeveloped. But the question must be asked, why is it that all of the school programs and the health programs under the Anguilla program was started and not the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal? I bet the member for Sandy Hill doesn't know. She don't know. But I can tell you that any funding that she said was sitting there for the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal was not so. And I will give some clarity today. And if the member for Sandy Hill wants to, she can research it. And like I said, Madam Speaker, I am not blaming the member for Sandy Hill, because it is that she did not know. And I don't think that a lot of the members who even served in government would have known. But I know that there were members who served in government who knew. And I prefaced it earlier by speaking about a special purpose vehicle, Madam Speaker. In that special purpose vehicle, there was a company. And I won't call the company's name, but we know the company's name because it was already ventilated in the public, but I won't call it. It's a reputable company. And it is not a company that is unlawful. It's a reputable company. That they, including persons who was in the United Front administration, who sat in the Executive Council every Thursday, was working out a deal to give a concession for 30 years to, by private treaty, develop the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal, Madam Speaker. And if you look at the financials, in 2.5 years, they would have made a return on investment. Not only did they have that, they also have the ability at the end of the 30 years to extend for another 20 years and had the first right to refusal for cruise port facility if we were going to that route. That was an agreement. And they would have granted to the ferry boat operators interest-free loans. Madam Speaker, think about an interest-free loan. What is the benefit of that? When that ferry boat operator defaults on their interest-free loan, that ferry boat immediately becomes the ownership of that company. And there are persons in government who have benefited significantly from that. And that is one of the projects that came to us when we came to office. Madam Speaker, that was one of the projects that came to us. Because it was in 2019, Madam Speaker, when on social media under the government of Anguilla's Facebook page, some pictures of a concept was presented of the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal, Madam Speaker. And Mr. Joban, I can't remember his last name. Gosh, help me. Joban Gomes. He challenged it. Because it was not built or designed by us. It was not designed by us. He challenged it, and him and Bernard Watley were having a conversation on social media under the governor of Anguilla's Facebook page. It's right there for everybody to see. It's still there. You should read that. And if the House would like, I will give them copies of that conversation. And Madam Speaker, when we came to office, that plan was presented to us by people who were supposed to be with us. And we couldn't do it because it made the farm party part of this, Madam Speaker, of this, the AASPA Development Cooperation that was deemed to be unlawful, and Lord Tarek and others were on standby ready to shut this country down, Madam Speaker. But you want us to do it? And within weeks, we are responsible for shutting out the political element of the people of Anguilla? We couldn't do it. So we had to have significant discussions with Mr. Foy, who gave instructions on how we can get the funding for the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal and secure that funding, Madam Speaker. He gave me specific instructions too. And I followed those instructions. And then we had to employ the services of V Architecture. And we sat in the Executive Council, Ellis Lorenzo Repsa, myself, technical folks, governor side, to discuss the possibility of a Blowing Point ferry terminal. And he came up with a concept, and we were in COVID. COVID was not yet over. I mean, yes, it is, we are open. But COVID was still a clear and present danger to the people of Anguilla. And the Premier said, we need to go back and modify this design to ensure that we have the ability to test at the center and to have a triage just in case people are sick or fall ill or whatever, they can be taken care of there and then transported to the hospital. Am I lying? And that was done. I went up to East End and sat with the architect until it was done. Me personally. Today, that testing center is our dignitaries' lounge, because we don't need to test right now. But if it is that in the future we need to have it, it reverts back to a testing center. We sat up there, we had to work to secure that. And then it went to procurement, Madam Speaker. That was tough, Madam Speaker. It was a tough time because we were getting bashed on radio by our people who worked with us in the campaign for going that route as opposed to going the other route that we could not entertain. We are still a non-self-governing territory. I understand their hearts may have been in the right place, but at the end of the day, we got a facility, the most beautiful ferry terminal in the entire Caribbean. You should have been happy. But no, right now on social media, I'm sure he's there in New York or wherever he is typing away. You can't say I'm lying, because I'm not. You can't say I'm lying. He said he had the receipts some time ago. Put the receipts, it doesn't matter, but I'm not lying. We have the facility to prove it. We know the fight. We know the fight, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, so it is. Madam Speaker, Minister, you researching. You doing research. This is real research. I'm telling you. Should I read it, Minister? I should. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister and singular right member just sent me something that was written by the spokesman of the Anguilla United Front. And it's interesting, and I'm not going to knock him, Mr. Bernard Watley. Written by Mr. Bernard Watley.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. Whatever,
Yeah, I know.
on a point of misrepresentation, whatever designation that the honorable member may want to refer to a private citizen who's not a member of this House, he ought not to refer to him as the spokesperson for the Anguilla United Front, because he is not. And so I would ask that the member be respectful of private individuals and not to allocate inappropriate designations to them.
I'm going to retract that. The leader of the Anguilla United Front has said that Mr. Watley is not the spokesman for the Anguilla United Front. So I will adhere to her wish and retract that statement, because she would know better than I do. What I do know is that he's the host of the Anguilla United Front program, that is a paid program that airs every week. But I will adhere and retract that statement. But when you're a mouthpiece, and when you're in the fight, you're in the fight. And I'm not criticizing Mr. Watley. Don't get me wrong. I am not criticizing him at all. But what I want to do, because he is the sitting host of the Anguilla United Front program, and I have requested to him to invite me on the show, and he said he will not allow me to dirty his mic on his show. I've respectfully asked him to allow me to be a guest on his show. He said, I will not let you dirty my mic. The leader of the opposition laughed. But it is laughable. So I could understand why she laughed and why they're smoking and laughing over there. So I guess you can't use this mic because I'm dirtying this mic. But anyway, Madam Speaker, the repeal of the interim stabilization levy at the end of this budgetary cycle will leave an approximately $14 million hole in the country's annual budget with no clear or cohesive plan to fill that void. On this wise, I recommend the immediate implementation of a 3% social development levy, the proceeds of which should go towards assisting with the social development of the island. This would necessitate a commensurate reduction in the normal budgetary allocation for social development programs and projects. It should also be explored how to get the corporate sector to also contribute to the proposed social development levy. While I'm at it, I suggest that the government of Anguilla should disband the Health Authority of Anguilla. Where's the parliamentary secretary? Mr. Watley, you and I are in the same boat. Make it make sense. How you have a position this time? Madam Speaker, Lord have mercy. Madam Speaker, you want to go home? Which has failed to deliver improved health care and shows no sign of ever being financially viable, and return the employees of the Health Authority to the fold of the Anguilla Public Service. Further to this, the government should put in place a health services management team to manage the sector while using a strategy of modeling to improve the operation and effectiveness of the Princess Alexandra Hospital specifically. Madam Speaker, I'll say this. This is no disrespect to Mr. Bernard Watley. I respect the man. He was my teacher. He's an intellectual. And many times he makes very good suggestions. And I commend Mr. Watley. Thank you, sir. Mr. Madam Speaker, sorry. As I look through my notes, I realize that a lot of these things have already been ventilated. So I don't want to rehash what I've already said. But what I want to say is based on a point that the leader of the opposition also made. And she said the footprint of the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal is smaller than the existing facility. I would assume that what she meant is that the present footprint is smaller than the originally proposed plan. So she said that's correct, right? That's correct. The original proposed plan was a British design plan that nobody agreed upon. And I spoke to that with Mr. Joban and his position as a key member in the Ministry of Infrastructure and his views on that. He didn't hide behind closed doors. He made his position clear. Clear. And he was on point. Madam Speaker, I don't know what the ramifications were, but he was forceful and he was on point from a technical standpoint. So the footprint, as I say, might have been smaller, but that too is built with the ability to expand. That too is built with the ability to expand. And with the building of the airport, Madam Speaker, the airport and the seaport, and eventually our water harbor, Madam Speaker, Anguilla will be poised to be the hub of the region, the shipping hub of the region. Madam Speaker, there's a country in Asia called Singapore. And I always admire what Singapore has done, Madam Speaker. When Singapore gained its independence, it was a poor country, Madam Speaker. Had a qualified public service because it was a British colony. And the Prime Minister, he looked at the Constitution of Jamaica as a model constitution. And he took that constitution, but he made certain authoritarian amendments. And I'm not saying that we're going to do that. But what I do admire about the country Singapore is that when they went into independence, they decided that in order for them to become competitive, because they didn't have any natural resources other than its people and geographical location, that they would invest in infrastructure and human capacity. So they went into significant infrastructure development in the city and expanded it. Madam Speaker, that's what they did. And developed a country that is the envy of Asia, Madam Speaker. Because they thought that to have the right infrastructure signal to the world that they would be a serious player in this world. And Madam Speaker, in Singapore, legislatively, they protect the reserves. So whoever comes in the government, the president gives a speech. It's like the governor, right? It's not elected. I think it's appointed, but the prime minister is elected. Gives a speech, and in every speech, he speaks about protection of the reserves. Now that's for a rainy day. And while it is that we will be spending our reserves to build capacity, to develop our infrastructure, to develop our people, Madam Speaker, we need to learn from those who have gone before us and who have made strong, prudent decisions that have benefited the people of their respective countries. My father would often say, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. The wheel is perfect. The wheel is perfect. You don't need to reinvent it. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel. And I've often said that there are no new ideas under the sun when it comes to national development. Yes, there are things that are emerging in terms of artificial intelligence. And I'm not talking about that AI, I'm talking about artificial intelligence. Because the world that we see today is going to be a different world tomorrow. Very different. And we need to be ready for that world. So even as it relates to scholarships, even as it relates to learning, even as it relates to education, even as it relates to you deciding to go after university, you need to look to the future and see if that job that you're going after university to get, if that job will be still there. Because chances are, you may not need that accountant. Chances are, you may not need that speechwriter. So we have to ensure that whatever we do, we are ready to compete from a global perspective. Not from a Caribbean or Anguilla perspective, but from a global perspective. Because this world is changing and changing rapidly. Fareed Zakaria, in his book, Lessons to be Learned in a Post-Pandemic Climate, I think it is, he spoke about the fact that artificial intelligence, robotics, and these things that would have taken decades to develop have been fast-tracked so quickly because of COVID and the lack of touch points that the world after COVID will be a different world. And we see that. We listen to persons like Elon Musk and others who say they are, even though they're developing these technologies, they are scared of what they see these robots can do. You ever watch iRobot? You ever watch iRobot? Art imitating reality, Madam Speaker. You ever watch Terminator? In a time to come, as Crazy the Calypsonian would say, in time to come, Madam Speaker, we are going to be competing against robots. When you see Joash walking down the street with this beautiful lady Madam Speaker, hand in hand, is going to be a robot. Madam Speaker, you know what? Without you asking, I'll retract that. Don't do that to Mr. Ash. But Madam Speaker, it's something that we need to keep our eyes on. In this part of the world, we are not. But if you go to Asia, if you see what is going on in China, you'll be truly amazed to see what is happening. Trucks delivering stuff with no humans in sight. Factories building, no humans in sight. Deliveries happening, no humans in sight. Taxi cabs taking you from point A to point B, no humans in sight. The world is changing. There was a time not too distant past when in New York you'd be happy to have a gold medallion for a taxi. Even the taxi businesses in that part of the world is going out of business, Madam Speaker, because of new technologies and things like, what do you call it again? When you call up the Uber and Lyft, Madam Speaker. Airbnb, Madam Speaker. Airbnb. I like Airbnb because Airbnb give everybody, regardless of who you are, the opportunity to earn within the hospitality sector. I don't do it, but I like it because it generates wealth and income for all our people who are willing to do what is necessary to capitalize from it. And Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill said that water should be a priority, Madam Speaker. It was the Anguilla United Front who said we didn't need to build cisterns anymore, so a lot of people didn't build cisterns. Water should be a priority, and I agree. And it has been a priority for us. That is why we acquired the TSG plant, Madam Speaker, the brackish water plant in Crocus Hill. That is why we have invested $5 million in water development this year. And that is why next year we invested another $5 million or $6 million in water development. And if you read the budget address by the Honorable Chief Minister in January of 1977, Madam Speaker, you will see that water development was a key priority in 1977. 1977, Madam Speaker. So we are making water. Even at the recently held JMC, Minister Kentish Rogers, Minister Kenneth Hodge, Premier Webster can tell you that water was a major discussion, including the JMC of 2023, water development for Anguilla. And we will get it done. Even as we develop the roads right now, Madam Speaker, I said earlier that we are installing new infrastructure for water, even in the areas where there may not be houses, because eventually we expect that houses will be built across the length and breadth of this country. Madam Speaker, they say the roads are bad. Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of Infrastructure, we are now looking at the need to resurface the main roads from Island Harbor to West End that are falling apart. Even if you drive through South Hill, between Mings and Tasties, you will see how bad that road. Every time it drizzles, potholes emerge. Those roads are falling apart. So even as we seek to eradicate those roads, we have to look as rehabilitating all the roads of this country, Madam Speaker. You think it costs 2 quarts? But no, the leader of the opposition says government should have borrowed to fund infrastructure, knowing full well that we didn't have the ability to borrow because of the fiscal ratios and the framework for fiscal responsibility. But when you borrow, you know what you got to do? You got to repay. And if you got $10 in the bank and you earning 0.1% interest, and you want to borrow and you want to have a project that costs $10 and the interest is 8%, what do you do? What do you do? You can pay 8%? No. No. As Super Captain would say, Madam Speaker, no. But because BVI who's financially strapped borrowed $100 million to invest in infrastructure, we must go and borrow. How irresponsible! How irresponsible, Madam Speaker! How irresponsible! Extremely poor governance, Madam Speaker, visible management deficiencies, and lack of leadership, Madam Speaker. How irresponsible of them to say that we should borrow to put the burden on future generations, just like when Christina Scott said on April 22nd, 2016, that this year will impact future generations. So Roniqua now have to pay the debt. Jose have to pay the debt. Still a young man. Should we do that to the next generation? We are making the sacrifices today. The single Isle Wide member, Mr. Kyle Hart, said, yes, you're investing for future generations, but what about the generation now? Right. He said that. But the investments that we are making now for future generations is impacting positively the pockets of this generation. This generation, cost of living has gone up? Yes, it has. Just last week, I saw a report that spoke of the exponential increase in the cost of housing in the United States of America. I saw a report that came out that eggs that have increased exponentially since 2020 will be going up significantly again. And that is why you see Quincy Gomes-Marie, the Minister of Sustainability, working with poultry farmers and the farmers on a whole to ensure that we can, as much as possible, escape that superinflation of eggs. The egg inflation went up so much in the US, Madam Speaker, that the Mexican cartel had stopped trading in drugs and was trading in eggs. Do the research. If you think I'm lying, trading in eggs. The Mexican cartel, because it was more profitable and safer for them to trade in eggs than to trade in drugs and cocaine. In James Freddie Hughes' book, A Man of All Seasons, he spoke of the many shocks in the 1940s and then again in the 1960s of superinflation, the impact that it had on Anguilla and Anguillians, Madam Speaker, because of the Vietnam War, the Korean War, and the Second World War. And when they would stood around at Gabe's Rum Shop in the afternoons in 1940s, 1942, 43, 44, 45, 46, to listen to what was going on in the world, because it was the only radio in South Hill, Madam Speaker. He was born in 26, so you know in 1946, he would have been a 20-year-old man. These are the experiences of those men of old. He spoke about the boys not being given shoes, and only the girls were given a pair of shoes, Madam Speaker. Hard times? Yes, we have hard times. But think about what our grandparents, what our forebears go through. There's a book written by Carl Petty called Blessed Our Forebears. Read it. See what our people had to endure. Famine, drought, deaths of our people. And when we cry out to the British government for help, it was said in Parliament, not a single white man dwells among them. And they came and they said, we know what we will do? We will move everyone to British Guyana. Some people went, but the majority of the people stayed. Crops died, animals died, people died. Real serious times. Madam Speaker, as a young man, when I started my house, couldn't get a loan because I was too young. Took me 9 years. 9 hard years, Madam Speaker. 9 years of sacrifice. Because I didn't own a vehicle. Walked everywhere that I needed to go. It's a matter of fact. I ain't making things up. So I'm not saying that I had the hardest in the world, but I know what I had to go through. People look at the end result. They never look at the journey. They never look at the journey. You hear stories of Albert A.R. Lake putting an animal on his shoulder and walking to Island Harbor to process that animal to sell the meat and then to walk back down to the valley. People look at the end result. They don't look at the journey. They always look at the end result. And even if the roads were paved in gold and manna fell from heaven and everybody had millions in the bank and the cost of living was at $2 a month, and we were in this parliament, members of the opposition would say everybody's hurting, people are starving to death. I'm not saying this member of the opposition, but I'm saying members of the opposition. That is the nature of politics. It is sad and unfortunate, Madam Speaker, because there's no doubt that Anguilla today and Anguillians today is better today than when we came into office. There's no doubt. We, all of us, even those who are most vulnerable, Madam Speaker, because we have increased their subventions as well. And that is not to say much, but we know what we found and we know where we are. We have done the work. No vacations. None. If you want to call when they got COVID or vacation, then you could call it that. But no vacations, Madam Speaker. We have done the work. We have toiled. We have taken the blows that we should take. That's the nature of the game.
Before you continue, may I take this opportunity to ask leave of the Assembly for 10 minutes recess to refresh?
Okay.
Yep. This Honorable House now stands in recess for 10 minutes. Appropriations 2025 Act 2024. The member for Road South will continue his contribution.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am especially grateful for the opportunity for us to go and recharge. And you know, when batteries are recharged, it means that the lifespan is extended. And it's a Friday evening, and we don't have anything to do this evening, so we're going to spend our evening together for the rest of this evening. And hopefully, before 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, I'll wrap up so that the other members can make their presentations. But it's a weekend, and there's no better way to spend the weekend, Madam Speaker, than to spend it with friends. And this is why we are spending it with friends here tonight. And I'm happy that the honorable member for West End, the honorable member for Valley North, the honorable member for Valley South, along with my colleagues, have decided that there's no better way to spend their time than with me. So, thank you. Madam Speaker, as I was saying when I was left off, the member for Sandy Hill was saying that we should borrow to fund the infrastructure. Borrow to fund the infrastructure, Madam Speaker. And forgive me, Madam Speaker, if I cite and quote from those who have gone before us, Madam Speaker, because it was one I spy, may he rest in peace, who said, never reach, put your hat where your hand can't reach. He even penned a song regarding that. Because we must always seek to live within our means. And that is why the Framework for Fiscal Responsibility Act came into being, to ensure that we lived within our means, Madam Speaker. And like I said, even as it relates to the agreement that was signed between us and His Majesty's government, Madam Speaker, it set out things that we were obligated to do in order to realize that grant funding, Madam Speaker. And I have often said that there was no reason why we should not have been making those things ourselves, doing those things ourselves. And if the Anguilla United Front had followed the constitutional recommendations of Mr. Don Mitchell, those things that was in that agreement, many of them would not even be in a consideration. And I would hope that someday, in the not too distant future, we will have a constitution that reflects the goals and aspirations of the people of Anguilla into the foreseeable future, and not have just a document that reflects the times, the political times of the day. Because too short-sighted we have been. We are investing for the people of today and investing for tomorrow. At the heart of what we do is about resilience and the people. We are ensuring that Anguilla is placed on a strong foundation by implementing the ideas of all. And we will continue to do so. And that is why I don't understand for the life of me how the Anguilla United Front and its leadership can say, and I quote, "You can watch concrete, but you can't eat concrete. You can watch concrete, but you can't eat concrete." But I would like to remind them of the words of Mr. Claude Gomes, where he said, and I quote, that has been immortalized in a shirt that I see many people wearing, Madam Speaker. "As concrete pours, the country grows." Claude, if you're listening, we thank you, and we thank you for your unwavering support. Madam Speaker, objective people across the length and breadth of this island who are not enshrined in the partisanship and political things cannot deny that this administration is doing a good work, Madam Speaker. They cannot deny it. I see persons at a hospital, and I say I went to the hospital, and I was like, good afternoon, and a lady who was there, over the age of 70, who has a senior shield card, turn her nose up and turn her head because she's so believe in her party that even the benefits that is derived from this government, she turned her nose up and she turned her head and refused to speak. Only to find out from somebody that the reason why she refused to speak is because she's a supporter of the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker. And I don't understand that. Because the member for Valenard said to us that they have control over what their party supporters do and say, especially on social media. She said that.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, where did I say that the Anguilla United Front has control over where our supporters, the things our supporters say on social media?
Madam Speaker, she said that in a meeting that we had together when we were discussing national security. She said, the reason why we can't have...
What is this meeting? Can you reference the date of this meeting, time and place of this meeting when I said this?
Yes, Madam Speaker. It was held this year at the Old Town, Madam Speaker. And she also went on to say, Madam Speaker, that the member for Road South in particular is like all he thinks about is the opposition, because whenever you look at his status from all in the morning, he's speaking about the opposition. And maybe she don't remember.
Speaker, I don't know what he's referring to in reference to saying that the Anguilla United Front can control what our supporters say. That is actually absolutely outrageous, because no one can control what any other person says. So I'll ask you to remove that from the record, please.
Speaker, again, the member for Valley.
I will ask you to strike it from the record if you have no proof of it, because I never said that.
Madam Speaker, there were many witnesses in the room that heard when she said it, Madam Speaker. Witnesses included the Honorable Premier, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Single Member. Those were witnesses when she said it, Madam Speaker. So, she may have misspoke, but she said it.
Madam Speaker, can you ask the member?
Please, member. Do you have is there a recording of
No,
that,
there's no
evidence?
recording, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so just let's move on.
Okay, since there's no recording, then I'll acquiesce to the Speaker's request because there's no recording and have it struck from the record. But I know she said it. And other people who are in the room know she said it. And she also made reference to me posting. And the Premier said, but is it personal? No. But his political Premier said, well, it's all fair game. But if she don't remember, that's fine. We don't always remember things, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, can the member be asked to move on as he cannot provide proof? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the member for Valley North wants me to move on, even though I said who was in the room. But if it's not recorded, it's not evidence. Imagine that. Imagine witness statements when a crime is committed to the Royal Anguilla Police Force, and the lawyer of the person who had perpetuated the crime saying to the witness, do you have that recorded? Do you have camera footage? No, but I saw it. I heard it. Well, please have it struck from the record, because the witness cannot be considered. But anyway, Madam Speaker, as we move along, the leader of government business went on to say, Madam Speaker, there is no need for government to give its citizens electricity credits, but the government realizes that there's a cost of living rise in Anguilla. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, even though we have reduced the cost of electricity. There's no doubt that there is a cost of living increase across the globe. I saw someone put up a ham that they bought from Rams in St. Martin, right? And they said last year the ham cost $28, and this year the ham cost $67.00, Madam Speaker. That's not even a 100% increase. That's an exponential increase. In countries across the world, including the United States of America, have been grappling with inflation. And we know why that inflation was caused. We, in the Anguilla Progressive Movement, the government of Anguilla, did not cause global inflation contrary to what the Anguilla United Front has been stating. We did not cause it. We are a victim of global inflation, just as we are a victim of climate change. We are a victim. We see what is going on, and we have tried and continue to try. Next week we'll be coming back to this house again with further measures, Madam Speaker, to reduce as much as possible the cost of living, Madam Speaker. We have implemented a maximum price order at the pump that has netted significant results, Madam Speaker. Price control at the pump that saved people tens of thousands over a period of a year in terms of gas prices, Madam Speaker. Sorry? Up to $7 a gallon. People have saved because of our maximum price order that we have implemented. We told the fuel suppliers, the Premier said to the fuel suppliers, we will implement a price control on you because we don't think what you're doing is fair. And to one of their credit, they said, well, we welcome it. Remember that conversation? And we went ahead and do it. And very often, whenever the fuel comes into Anguilla, we go back to Executive Council and we adjust it. Sometimes it go up a little bit, sometimes it come down a little bit. It does this, but we now control those fuel prices. We continue to do these things. So that $7 a gallon that is saved by that gentleman who's going to the pump, the fisherman is also saving $7 a gallon. $7 a gallon! And if you think about the amount of fuel that fishermen have to buy, think of the cost savings that fisherman is benefiting from because of this administration, Madam Speaker. Because of this administration, no other government would do it. No other government would do it. And why I say that is because no other government has done it. You can't say you're going to do it. You can't say you plan to do it, and you had planned to do it. I heard the United Front, when we did the Bellarmine Road, say they were planning to do it. I almost laugh. It's laughable. Parliamentary Secretary? Make it make sense, Madam Speaker. For decades, the member for Sandy Hill, Madam Speaker, served on the board of NBA, made those decisions as a board member for NBA for years. How many years? 15? 5? 10? How many years member for Sandy Hill? I don't know. But, Madam Speaker, I don't even know she chaired. Was she the chair? Was she an ordinary member? What decisions did she make? What's her voting record? How much of those loans that she agreed to that became non-performing, the 10 loans that she said, the 10 major loans that she said that she agreed to, that she probably pushed for?
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, misrepresentation. I never said that I signed off or agreed to any loan. I never said that I supported or pushed for any loans. I would ask the member to stop misrepresenting the facts. And if he doesn't know, then he should just say he doesn't know and move on. No, you can't ask questions of me. You're making a presentation, so you should have the facts in front of you.
Yes, I certainly did, Minister. Through the chair, Madam Speaker. I would have served as a special director from the 26th of October 2011, and the appointment would have ended on the 12th of August 2013, just a year and months, Madam Speaker. So I wasn't here that long.
Thank you very much.
Yes, the 12th of August 2013, so I would have started the 26th of October 2011, and it would have ended with intervention on the 12th of August 2013, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. There you have it. But the member for Sandy Hill, in a spirit of transparency and accountability, said we can't ask any questions. So, that's his. Can't ask any questions, fine. I won't ask any questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that advice, member. No questions asked, Madam Speaker. No questions asked. No, I can't ask.
You can ask. You may not get answers, but you can ask.
That is clear.
Certainly.
That is as clear as mud. Madam Speaker, the member said that there's no need for government to give its citizens electricity credits because it's clear that Anguilla United Front would never give its citizens electricity credits. Because the Anguilla United Front has never given its citizens
On a point
credits.
of order, Madam Speaker, the member is misrepresenting the facts. I will ask him not to continue to do so in this honorable house. I would have never said that the government of the day did not have to give electricity credits. What I would have said is that they have to because they know that the people are suffering. And I will refer to the EXCO minutes that were made in October of 2024, pointing to the fact that they recognize of the high cost of living, the high cost of electricity, the high cost of shipping, and all of those things would have been the reasons why they granted electricity credit. And if they knew that the cost of living was so high, then they ought to have reduced, and they still need to reduce GST, and that's why they're given the credits.
Madam Speaker, I took notes, Madam Speaker. I took notes, Madam Speaker. And let me quote what the member said. The member wanted to rehash a presentation that she made for 3 hours, Madam Speaker. And she does not remember what exactly she said. But the member said, there is no need for government to give its citizens electricity credits. But the government realizes that the cost of living increase in Anguilla. These electricity credits that we are given today is not related to cost of living, you know. The initial electricity credits was dubbed as what? Cost of living. But these are not that. We recognize that at any opportunity that we can do so, we must reach out and help our people. And I am saying to you today that the only administration, the only government that would have done it and would do it is a government that is led by Premier Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, MD, PhD. Because the record will show, Madam Speaker, that this is the only government that has ever done so. No other government. No island council. From 1967 to 2024, none has done it before. None. And don't tell me that there's cost of living increases today when earlier in my presentation, I cited the budget of 1977, which the total expenditure was said to be $3,240,000. No, sorry, $3,240,320. 3 million EC. The permanent secretary is here today. And the permanent secretary of finance will tell you that that $3 million is nowhere close to government expenditure for 1 month today. So should we go back to that? Should we go back to that? Yes, there's a cost of living increase, but also everything else has increased. And the fact that we were spending $3,240,320 in 1977, of which 57% of it was going to salaries. 57% of it was going to salaries, Madam Speaker. 57%. Today, our salaries, well, I don't know about today, but I know yesterday, our salaries did not reach 50% of expenditure. You understand what I'm saying? So from a ratio standpoint, even though the expenditure, total expenditure back then was $3 million and change a year, from a ratio standpoint, in terms of the percentage, the percentile of expenditure, it is less today. But they want you to go back to that. Because it's obvious that back then, 1977, unless you can tell me otherwise, the cost of living would have been less. But the goods and services would also be less. And the demand for government services would have been less. Everything would have been less. And I can tell you, in 1977, the salary of a minister of government was in the region of $500. Civil servants, teachers, was in the region of $400, Madam Speaker. You understand what I'm saying? And how do I know this? Because when Hubert Benjamin Hughes was in opposition, his salary was just over $100 EC a month. When he became the special advisor of the Emile Gumbs government in 1977, his salary bumped up to $240 EC a month. $240 EC a month. A civil servant may have gotten $300 a month. You understand what I'm saying? May have gotten $300 a month. But that civil servant, that politician at that time, was screaming out about how difficult it was and how high the cost of living was. And persons may say that someone could have gone to the grocery with $100 EC and bought enough groceries to feed a family back then, Madam Speaker. That may be true. But if you look at the graduation of the salary over the years, and you look at the cost of living over the years, that $100 back then cannot be realistically that $100 today. And every so often, Madam Speaker, I am so glad that one of the things that my father were able to teach us is financial literacy. He never went to college. He was the only child of 8 who went to high school. And he went to high school in St. Kitts, Madam Speaker. But he taught us financial literacy, living within your means and stuff like that. And I, too, have taught my kids financial literacy. You'll never find someone more financially literate than my daughter, who's 19 years old. Because I recognize that it is important to teach these things. But when you try to teach these things to other people, you get in trouble. So what I do is I share these bits through my social media platform in terms of financial stuff that is happening in the world and things that you need to do. Because it's very difficult to try to teach someone financial literacy if they think that you got it and they don't. So it's difficult to teach when someone is not receptive to that learning. But we have to understand and recognize these things. We can go back to the annals of history, the annals of history, Madam Speaker, and see our forebearers bawling, screeching, screaming about the cost of living. In the 1950s, Madam Speaker, in particular, we saw our people jumping on boats, Madam Speaker, and sailing all the way to Europe, Madam Speaker, to work in a factory. My father included. And those who didn't sail among the seas and went to the West Virgin Islands and different St. Martin and so forth, Madam Speaker. And those before them was in Cuba, Madam Speaker, was in Aruba, Madam Speaker, was in San Pedro de Macorís, Madam Speaker. I listened to the story of a man by the name of Charlie Gomes, who was sent to the cane fields, the disease-infested cane fields of San Pedro de Macorís at the age of 9 to work in the cane fields in order to bring back some dollars to help sustain his family. 9 years old. I look around the chambers and I notice that many of us have children. And some of us have children that are perhaps beyond the age of 9. But I can't even imagine sending my 16-year-old son to the disease-infested cane fields of San Pedro de Macorís to try to sustain his family back home. That is what happened. And I say disease-infested because it's a truism. When they came back, if they came, those who made it back on those boats, Madam Speaker, sailing boats, if they survived with the smallpox, I think it was smallpox, once they reached to Anguilla, they were quarantined to make sure that they weren't sick, and those who were sick and died was entombed across the street from the Bethel Methodist Church in South Hill in limestone tombs. They rest right there, Madam Speaker, around the corner before you go down towards Anguilla Sands and Salts. That's where they are. Those who survived. And those who died on the boat, they were thrown overboard. So you didn't even know if your family was returned to Anguilla. But we ignore that fact. Oh, it's hard. Look, some people gone to England. Look, some people come to Anguilla too. I've seen Americans who have failed in America, came to Anguilla with nothing and made a life. I've seen Dominicans and St. Lucians and St. Vincentians and Dominicanos come to Anguilla and have been able to elevate their lives. Why can't we? Why can't you? Personal responsibility starts with the man and woman in the mirror, Madam Speaker. But we can't talk about that, because we talk about that, we get pointed at and say, oh, look, they're talking. What they say, his spoon is butter? No, he has a silver spoon. Something like that they would say, he has I know what they say, a silver spoon in their mouth, or their bread already buttered. The sacrifice, Madam Speaker. I'll talk about it when I'm no longer in politics. But I'm glad that my uncle captured his journey in his 2 books. That life wasn't easy. In every government, Madam Speaker, regardless of the government of the day, if the Honorable Kyle Hodge was in this government today, every government will seek to do as much as they can for the people, Madam Speaker, because we have to live here. And one of the things that I've learned, because, Madam Speaker, I'm a student of history. I'm a student of global politics, Madam Speaker. That's all I used to read as a kid. Politics, religion. Because it was all around me, Madam Speaker. No radio, no television, no electricity. And, Madam Speaker, what I do know is that we are all passing through. All passing through. Every single member of the Anguilla Council is no longer here with us. We stood here and we celebrated the life of the last remaining survivor who had just passed. And he spoke about him taking a tax from every one of his workers to help with national development, Madam Speaker. We are all passing through. Every single member of the House of Assembly from 1976 is no longer with us. None. Whether it be Hubert Benjamin Hughes, Albert Hughes, Emil Gomes, Ronald Webster, none are here with us today. And there will come a time, Madam Speaker, when none of us who are in here today will be here. The first Speaker of the House, in which this chamber is named after, who was the editor of the Beacon, a newspaper that we owned and operated, Mr. Atlin Noraldo Harrigan, great author. He's no longer with us. So what is our job and what is our duty? Our job and our duty is to do as much as we can to leave Anguilla better than we met it. That is our job and our duty. The politics is the politics is the politics. The politics will always play it out. No matter what we do, we'll be criticized. Remember the Valley Main Road, how much criticism came? Man, I was even called a man with a black heart. I had to run down to Dr. Lowell Hughes and say, Doc, check me out. How come I have a black heart and everybody else have a different color heart? I was called all manner of evil for moving forward with the Valley Main Road. Something that we promised for decades. Everything. There has been nothing that this administration has done that in their eyes they have said, well done, good and faithful servant. Nothing. Person walk into the hospital with their senior shield card, get care. The bill would have been $37,350.63. Didn't get any. That government, they ain't do nothing yet. I ain't see what them do. What them do? I had a argument with a gentleman the other day. I didn't even want to call it an argument. But he said to me that the Premier has done nothing since coming to office. Nothing since coming to office. Because his political leaders have said to him, the Premier has done nothing. I remember Curtis Richardson saying in this house, Lord Chief, put $1 on the budget for me. Just $1 for infrastructure. $1. And I'll find the rest. So, if Mr. Banks had given that $1, wouldn't Mr. Banks have given that $1? So how can you say the Premier has done nothing? Everything that has been accomplished because of Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster. Whether it be done in West End or whether it be done in Island Harbor, has been accomplished because of him. When I see him in Executive Council fighting for funds for the Vivian Van Der Poel Primary School and say, listen, this has to be done, and pushing. Where is it at? When the pier in Island Harbor was the state of disrepair, he was getting blows, but he couldn't circumvent the procurement process. They were giving him blows. He ain't doing nothing for the wharf. The wharf in the state of disrepair, but he had to follow the Procurement Act. He couldn't intervene and say, you know what, sideline that act. I'm going to give it to Kevin Pickering Construction Company. He couldn't do that. But it was as if they wanted that to happen. We had so much challenges even securing the wood for that pier. It was a difficult time in the world, Madam Speaker, in terms of supply chain. And eventually it was done. Don't you think that he would have wanted done instantly, immediately, just like he wanted Senior Shield done on day one? Or they wanted the levy removed on day one? But that is not the way government works, Madam Speaker. That is not the way government works. There's always processes and procedures and legislation and regulations that you have to adhere to. And if the Anguilla United Front ever comes to office, the same legislation that they left in terms of procurement and other policies and procedures is the same legislation that they have to abide by if they come to office. Although we know that there's a need to change the Procurement Act. There are certain areas that needs to be upgraded, Madam Speaker, to offer a little bit more flexibility in the Act. And that work will be done, Madam Speaker. That work will be done. So even with the limitations that the Act may have, we have still been able to accomplish, Madam Speaker. Still be able to do. Still be able to fulfill the plan that they say that we didn't have, but the 11-point plan that they say they saw. Make it make sense, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition said that every day people are installing solar panels. This administration has made it easier for persons to install solar panels. We came to this honorable house and we did so that persons could install solar, Madam Speaker, because we would like to see the country green, Madam Speaker, and reduce our carbon footprint, even though we are not a major net producer of carbon emissions, Madam Speaker. And for many years, people in Anguilla have been installing solar panels. I can recall after Hurricane Irma going down to Best Buy West, and I was so surprised and shocked to see that their solar panels, with the exception of a few on the southeastern side, flew off. Meanwhile, my brothers who had solar panels, all of theirs flew off. But whatever mechanism was employed at Best Buy supermarket in the West, most of their solar panels were on. And do you know what year that was, Madam Speaker? It wasn't September 2020. It was September 2017. And the fact that I went down there a day or two after the hurricane, it means that before the hurricane, those panels were there. And there are several people in my village for many years have been operating from solar and paid maybe $25 or whatever, $28 a month in the meter that they have from Anguilla. Some people are totally off-grid and have been so for many years. So I don't see what's a difficult thing to do. Why is it difficult and why is it a criticism for persons who are placing solar panels on their roofs or otherwise? Madam Speaker, the member for Sandy Hill have also criticized us, say there have been no public signing of a memorandum of understanding for Zemi Beach. I'll say why. Because there's no memorandum of understanding for Zemi Beach. That's a question. There have been no public signing of a memorandum of understanding on Zemi Beach. Madam Speaker, we did a public signing for a memorandum of understanding for Zemi Beach in 2011. Thomas Estefan was the lawyer, Madam Speaker. Sheldon Goldstein was the owner, Madam Speaker. We did a public signing for the memorandum of understanding for Zemi Beach. And when the leader of the opposition makes such a pronouncement, I am surprised. You know why? Because the leader of the opposition is a lawyer. That's her training. And she was also a lawyer who deals with corporate law. She was a lawyer for a number of different entities down at the former Viceroy Property Barnesby Development, Madam Speaker. So she understands how this works. If one entity, if one hotel, buy a hotel from one owner to the next, there may not be a memorandum of understanding at that time because it's a sale between one owner and another owner. And the memorandum that is in existence for that particular property continues for the next owner unless they want to come back and negotiate or renegotiate a memorandum for that entity. Because Zemi Beach has been sold, but if I go over to Zemi Beach, the general manager who was there before is still a general manager. The food and beverage staff who was there before are still there. They didn't sell the hotel and send everybody home and bring in a new set of people, change the name of the hotel, change the operator, Hilton I can't remember the Elixir. Thank you very much, member, for Valinard. Appreciate that. Right? They didn't do that. They bought the hotel. These type of transactions happen all the time. The executive council minutes will show you, and a member, the single elected member, Mr. Ken Hodge, can tell you of the number of transactions that occur on a regular basis where these properties, whether it be the Four Seasons, or whether it be Caramar, or whether it be any of these things, have sales regularly, Madam Speaker. Regularly. Well, it has subsided significantly since the overall sale of the property that we call Four Seasons, Madam Speaker. And we say the property that we call Four Seasons because the hotel is not owned by Four Seasons, but rather operated by Four Seasons. So when you ask these questions, I am surprised. Maybe it is to try to mama guy, if I may use that word, or pull the wool over the eyes of the general public. Now, if the new owner decides that they want to renegotiate the terms and agreements of the Memorandum of Understanding based on any development that they want to do with that property, they are free to do so. And then you will have a public signing of a Memorandum of Understanding. But until then, that agreement remains. Belmont was operating, Madam Speaker, Capjaluca, and it was sold to LVMH, what we call Louis Vuitton. It was sold. There was no new Memorandum of Understanding. There was none. We wish there was one under this administration, because if there was one under this administration, we would have gotten our social component in, and we would have seen some contribution from Belmont Capjaluca to the social development of this country. And we have tried, and we have prodded, and the Premier have fought. I have been a witness firsthand to us trying to say, hey, in the agreement of 2017, there's a clause that says that. And so far, nothing. But under this Anguilla progressive movement, Madam Speaker, every developer that comes to our shows, this is your obligation. We got a list. This is your obligation, Madam Speaker. That's why we're going to have a beautiful boardwalk in the harbor. Madam Speaker, we are going to have a beautiful boardwalk in Island Harbor. Kenneth Harrigan, the Honorable Kenneth Harrigan, many decades ago, spoke of a boardwalk in Island Harbor. He wanted to have a boardwalk in Island Harbor. But there are people who may want to have things, and there are people who can do things. And because we do things, that boardwalk, Madam Speaker, I wish the Premier could unveil the renderings for that boardwalk. No, we don't want crazy singing here about in time to come. I want the people to see what is to come. I want the people of Anguilla to see what is to come in Island Harbor, Madam Speaker. Because when we were developing the custom cargo building, we did a rendering. We said this is what it's going to look like. And Madam Speaker, if you go over to Long Grung, the real thing is even better than the rendering. We did a rendering for the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal. Put out this video rendering, Madam Speaker. And when that Blowing Point Ferry Terminal was completed, I can always remember Mark Romney, and I know he doesn't mind me saying his name, Madam Speaker, because he looks so good in blue. I can call his name, Madam Speaker. He said, Minister, you can't outdo this. You can't outdo this. I said, Mark, you think we can't outdo that? Wait till you see the airport terminal. Wait till you see the airport terminal. Because the same architect that did the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal is going to design the airport terminal. And you know when you design something and it's built, and then you have to go and design something, you can see where you can make improvements to the aesthetics, etc. And V-Architecture did just that. Madam Speaker, we wanted our facilities to have a particular look so that everything just don't look different. You know, you have some uniformity, Madam Speaker. And we unveiled the rendering for the new Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport, Madam Speaker. It's going to be beautifully done. It's going to be magnificent. It's going to be resilient, Madam Speaker. Poured concrete and steel, Madam Speaker. It's going to be like a bunker built for the future. No blocks, you know, Madam Speaker. Poured concrete all the way through. Double matting steel in the walls, double matting steel in the floors, double matting steel in the roof. A structure that can withstand any hurricane. Now, I'm not playing with God, but I know God is on our side. But it's built. And you know what? No more flooding, no more leaking. And it's going to have multiple concessionaires in there. Madam Speaker, let me tell you how malicious it is. We always fight against ourselves, Madam Speaker. When we were developing the plans for the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport Terminal, Madam Speaker, I was intimately involved. Because at the end of the day, I hearkened to the words of Ms. Cora Richardson Hodge many years ago when she was being critical of the Honorable Jerome Roberts, and there was something that occurred, and she said, the buck stops with you. She's not right. The buck stops with you, the buck stops with me as a minister. And as minister, I have been accused of micromanaging. I have been accused of being too involved, and I stand guilty. That's why I don't take vacations, Madam Speaker. I don't want to be absent. And you can ask anybody in my ministry to look at the travel vote for 2024, Madam Speaker, and you will see tens of thousands still in travel vote. Still in the travel vote. And we always having the debates over there. Minister, you need to go to this. You need to go to that. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, why? I don't need to go to this. I don't need to go to that. We got to get this done. Ask them behind my back. Ask the executive assistant in the Ministry of Infrastructure. Ask Fiona Wilkinson. Ask Permanent Secretary Travis Carty. Look at the numbers. Look at the vote. I ain't jumping on a plane. Don't travel first class most of the time in the back of the plane. Most of the time. When I say the back of the plane, Madam Speaker, I'm talking the back of the plane. Because I always believe that whether in the front of the plane, on the back of the plane, we land in the same place. And I've seen too many crashes, and the survivors, if they are always in the back of the plane. So I'm increasing my chances of survival. But the truth of the matter is, I have not even come close to exhausting the travel vote. There are some people who like to travel and get away just because they want to get away from the stress and everything else that comes with the office. But I embrace it. I love it. I hug it up. I love it up. Somebody I say I should hug it up and love it. Yes, Minister Kyle Hart says, hug it up and love it up. Sorry, not minister, because he will not be a minister again. But anyway, Madam Speaker, Hug it up and love it up. I embrace it. Check my blood pressure, Madam Speaker. You will not believe it. Ooh, it's beautiful, like a 20-year-old athlete. So, Madam Speaker, I have been accused because I stay engaged, stay involved. And we unveiled that rendering in Mark Hall. We say, boy, I never believed that you could outdo the Blowing My Fairy Tale. I am so happy and pleased when I scroll through social media and I see people from all walks of life just taking pictures of the Blowing My Fairy Terminal. I am pleased where I see other Caribbean governments being criticized because of what is happening in Anguilla. This is true. I'm not making it up. Across the Caribbean, governments are being criticized and saying, how can they be doing this in Anguilla? Greg of Avia NV said that Anguilla is now known as what? The country that get things done. You can't get anything done unless you're willing to roll up your sleeves, Madam Speaker, and do the work. You got to roll up the sleeves. When that Valley Main Road was being built, Madam Speaker, I was out there with a tape 2. I was out there with a level 2. And I was complained to the governor. You remember that, Premier? Remember that, DG? Saying that I'm too involved. And the governor said, no, the minister has to be involved. You cannot complain and say he's too involved. When the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center was being built, Madam Speaker, on a Saturday and Sunday, you would see me down there walking. Not giving instructions, but walking, Madam Speaker. Even if it meant taking the hose and wetting the concrete for hours in the hot sun, Madam Speaker. Again, I was complained. I'm not wearing any PPE. So you know what I did? I ran to the store and I bought myself a nice blue construction helmet and my reflective vest and my steel toe boots. Keep them in my car. We can go afterwards and inspect the car and see it. You're going to accuse me of not going on sites and not having my PPE anymore. I didn't only think, I roll up my sleeves. Minister Kentridge Rogers was on the project walking too, you know. Her hands rougher than mine. I say, boy, I see why you're single with those rough hands. Madam Speaker, you got to roll up your sleeves and get it done. When the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center was being developed, and Mr. Morton, it was taking so long that Mr. Morton had to jump in and he learned the AutoCAD. Daryl Richardson really helped him and came up with a concept. And the minister had paid out of her pocket for rendering. And then we took it down to changes, Madam Speaker. And we had a consultation with the people. And there were a number of persons who made recommendations, Madam Speaker. I can always remember Jenny Raymond saying, those dressing rooms, you're going to get in trouble with them. They're too small. And they were too small. They were 6 feet by 6 feet or something like that, just as big as a bathroom if you ask me. And we had to go back to the drawing board based on the recommendations of the persons, Madam Speaker. Cassie, everybody was there to make the recommendations. We made the changes based on the recommendations of people who use the facility. And we went back. And then I think her name is Osana Tomlinson. She was able to produce a beautiful rendering as well, Madam Speaker. Thanks to her. And we were able to present this beautiful rendering of the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, Madam Speaker. And today, against all the criticism, I remember Thomas Edison Kelly going on the radio and saying, I know for a fact that the money for the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center is in the Treasury and they need to go through procurement. They don't care about procurement, you know. The reason why the United Front was bawling out about procurement is because they knew that if it went through procurement, there was no way we could have that Lancer Bowl Cultural Center. And then they could say, take the egg and throw it in your face and say, see, you knew that you couldn't get it done. I listened to them. Can't get it done. The minister knew that she wanted to get it done. Look when she's starting it. And I said in a press conference, we will have that done on July the 18th, 2024. And when did we open it up? July 18th, 2024. Because we walked backwards. We set a date. We said, this is a date. We're going to walk backwards from there. We may not get every intricate detail done, but we will be in this facility for the 50th Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, what a beautiful thing. What a beautiful landmark, Madam Speaker. And we're not yet done. Today it's open for the public, and it will continue to be open for the general public. But what a beautiful facility. I can go there and get my favorite ice cream, Tropical Treats, coffee. That's my favorite. One of the best ice creams you can ever have anywhere. And I'm not saying that because the member, single white member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, and I are friends. I'm saying that because his ice cream is the best. Made locally, beautiful local branding, and it's good ice cream. I'm not saying ice cream is healthy, but I do indulge in tropical treats, especially the coffee. Yep. Just like I only buy Aranale water, Madam Speaker. From the rock, springing from the rock, Madam Speaker. Because it's the safest bottled water you'll find anywhere. And I know people may argue with me because people have heard me say that and say that, oh, you're chatting stupidness. But I know so because that water has been tested. And another thing that you need to understand about bottled water, Madam Speaker, is that wherever it comes from in the world, it's sitting in a hot container for weeks on end. And during that time, the leachate from the plastic goes into the water. And that enters your system and it has a negative health impact. Aranale is not that. I'm not trying to sell Aranale. I don't have shares in Aranale. Because next week you'll be saying, you'll see a WhatsApp blast goes around say that Hayden got shares in Tropical Treats in Aranale. But I'm just stating a matter of fact. You know? And my record can bear that out and they can tell that. My printer is Max Printing. Fact. Fact. Now I was paying a check, so I have the records. Right? I don't care what the politics are, you know. I support local. I don't care they could go on radio and bash me left, right, and center. I will still support them. Still. Unless you tell me keep stepping in your business place and tell me get out your business place, then I would have no choice. And that has happened. The Alphabet store. That has happened. So, Madam Speaker, I made a note. I don't know why I made a note, so I won't expound on it. Leader of opposition said the people of Anguilla are looking forward to the credit. I don't know why I wrote it down, but that's neither here nor there. There's some notes here that I took I didn't need to take, Madam Speaker. And I took some notes, Madam Speaker, but I already spoke about those things yesterday and I won't rehash them. It's about what I said about GST and what I said and what we did to fix what I said about GST during the election campaign. But, Madam Speaker, I also want to address something that the single and white member, Mr. Jose Vanterpool, said. He said he was a bit surprised that the budget of 2025 is projecting a deficit to be funded from the reserves. He was a bit surprised that the budget is projecting a deficit. The reason why, and I'm sure he knows, but politics being as it is, the reason why there's projecting a deficit is because of the same reason that the honorable member for Sandy Hill stated in terms of the capital development projects. And of the hundreds of millions of dollars we are spending in capital development projects, Madam Speaker, only about $7 million going to road development. So it's definitely not roads. So what could it be? If you take a drive to the south from here, you'll end up in an area called Wallblake. And you will see a facility called the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport Terminal. And you will see some excavation going on. And that is where that expenditure is going, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, that is not reoccurring expenditure. That is capital expenditure. And yes, it is, we may be projecting a deficit because we're being extremely conservative, Madam Speaker. But it may very well be that we don't see a deficit, Madam Speaker, because of the current trend of economic growth, Madam Speaker, in other areas such as domain name and the like, Madam Speaker, we may very well end up with a surplus. But you have to be conservative as possible. But if we produce a surplus, you're having a surplus on the backs of the people. You shouldn't be having a surplus. And if we projecting a deficit, oh, this government, when they don't know what they're doing, how they could be projecting a deficit? Make it make sense, Madam Speaker. Make it make sense. The Anguilla United Front, through the single island-wide member, Mr. Joseph Van der Poel, Madam Speaker, he asked the question, are we growing too fast? Are we growing too fast?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I know you take very meticulous notes, and I understand the politics that are at play, but the member can go through the record. I never once asked that question.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
You know what, Madam Speaker? Here's what I'm going to do. After Parliament, I'm going to get the clip of him asking that question. He said in his presentation, he asked in his presentation, are we growing too fast?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, just for clarification, because I don't want the people who are listening now to be misled. I know where the member is trying to go with this. What I would have stated for the record is that I was a bit surprised due to the deficit listed, particularly because this being the biggest budget in Anguilla's history, I was surprised to see that it's still projected a $59 million deficit, of which $25 million would have to be drawn down from reserves. He did make correct mention earlier that I was asking, are we ensuring that we are being prudent with our spending? Are we sure that we are being responsible with our spending? What I ask is, are we taking on too many infrastructure projects at the same time, Madam Speaker? Because that introduces a certain level of risk. We know that there are certain phenomena such as overheating the economy and leading to labor shortages and certain implications. So I was simply asking, are we taking on too much at the same time? Not are we growing too fast, Madam Speaker. No one would be against any country growing fast or growing as fast as possible. But are we doing it in a responsible and a sustainable manner? Which I believe that the member should agree is a valid concern.
Madam Speaker, I want to quote from the member, Mr. Joseph Van der Poel. Question. At 1:57 p.m., he asked a question, are we growing too fast? Now, we can go back and forth on points of orders about it. But like I said, after Parliament, I'm going to clip the clip. He went on.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, just for correction of the record, because I have my speech in front of me, and I literally searched, are we growing too fast? And it's nowhere in my speech. But for Thank you, Member. Again, Madam Speaker, for the purposes of the listening audience, I did a search of my speech to see are the words, are we growing too fast, listed anywhere in there? And they are not. Maybe the member might have made a mistake in terms of taking his notes, but based on what I see here, what I believe he was trying to reference was, and I quote, While these initiatives may result in long-term dividends if managed well, I think it is fair to ask, are we going too fast with too many large capital projects being pursued simultaneously, Madam Speaker? And I will end my quote with that.
Madam Speaker, the member just admitted it broken the rules of procedure in this honorable House, Madam Speaker. He referenced his speech, and we know that that's a breach of the rules of procedure. But, you know, some people broke rules and get away with it, and that's fine. When?
Let's not argue about
Miss
speeches.
Madam Speaker,
I made that
the
rule.
rules have already been broken. We're not trying to reprimand the member.
Hold on, member. I did make reference to Rule 56.3 on that very day, and the member did make a reply about time preparation. Okay, I didn't reference that member in particular, as I see it from lots of members in this honorable House. I do, lots of members. I haven't said you. So, let's not make that an issue. We are to adhere to the rule. I fully understand the member. I appreciate those who can just stand on their feet without even referencing their notes at times. I do understand time and preparation. Let's just move on from that. Okay, I thank you for the clarification. If you can present that evidence after, but just move on from that point. Let's not waste any more time.
You are the boss of the House. So I am not here
Don't
to...
like the word boss.
You
I'm the speaker
are
of
the
the
head
House.
honcho. You are the jefe. You are the queen of the House.
Please, member.
So I am not, Madam Speaker, I am not going to debate with you about the rules of procedure because you did realize that the member had breached the rules. And I'm not here to reprimand the member. I'll criticize the member for reading a speech in this House when it was not something that he should have done, because it's not the first time. But I'm not here to reprimand him. It's okay, sometimes it's good to read speeches, even though in this context, it's against the rules. Hey, rule breakers, all power to you and you can get away with it. So I'm not going to be critical of the member. But what I can say, Madam Speaker, is that he asks the question, are we going too fast? He expounded on it just now, but the question, nevertheless, was asked. We're not going fast enough. If we could start procurement out, we can super speed this place. Let the country loose, Madam Speaker. Let it loose. Let the work flow. Let the dollars grow. And if it is that we need to have some more people to work, we have Caribbean brothers and sisters, we have apartments to be filled. Let the Caribbean brothers and sisters go into the proper procedures. Come to our island, those folks from Dominica and from St. Lucia and Barbados and St. Kitts who have the skill set, if we are deficient, come to our island, go into the work permit process, the Dominican Republic or families in the Dominican Republic who have those skill sets to come to Anguilla through the work permit process, rent our apartments, and provide that service, Madam Speaker. But we are not. This Anguilla Progressive Movement administration will not slow down. We will not slow down. We will not pause the growth and development of this country, because to do so will be to follow the mistakes and bad decisions of the Anguilla United Front, because it was in 2007 that the Anguilla United Front placed a moratorium on development in this country, Madam Speaker. And by 2008, the country had collapsed. Madam Speaker, that's a matter of historical fact. So I forgive the member because he wouldn't have the historical context. But we are not slowing this country down. Claude Gum says, as the concrete pours, the country grows. And we will grow this country because we must get rid of every dirt road. I drove past the permanent secretary's house. And right on the southern side is a dirt road. So she too must be eating dirt. That dirt road needs to be eradicated. I visited Arthur Vanderpool's farm in the Welches. And Lord of mercy, I almost lost my baby. The road was so bad. And even down there, through that road, there are apartments that people live. In those apartments, people have to drive on that bad dirt road. I go through the Keys in Island Harbor. Madam Speaker, even the road that the Premier lives on, Madam Speaker, I will not visit the Honorable Premier house until he either get a helicopter to get there or that road is paved. I can tell you the best option is to pave the road instead of putting a helipad next to the Premier's house. Madam Speaker, are we growing too fast? The answer is no. Parliamentary Secretary, are we going to slow down? No, sir. I never see somebody say Bolt was running too fast. Minister, are we going too fast?
Not fast enough.
Goat, 16 years old. Just broke Usain Bolt's record, 200-meter record, 20.024. Minister Hodge, are we going too fast? Not fast enough. Premier, are we going to slow this country down? Never. Forward ever? Are we going too fast? If the people of Anguilla think that this Anguilla progressive movement is developing this country too fast, is investing in the people too much, is growing the economy too rapidly, then you want to slow it down? Vote for the party who think that we're doing too much, too fast. What's the rush, they say? What's the rush? What's the rush? The single-headed white member, Mr. Joseph Vanderpool, said, and he said, he asked, let me see. No, he said, we need to ensure, the question, how do we ensure that the people of Anguilla is getting value for money? He asked that question. How do we ensure that the people of Anguilla are getting value for money? So you have to look at it in this context. You got to look at the projects, right? Look at the green space that the Honorable Minister, Ms. Quincy Gums, I'm going to say it, Richardson, Ms. Quincy Gums Marie has developed. Now, on the surface, somebody may say, but that makes sense to be doing a green space, investing in chairs and what have you. What's the return on investment? Drive past there every day, sometimes in the evening, and tell me, is that value for money? The Minister of Education for over 2 years have been trying to get through procurement school buses, new school buses, Madam Speaker. We're getting value for money by having new school buses. We'd build a new Blumheim Ferry Terminal. Are we getting value for money? 89% of our visitors coming through that terminal. We're going to develop a TVET center, TVET at the Albina Lake Arch Comprehensive School. Investing in technical skills. Are we getting value for money? We're developing these roads and so forth, knowing that we don't have mountains and inexhaustible supply of raw materials. And so it is more prudent for us to invest in concrete and asphalt roads on the floor, as a member for Sandy Hill would say, than to be investing in dirt. Is that value for money? Is investing in dirt good value for money? Are we spending millions of dollars in buying dirt every year to dirt roads? Then when it's dry, it blows away with the wind, and it's wet, it washes away with the water. Is that good value for money? So these are the questions, Madam Speaker, that the single Island White member, Mr. Joseph Vanderpool, asked in his speech during the budget presentation. When he used his speech during the budget presentation, Madam Speaker. When he articulated from his speech during the budget presentation. Those are the questions he asked in his speech, Madam Speaker. Are we getting value for money? Would the Anguilla United Front, if they were to come to office in 2025, would they stop all of the capital development projects that we are moving forward with? The answer seems to be yes. Yes. They will stop them, Madam Speaker, because they don't believe that they should be moving forward in a direction, in a manner in which we
On a
have
point
prescribed.
of order, Madam Speaker, it's clearly a misrepresentation. The member knows that governments to some extent are continuous. And just as how this administration could not stop the construction of the Morris Vanderpool Primary School, the construction of the Valley Health Clinic, the construction of the South Hill Clinic, the renovations to the hospital, the renovations to all of the primary schools, and the construction of the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School, so too the member knows that any administration taken office will have to continue the projects that this administration has started. Herein lies the question as to whether or not the amount of infrastructural works that is being proposed for 2025 is not reckless, and that is a point that we've made all along.
Speaker, the member said, asked a question, said that the number of infrastructure projects is reckless. Madam Speaker, let me tell you something, Madam Speaker. If this Anguilla progressive movement had gotten into office before they signed contracts at the procurement for the Campus Q school, it would have never gone there. It would have never gone there. I can tell you that. The Anguilla United Front had in their medium-term economic and fiscal plan the plan to sell the shares of Anglic, and also in their budget. And when we came to office, it wasn't done. You know what we did? What continuum? What continuation? We stop it. So don't tell me that it's continuous. There's no contract signed with any developer for the extension of the runway. And if the Anguilla United Front were to come to office tomorrow, they will change that for sure. They will not move forward with that because they have said so. Over and over again, they have said, Madam Speaker, that they will not go in that direction in the manner that they have done, that we have done so, and they will not finance it in the manner that we have done so.
If I can ask you to obey the rules and to sit down. Thank you. On a point of order, ma'am. Madam Speaker, if I may, I was on my feet when the mics went down, and I was on, I'm sorry? Oh, my apologies.
Thank you, members. We will now resume this sitting with the Bill for Appropriations 2025, Act 2024. I recognize the member for Sandy Hill.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was indicating that I was on my feet on a objection, sorry, my words escaping me. A point of order. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess that break created a little gap in my mind. I was on a point of order, Madam Speaker, in relation to some of the misrepresentative statements being made by the member who was on his feet, as well as the point that I was making was that it's a misrepresentation of the position of the Anguilla United Front, as well as imputing improper motive. And I was saying, Madam Speaker, that just like this APM administration inherited infrastructural projects when they took office, so too the next sitting administration will have to inherit a number of the infrastructural projects that this government will have started. The member also indicated that there is a contract for the extension of the runway, which there's no contract for the extension of the runway. And certainly between today's sitting and the calling of the next elections, that may probably be addressed. And so that too will have to be contemplated and taken on board by any sitting administration. The point of order I was making, or I am making, is that it is misrepresentation to say that if the Anguilla United Front is elected, that we will stop the projects. It is incorrect, it's inaccurate, and the member knows that just like this administration had to inherit infrastructure projects, so too any administration coming in will have to inherit projects as well. And so I'll ask the member to refrain from making those statements because it's imputing improper motive to the members of opposition.
I just want to know if my understanding was correct, that there is no contract signed for the extension, so you won't be obligated to continue with that. Is that correct? You can, yes. Thank you.
I didn't get an opportunity to finish my point because the member got up and started shouting over me, so I didn't get to finish my point. And my point is this, that if the Anguilla United Front were to be elected in 2025, the runway extension will not occur in the manner in which we have prescribed, because the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, the member for Sand Hill, have made it clear in her presentation that it would not have gone that way. And there's no way we're going to have a contract in place by the time the next election comes around based on the scope and the timelines for the commencement of that work. So if that is the case, and she have made it clear that they will not and would not have moved forward with the development in the manner in which we have done so, isn't that clear that they will not move forward in the manner that we have done so?
And on a point of order, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for clarifying his statement. You've clarified, and I'm still standing on a point of order because the member is imputing improper motive, and the member is misrepresenting the facts. The reality is if there is no contract for the runway, we don't know that. But not only that, the position that I took in my presentation is to point out the fact that in the 2020 budget, there was a proposal to go the way of a PPP between the government of Anguilla and a third party. And so because of that, at this point in time, when this government demits office in 2025, any incoming administration will inherit whatever construction and whatever infrastructural projects has already been commenced. So I think I would like the member to refrain from, yes, Madam Speaker. He is saying that first of all,
may not happen between now and
Madam Speaker, I can speak for myself. And let me repeat it and say it slowly. The member for Sandy Hill have said that if they were in office, they would not move forward with the airport development in the manner in which the Anguilla Progressive Movement have done so. And on her point of order, she made it clear that if they were in office, they would have moved forward with a PPP if they were in office. And what I am saying, Madam Speaker, is that by the time the election comes around in 2025, there is no contract that's going to be signed for the extension of the runway based on the timelines for these things to be done. So it means, therefore, that if the Anguilla United Front were to be elected to office, they will not move forward with the development of the runway in the manner in which we have prescribed, because the leader of opposition, Ms. Corey Richardson-Hodge, a member for Sandy Hill, have consistently said that. That's all I'm saying. So how is that imputing improper motive?
On a point of order,
I'm
Madam
repeating
Speaker,
what she have said.
just that the member is aware and can understand the statements I made. At this point in time, the construction of the terminal building has already commenced. And so, well, Madam Speaker, the runway is something separate entirely. And what I said during my presentation was not in relation to the runway. I was talking about the construction that is taking place now in relation to the terminal building and the fact that we will have sought a PPP arrangement. And so the member, yes, I said it based on what was in the 2020 budget, that's what would have been contemplated. That is what I said. And so I will ask the member to refrain from misrepresenting the statements that I made. He's making a new point in terms of the extension of the runway, but I was speaking about the contemplation of the terminal building and the work that's already been done. But that's what I was speaking about.
Madam Speaker, I did not say the terminal building. I said consistently. I said the runway consistently. I've said it over and over again.
Madam Speaker, point of order. Misrepresentation by the leader of the opposition, the member for Sandy Hill. She did say, based on my notes, that the APM, the version of the expansion of the airport in a bastardized form. So basically, the member for Rotsa was correct that she is implying that she wouldn't do it in the manner that the APM is doing it, because she referred to it as a bastardized form.
My notes also states, and we did not compare notes, that it was a bastardized form. And Madam Speaker, it is clear that a member of Sandy Hill said what she said, and she repeated what she said, and she reiterated what she said, but then she said she didn't say what she said that she said that she said. I don't make it make sense, Parliamentary Secretary. I don't understand it. What we are saying, and let me make it clear, let me include all of the things in. If the Anguilla United Front were to come to office in 2025, they can't stop the enabling works. Done. If the Anguilla United Front were to come to office, they can't stop the cargo facility. Done. They can't stop the parallel taxiway. Done. They can't stop the terminal even though it's not completed. The contract is signed and they'll be risking severe lawsuits if they were to do so, right? And what we said is that if Campus Q was not contracted and procured before we came to office, it would have not moved to that location. Similarly, that when we came in office, the sale of Anguilla did not occur, and we said, scrap it, right? And what I've said is that the extension will be at risk because the Anguilla United Front, under the leadership of Corey Richardson-Hodge, said that it's a bastardized form of development, and they will not move forward in the manner in which the Anguilla Progressive Movement have moved forward. And she has gone on to say in her points of order that they would move forward with a PPP, public-private partnership. And if you move forward with a PPP, it therefore ensures that the Framework for Fiscal Responsibility Act is triggered, and you'll have to go to the British government to go through the process of seeking permission to do so. So who knows when it's going to be done? This is a fact, and just the facts, Madam Speaker. If you don't know, you don't know. It wasn't your ministry, so I understand why you probably don't know. But it is mine. And I know. So it means, therefore, that a runway extension will be compromised, Madam Speaker. Significantly compromised. Madam Speaker, on the 24th of April 2020, the chairman of the Anguilla Air and Seaports Authority, Mr. Marcel Fay, who was also the lead advisor, that was his title. Because this isn't a situation like Bernard Watley when I say he's a spokesman of the Anguilla United Front and the leader of the opposition, similar to how Peter treated Jesus. Not once, not twice, but 3 times denied him. This isn't that particular situation, Madam Speaker. But this is a situation where this letter was written, and this letter that was written, it was now going back because they recognized the fact that they could not move forward with the Anguilla Air and Seaports Authority Development Corporation, or whatever it was called. I have it right here. They could not move forward with it because they had now come to the stark realization that they couldn't do it. And so the letter was written to Michael Adder of CFAS and copied to the Permanent Secretary, Economic Development and Tourism at the time, Madam Speaker. And in that, they also said that he was of the view that they could do this by going back to CCC, which is a Canadian Commercial Corporation, which many years before they had gotten an entrustment to engage, and they abandoned it. And only when the Secretary of State, the Minister over the Overseas Territories, and the Governor got involved about the illegality and unlawful nature in which you were moving forward and made the threats to remove them from office, they abandoned it and then went back to CCC. When? April of 2020. And where were we in April of 2020? The island was locked down. Nobody could enter the country. So when she speaks about the PPP and the runway being extended to facilitate traffic in December of 2020, you fail to recognize the fact that in order for you to have airlines come into your jurisdiction, they must give sufficient time for route planning. And you had an airstrip that was slick. It was a slick airstrip, Madam Speaker. It needed to be resurfaced so that the planes could stop. And there's no way that the planes could come if the PCN was not improved. We spoke and we exhausted that before ad nauseum, Madam Speaker. I don't want to rehash that again. So, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying to you is that if the Anguilla United Front were to go into office before we go to procurement, our contract is signed for the extension of the runway, that is in jeopardy, serious jeopardy, because they have said so over and over and over again, Madam Speaker. They have made that clear. And that's their view. They're entitled to your view. But stand on business. Don't run away from what you said. If that is the way that you want to move forward with it, sell it. Don't run away from it. We are not running away from what we have done and what we continue to do. We are not trying to slow down the progress of this country. We have needs. The people have needs. Those of us who have gone overseas have a desire to come back, but they want to have a place that they can come back to, that they see opportunity growth, and advancement. And that is what we are seeking to do. That's why we are building the pillars of this economy today, Madam Speaker. So those tomorrow will have an opportunity. And I'm not talking down the road. I'm talking now. The fierce urgency of now. As Dr. Martin Luther King would say, Madam Speaker. So that was an irrelevant debate. And we're not going to rehash that again because I have the documents. I didn't read about it, but I have the documents. And this is the letter, Madam Speaker. This is the letter. Madam Speaker, I want to continue from where we left off before we had those points of order, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as I look to my notes, I recognize the fact that a lot of the things that were spoken about by the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill was reiterated by the Honorable Single-Eyed White Member Joseph Van der Poel. And those things would have already been answered. So I don't need to rehash those things. So Madam Speaker, I hope the member, the Permanent Secretary has not left too far, gone too far, because it's time to wrap up, Madam Speaker. The member say he has somewhere to go, and he has some things to do, and I will acquiesce to his request. Sorry? The Single-Eyed White Member. And you know, whenever he gives me an order, I obey. Yes? Yes. But Madam Speaker, as the Honorable Quincy Gomes Mary would say, now is for the doing. Now is for the doing. We have to do it now. The question that has been asked, are we moving too fast? Are we growing too fast? Why the rush? What's the rush? And I say, the people have asked for these things. There have been generations who have come and gone. There are persons who envision these lofty goals and have passed. And their children and their children's children should not pass without realizing the goal of a brand new Anguilla, Madam Speaker. And that is why the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, not only did he have the minimum wage done, Madam Speaker, but he also has a committee together working on pension for all. Because it is unfair to those who work in the hospitality sector to work for 25 years, 30 years, 45 years, Madam Speaker, and all they receive is a plaque, some flowers, and their last paycheck, and that's it. And that is why, and when the minister say he's working on it, he's working on it. Because when he said that he was working on minimum wage, a lot of people doubted. And today we have the minimum wage in place. And we'll build from that, Madam Speaker. We'll build from that. The understudy program that we have been talking about since I was a youngster in the hospitality sector is now going to be a substantive piece of regulations that ensure that our people are developed to their full potential and elevated to the lofty positions in which they are to be. And that is why we can boast today that we have an Anguillian general manager at Altamont, Madam Speaker, and that of Mr. Sean Richard. We can boast today that we have an Anguillian general manager at Aurora, Madam Speaker. And let me tell you something, Madam Speaker. You will see more elevations. And you see throughout the sector that Anguillians continue to elevate to managerial positions in all of the properties, Madam Speaker. I don't need to go through all of the names and numbers, but you will hear them, Madam Speaker. And you will see more happening, and more happening, and more happening, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we know what occurred when it comes to the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal, and that's there. We have given several I don't want to call them gifts to the people, but we have spoken about electricity credits and the senior vouchers, Madam Speaker. The excise tax removal on fuel, which reduced the cost of fuel in this country. The excise tax removal on essential goods, Madam Speaker, and essential foods. The Comptroller of Customs would have rather be somewhere else, but he's here this evening. He's not getting paid overtime. I just leave you know, he's not getting paid overtime. The Premier's not signing off any overtime for you. But he too had to do the work to ensure that we had the list and do the analysis to ensure that we can remove these taxes, Madam Speaker. The dialysis unit, Madam Speaker. And not only the dialysis unit, you know, Madam Speaker, but my friends who are on kidney dialysis will no longer have to be struggling to pay thousands and thousands of dollars for dialysis because of the mercy and the care and the kindness of the Honorable Premier who've extended free dialysis for Anguillians, Madam Speaker. And for that, he should be given a round of applause, Madam Speaker. MRI machine, Madam Speaker. Still working to make it even better, Madam Speaker. Still working to make sure that the electricity component is secure and safe. Madam Speaker, tomorrow you can jump on a plane and in 30 minutes you can be in San Juan. And the next day you can fly back home, Madam Speaker. In 30 minutes? Madam Speaker, you can fly to St. Thomas. The people have been crying out for years for a flight between Anguilla and St. Thomas. And we delivered. We asked, and Cape Air said yes. And we delivered. And if they think that American Airlines is going to be the only flight that is coming to our shores, when we come back to office in 2025, Madam Speaker, and we finish the work that we've started, wait till 2027, Madam Speaker, when the airport runway is completed. Look what you'll see on that airport, Madam Speaker. No more closing unless an act of God occurs. But no more closing of this economy. No more closing of our hotels and hospitality sector. You're wronged, Madam Speaker. You're wronged. And when you see what we are going to do with the old ferry, the old cargo pier in Sandy Ground, when we repurpose that, Madam Speaker, coming soon. More to come on that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, more inventory is being placed in the market because individuals, both local and foreign alike, sees the potential. We are presently working through a memorandum of understanding, Madam Speaker, with a development for an ultra-luxurious hotel project, over 100 rooms in the Rendezvous area, Madam Speaker. Fact, outline planning approvals have already been granted. We're working through the memorandum of understanding, and that too will have a public signing once it's all completed. But the land is all but secured, Madam Speaker. 10 acres of land in Rendezvous. If you're driving down towards the old Cuisinart Road, past Chris Richardson, you'll see what you're talking about. Moving forward. The mobilization for the marina is being done as we speak. The area has been cleared out and the offices are being set up for the development of the marina. Madam Speaker. Yeah, at Altamont, sorry. I forgot we have two. Sorry. These are happening. Local investors are investing. And on the 17th of this month, Genesis residences in Cove Bay will be opening to the public. More inventory, Madam Speaker. More inventory. And we see investment by DOT to expand their footprint down there in Manders Bay, Madam Speaker. Not villas for sale, but hotel development, Madam Speaker. Hotel development. And they're concerned about it. They're doing too much. They're doing too much. Doing too much. After years of being criticized, I'm not talking about this administration, but governments on a whole, of not doing enough. Here are we now being criticized for doing too much, for growing the country too fast, for moving too quickly. I was an athlete, but I wasn't fast, Madam Speaker. I was a distance athlete, but I love the sprints, Madam Speaker. I love the sprints, and I like to see it moving fast. We're going to move fast, Madam Speaker, because we need to catch up. And in some instances, we need to stay ahead of the race, Madam Speaker. And we will do everything to ensure that we protect tourism and never allow to diversify totally away from tourism, Madam Speaker. We'll do everything to make sure that happens, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and even though it was a bad decision to build that jetty in Sandy Ground, we have to live with it. Just like the bad decision to build the campus up in Campus Q as opposed to building it in the existing site. We now have to make use of that facility in Sandy Ground. And so we're going through the development plans right now to build a modern warehouse, Madam Speaker, because our maritime findings weren't too pretty either. So you will see that we'll be not only paving the road in Sandy Ground, I forgot that, Madam Speaker. I forgot the paving of the road in Sandy Ground leading to the new cargo facility. I forgot to mention that. But also the development of a new cargo facility in Sandy Ground, Madam Speaker. The Marine base in Sandy Ground will be reopening. Policed. Sandy Hill, policed. Blowing Point Ferry Terminal will have police come next year, Madam Speaker. Because we want to be able to respond rapidly. We're looking at a substation for the ambulance because next year, Madam Speaker, we will have 4 new ambulances, Madam Speaker. We're not talking about the end of next year. We're talking about January, February latest, Madam Speaker. 4 more ambulances, Madam Speaker. 4. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4. Outfitted, Madam Speaker. This government is a government of action. Action, Madam Speaker. No time to waste. No slowing down. No pausing. Full speed ahead, Captain. Pull the sheet. Shift the ballast. Hold that tiller. Full speed ahead. No slowing down. Just like the wizard. We will win the race, Madam Speaker. I spoke about the Valley Main Road and the Island Harbor Pier repairs, the airport road, Madam Speaker. Did you remember what the airport road was before? Did we remember? Okay. But they were fine with that. Lansam Bowl Cultural Center, George Hill Bypass, and the $40 million to ensure that we got out of the shift system. $40 million, you know. And to tell you the truth, if you didn't have revenue, it couldn't be done. We would have still been in the shift system. But if you listen to the other side, they would have tried to raise money from the alumni. They would have gone to past students and say, listen, give us a $5 or $10. And hopefully, that over the next 15 to 20 years, we'll accumulate enough funds to take it to procurement when the procurement officer has great grandkids to be able to complete that work and get us out of the shift system. Action, Madam Speaker. Time does not wait on us. My daughter entered high school in the shift system and graduated in the shift system. She has never known anything other than the shift system. And every day she conquers blessings that she's no longer in that. Madam Speaker, you remember how they were trying to blame us for the St. James Medical School? But thankfully somebody who was in that meeting tape recorded. Why are they so quick to jump and blame? They tape recorded, and we know why the St. James Medical School closed. It had nothing to do with government. But guess what? As one door closed, another opened. And very soon, we'll see the opening of an international, top-level medical school in the Bob Rogers building in George Hill, Madam Speaker, Water Swamp. So we'll end up with 2 medical schools in this island, and we're working on a 3rd, because we want to become a hub of excellence, Madam Speaker. Working on a 3rd. And Madam Speaker, NBA pensioners, we work hard to ensure that they get something. And we're working hard to ensure that the CCB pensioners get something. And that building over there, I'll let the Honorable Premier speak about it. There's so much that we have done, Madam Speaker, that we have spoken about. So much we have done, and so much left to be done. And we will continue to do as much as we can do, Madam Speaker, because it is our duty to do so. And Madam Speaker, at the end of 2035, when we decide, you know what, there's nothing left to be done, we can walk away and say we have done a good work. But not before then, because we are not going to stop the momentum that we are moving forward with. This country deserves nothing less. The people of Anguilla deserve nothing less. And so we have presented a budget that they say is a grand, ambitious budget. But if you realize, every budget that we have presented have been dubbed a grand, ambitious budget. And we have delivered time and time and time again. Our record prove that what we say we will do, we will do. Our records matter, Madam Speaker, and they can demonize all of the things that we've done. But the record will show that we have delivered time and time again, and we will continue to deliver. So I leave you with this question, and this question should be asked by everybody in Anguilla. Are we doing too much? Are we moving too fast? If you believe that we are doing too much and we're moving too fast, then there's only one way to slow down the pace of Anguilla's growth and development. But if you believe that there's so much more to be done, if you believe that you should not be living on a bad dirt road anymore, if you believe that our airports and seaports and infrastructure should be developed to its full capacity, if you believe that your children should have the opportunity to go off to university, and everybody have an equal opportunity to secure a scholarship, and every contractor have an equal opportunity to bid on any project, if you believe that is an Anguilla that is worth fighting for, then there's only one choice in 2025. Only one choice. And I'll end by quoting the words of the late Hubert Benjamin Hughes. What are they campaigning for? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good night.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions? The Honorable Member for Valley North is recognized.
Good evening, Madam Speaker, to the members of the House of Assembly, those visiting in the gallery, those who have been very patient for a considerable amount of hours. Today I rise to deliver a response to the budget that was presented this year, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, while I really wanted to focus exclusively on the budget at hand, I think it would be a missed opportunity for me not to give some historical context to a number of things that have been discussed over the last 13 plus hours, Madam Speaker, between today and yesterday. Because as my honorable member of the House for District 6 indicated, Madam Speaker, records matter. Because if you've been listening, Madam Speaker, over the past hours, you would be given the view, Madam Speaker, that previous Anguilla United Front administrations have done absolutely nothing for this country. The member would have read out a laundry list of things that they never did and things that they promised but were never achieved, Madam Speaker. And while I was not a member of those administrations, Madam Speaker, I think I have a responsibility to ensure that some things are put on record, Madam Speaker. The honorable member, Madam Speaker, would have talked about road development and the importance of road development, and I agree with him, Madam Speaker. And that is why former Anguilla United Front administrations would have paved roads, Madam Speaker, from Island Harbor to West End, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, roads, Madam Speaker, through the Little Dick, Stony Ground area straight up to Welch's, Madam Speaker. Persons my age and older, and some maybe a little younger as well, would remember some of the steep hills and areas around the Shoal Bay roundabout area, Madam Speaker. That wasn't a roundabout at that time. All of that road work and infrastructure, Madam Speaker, would have been done under the Anguilla United Front administration. Madam Speaker, in areas to the back of North Side, Cedar Village, and other areas, Madam Speaker, where you have paved roads, all of those would have been done under the Anguilla United Front administrations, Madam Speaker. It is important to also note areas like the Jeremiah Gums Highway, Madam Speaker, the North Hill Back Road, all of those road infrastructures would have been put in under the Anguilla United Front. So when you hear members saying that for years nothing was done under the Anguilla United Front administrations, Madam Speaker, that's a gross misrepresentation. Madam Speaker, I'll shift a little bit, because as an individual who has been the beneficiary of quite a bit of public service, Madam Speaker, I have a responsibility to also speak, Madam Speaker, about the investments that have been made in education. Investments that Hundreds, Madam Speaker, of young Anguillians have benefited from millions of dollars have been spent over Anguilla United Front administrations to train and qualify young Anguillians, including myself, Madam Speaker. Many of those same Anguillians who were trained are some of the Anguillians that the Honorable Member for District 6 would have referenced, who now serve in the public service, who now hold PS positions, Madam Speaker, who hold department head positions, who serve as strong technical staff, all trained, many of which were trained through the Anguilla United Front. The records will show, Madam Speaker, that when the AUM administration came in, Madam Speaker, in 2010, one of the first things that happened, Madam Speaker, was the reduction of scholarship funding. And I remember this distinctly, Madam Speaker, and there's a reason why I remember this. I would have gone just a year prior to, in 2009, I would have gotten a government scholarship. And there were persons that I was encouraging to apply for government scholarships the following year, only to be told that funding in the areas had been cut and they wouldn't have had the opportunity to go. Madam Speaker, thank God that I took the opportunity to leave Anguilla in 2009 when the Anguilla United Front was still serving, because I too may have been delayed in my studies, Madam Speaker. And as a result of that training, I have been able to contribute to the Anguilla Public Service, Madam Speaker, in various capacities for over 14 years, Madam Speaker, an investment in our people. In 2020, Madam Speaker, again, scholarship funding was cut, Madam Speaker. The Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker, has a record of investing in young Anguillians to go overseas and train in technical areas. Millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. So when we say that the Anguilla United Front has never done anything for the country over the years, and you list out a number of points that have not been achieved, Madam Speaker, and you say that no investments in our people have been made, Madam Speaker, that is a huge and gross misrepresentation. Madam Speaker, there was a period in time when Cap Juluca was not operating to its full potential, Madam Speaker. There were many legal issues, Madam Speaker, that governments of the day were not willing to touch, were not willing to help, to mediate and to negotiate because they didn't see the value in the property, Madam Speaker. But when the Anguilla United Front was elected to office, one of their top priorities was ensuring that that institution was brought back online, Madam Speaker, because they understood the value. They understood the value of Cap Juluca to this country, Madam Speaker. Today, Cap Juluca is one of our top resorts, Madam Speaker. A Belmont property, Madam Speaker, top tier. As a direct result, Madam Speaker, of the work that the Anguilla United Front did, because they saw the value in that property. They saw the value in having all of that property in operation and the people who work at that property being fully employed, Madam Speaker. That is important, Madam Speaker. That is what the record shows. Madam Speaker, when the Anguilla United Front came into office and our two banks were in conservatorship, they didn't spend hours and weeks and months and days on the radio talking about what the former administration did and didn't do. They rolled up their sleeves, Madam Speaker, and they got to work in finding a solution because they understood, Madam Speaker, the importance of having a strong local bank, Madam Speaker. And there are persons who will talk about the banking resolution, Madam Speaker. Was the banking resolution an ideal situation? Was the banking situation an ideal one? Madam Speaker, I dare say it wasn't. The reality is no one wanted our banks, Madam Speaker, to be over-leveraged. But I will tell you, we would have had absolute chaos in this country if the depositors on this island were told that they would be getting cents on the dollar of the hard-earned monies that they had earned, some people over their lifetime, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, any economist will tell you that a strong local banking institution, strong banking institutions are critical to any economy, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, when this government came into office in 2020, and they started working very closely with the National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, and they started promoting come-back home loans, 100% financing, Madam Speaker, I smiled. I smiled with delight, Madam Speaker, because that said to me that this administration recognized the importance of having a strong banking institution. But, Madam Speaker, that strong banking institution did not come overnight. The reality is, it was as a direct result of the banking resolution, Madam Speaker. And did we incur debt as a result of the banking resolution? Absolutely, Madam Speaker. But some of that debt, Madam Speaker, was also supposed to be temporary debt, because the bank was in bridge bank status. When the bank was removed from bridge bank status, there was an expectation that you would try to sell the bank. And by whatever mechanism the administration at the time felt was the best mechanism, because there are many different mechanisms that could have been utilized, Madam Speaker. And once that was sold, the government would then be able, Madam Speaker, to utilize some of that to drastically reduce the debt. But nobody's speaking about that, Madam Speaker. Nobody's speaking about that, Madam Speaker. You're not hearing anything about the sale of the bank. You're not hearing anything about the provisions that were there in the banking resolution, Madam Speaker. But the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker, will always go on record as a party that prioritizes the development of its people, the training, Madam Speaker, of its people, that prioritized road development, Madam Speaker, that prioritize infrastructure development, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, in 2020, when this administration came into power, there were over 5 projects or more, Madam Speaker, infrastructure projects that were ongoing, Madam Speaker. So how then can we say, Madam Speaker, that at no point in time the Anguilla United Front did anything? In the tourism sector, Madam Speaker, we were voted #1 by Travel and Leisure consecutively, Madam Speaker, for over 4 years in a row. And Madam Speaker, I'll shift a little bit to tourism at this particular point in time. Because when you hear the minister from District 6 speak, Madam Speaker, the member representing District 6 speak, Madam Speaker, you would believe he has always conducted himself as a model citizen, Madam Speaker, as a model parliamentary secretary, Madam Speaker. But that is not the case, Madam Speaker. And I'll point to some specific examples, Madam Speaker. I ask, Madam Speaker, that you allow me to read the governor's statement to EXCO on the 8th of September, 2011, Madam Speaker. This would have been Governor Alastair Harris, I think, Madam Speaker. We have agreed to authorize the Chief Minister, and the Chief Minister at that time would have been the late Honorable Mr. Hubert Hughes. We have just agreed to authorize the Chief Minister to sign a supplementary MOU with Starwood Capital. I have no problem with the substance of this decision. Indeed, EXCO had little alternative but to take it. But there are some troubling issues of governance lying behind it on which I should like to make a statement. Last summer, the Chief Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary for record would have been the Honorable Mr. Hayden Hughes, announced to the press that they had concluded an MOU with Starwood in respect to the latter's purchase of the debt secured on the Viceroy Resort. In fact, this MOU had been concluded without authorization from EXCO, and I repeat that. In fact, this MOU had been concluded without authorization from EXCO, without being negotiated by the AG's chambers. Only one senior public officer was consulted, who failed to inform her colleagues until after the event. The Chief Minister would have been well aware from his previous term as Chief Minister of the correct procedures to follow, and he should have ensured that the Parliamentary Secretary was also aware. No MOU should have been signed until it had been seen and negotiated by the TIC with the participation of the AG chambers, and EXCO should have taken the final decision. Given that the Chief Minister was aware of the correct procedure to follow, it seems likely that this incident was part of a wider pattern of his attempting to bypass the correct procedures of government. And let me reread that. Given that the Chief Minister was aware of the correct procedures to follow, it seems likely that this incident was part of a wider pattern of attempting to bypass the correct procedures of government. As in the case of the near disaster of the Social Security loan and the attempt to dismiss the board of Anguilla. In this case, the consequences of the Chief Minister's and the Parliamentary Secretary's conduct were serious. The TIC eventually negotiated a valid MOU with Starwood, and it was duly signed. But the negotiating dynamic was made exceptionally difficult by the concessions the Chief Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary had made already. These concessions limited the amount that Starwood were to pay to the Treasury, whatever the actual price of the debt note. While it is impossible to be certain how the negotiations would have otherwise turned out, it is clear that the ill-considered conduct of the Chief Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary have cost the people of Anguilla up to 18 million EC dollars, a loss we can ill afford. I trust the Chief Minister will follow the correct procedures in future and ensure that his ministers and other advisors do likewise. And this is very important, Madam Speaker, and you know why? Because as the member for District 6 indicated, records matter. And not only the Anguilla United Front has records, Madam Speaker, all administrations have records, Madam Speaker. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you would have heard a number of things over the period of the last few hours, Madam Speaker. You would have heard about transparency. You would have heard about integrity. You would have heard about honesty, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I served at the Anguilla Tourist Board, as a result of the MOU that was signed with the British government for additional support, budgetary support, they would have required us to submit a number, Madam Speaker, of reports. They would have also put a lot of pressure on us to make sure that we collect outstanding debt that would have been owed to us as a statutory body. All of these requirements, Madam Speaker, I took very serious because as the lead operations officer at the time, the buck stopped with me. And so myself and the accounting team, Madam Speaker, would have aggressively tried to start reaching out to individuals who were on that list of debtors that, for whatever reason, even years previous, owed the Anguilla Tourist Board. And one of those such persons, Madam Speaker, was the Honorable Member for District 6. As he had traveled on official government business, and he had had individual private members of his family that had traveled with him, Madam Speaker, and the Anguilla Tourist Board had covered those costs. So essentially, he owed the Anguilla Tourist Board, and it was there, Madam Speaker, in record. And I would have asked the newly appointed director to have a conversation with the minister, Madam Speaker. She said she indicated she did. I don't know if that occurred, Madam Speaker. I can't confirm. But I know up to when I left in 2022, Madam Speaker, that debt was not repaid. Madam Speaker, beyond this, during the period of 2010 to 2015, Madam Speaker, while the member was the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary, Madam Speaker, there was a particular time where there was a meeting, Madam Speaker, in New York. And of course, members get the individual per diem that they're supposed to use for transportation, food, and a number of things, Madam Speaker. During that period of time and with that contingent, Madam Speaker, there was a bill of $10,000+ US for limousine services, Madam Speaker. So when I hear the minister talking, Madam Speaker, about prudent spending and financial management, Madam Speaker, you would believe, Madam Speaker, that this individual has always operated in an appropriate manner, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, records matter. To quote the honorable member, records matter, Madam Speaker. And so tonight, Madam Speaker, as late as it is, and as sorry as I am for the hard-working public servants who are stuck here, Madam Speaker, I have to put these things on record. Earlier in the member's presentation, Madam Speaker, you would have heard that the member would have told my honorable colleague, Mr. Cardigan Connor, that they essentially went to New York on a joyride. They never met with JetBlue. The honorable member would have stood up and he would have indicated that they met with JetBlue. Still, the honorable member for District 6 got up, Madam Speaker, and said it never happened. Madam Speaker, in the words of the honorable member for District 6, it is a matter of historical fact, Madam Speaker, that the Anguilla contingent at the time, and it wasn't just members of the political side, Madam Speaker. You had Mr. Lara Franklin, who was the PS of tourism at the time. This was an official visit, Madam Speaker. Other members of the contingent, they met with JetBlue in New York. Madam Speaker, there was even a proposed agreement between Anguilla and JetBlue, Madam Speaker, an agreement that JetBlue provided to the contingent, Madam Speaker. I am actually I'm looking at the agreement. The agreement, Madam Speaker, even included forecasted flights for the service between Florida, Madam Speaker, Fort Lauderdale, and Anguilla, Madam Speaker. This is a matter of historical fact, Madam Speaker. And anybody who wants access to the agreement, Madam Speaker, I can share it with them. So to go on record in this honorable House, Madam Speaker, and give the people of Anguilla the impression as though this contingent just got up one day, irresponsibly, jumped on a plane and went to New York for a good old time, Madam Speaker, and never met with JetBlue is disingenuous, Madam Speaker, and irresponsible as an elected member of this honorable House, Madam Speaker. It is irresponsible. And Madam Speaker, I'm not saying that the document that the Honorable Single Island-wide member, Ms. Gomes-Marie, and the Honorable member from District 6, the document that they're referencing, that they received from JetBlue, I would never say, Madam Speaker, that it isn't authentic or it's a lie. I don't know, Madam Speaker. People change, companies rotate, executives, I don't know, Madam Speaker. But what I do know is that there was a meeting in New York, Madam Speaker, with members of the Anguilla contingent and JetBlue. That is a fact. And whether or not things went south as a result of the announcements of the former Minister of Infrastructure, Mr. Curtis Richardson. I can't speak to that, Madam Speaker. But that is a matter for him. But I will say, to give the impression that there were no discussions about flights and a proposed schedule is disingenuous and totally irresponsible, Madam Speaker. And it would be sad of me to have access to this information and not provide it to the Anguillan public, Madam Speaker. But I'll even go a little bit further as it relates to tourism, Madam Speaker, because I spent quite some time there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there were so many challenges, Madam Speaker, during the period of time between 2010 and 2015 at the Anguilla Tourist Board. If anyone doubts me, I suggest that they go back to the PAC committee's presentations and interviews that were done right here in this honorable house, that spoke to a number of chairs over many years and personnel, Madam Speaker, both on the Anguilla United Front and the AUM and the APM, Madam Speaker. Go back and objectively listen to those interviews. Madam Speaker, in 2015, when the Anguilla United Front Board took over the Anguilla Tourist Board, that statutory body, Madam Speaker, was so heavily in the red. The statutory body, Madam Speaker, owed well over $1 million, Madam Speaker, between international reps who were unpaid, Madam Speaker, operating expenses, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, that financial situation drastically constrained the organization's ability to be effective. I would have joined that team, Madam Speaker, in 2017 as a result of a restructuring that was undertaken by the then board, led by Mrs. Donna Banks, the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary at the time, Mr. Cardigan Connor, would have done a total restructuring of the organization in hopes of making the organization more fit for purpose. They would have brought on a number of young, qualified, experienced Anguillians, Madam Speaker, to head up that team. And Madam Speaker, I will be honest with you, the first year to 2 years was tough. This was in 2017 I was brought on. So I was brought on, Madam Speaker, about July. By the September, we had Hurricane Irma. So that even set us back even further as a destination, Madam Speaker. But remember I told you, Madam Speaker, in 2015, you were laden with debt. The statutory body was operating very inefficiently, Madam Speaker. I remember, Madam Speaker, we would literally be calling Treasury and begging for our subvention, Madam Speaker. And Treasury at the time, they had their own challenges, Madam Speaker. They had their own cash flow challenges. But we would be desperate. Even if you can't give us all of the subvention, give us half. Because we have these commitments. We have these shows that we have to attend, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to put on record that during that period of time, there were 2 officers of the Anguilla Tourist Board who used their own personal resources to pay for tickets to travel to events to then be reimbursed sometimes months later, Madam Speaker. Myself and Mr. Jamil Rochester, just so that Anguilla could have representation, Madam Speaker, on some of those essential trade shows, and so that Anguilla wasn't totally absent in the marketplace, Madam Speaker. That is a fact. But Madam Speaker, through all of that, we continue to represent the island. We continue to reduce the Anguilla Tourist Board's spending. We continue to cut back. We continue to implement, Madam Speaker, policies based on reports from former audits, Madam Speaker. As the Manager of Corporate Affairs, Madam Speaker, I worked tirelessly to implement new policies, new ways of doing business, Madam Speaker, and maximize the dollars we spent, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to put on record that by the 2020 election, the Anguilla Tourist Board owed absolutely nothing to any vendor, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, we had 80,000 EC dollars, Madam Speaker, on hold, and 45,000 US dollars, Madam Speaker. More than enough, Madam Speaker, to pay staff salaries in the event that we were late, subventions were late. More than enough, Madam Speaker, to cover the costs associated with some of our international reps in the event that we had challenges, Madam Speaker. And I want to put on record, and we have to put it in context. Madam Speaker, in 2020, we were assigned a particular budget amount. But of course, you know, COVID-19 happened, and that budgeted amount was revised. In spite of the fact that we had already started all of our spending, Madam Speaker, and our budget was drastically revised and cut. In June of 2020, Madam Speaker, we still had that amount of money held at the National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. If that isn't prudent financial management, Madam Speaker, I don't know what is. They will have you believe, Madam Speaker, that the Anguilla Tourist Board was totally running amok. Madam Speaker, in 2015, between the period 2010 and 2015, things had gotten so bad at the Anguilla Tourist Board. And if you don't believe me, go back and listen to the the Public Accounts Committee inquiries, and listen to the conversations, Madam Speaker. Listen to the interviews with the various chairpersons, many of which served during the period of time when the Honorable Member for District 6 was the Parliamentary Secretary, Madam Speaker. And listen to them. Listen to what was occurring, Madam Speaker. A total injustice to that institution and to the people of Anguilla. But yet, they would give you the impression that the Anguilla Tourist Board was running amok between 2015 and 2020. But Madam Speaker, the records will show. The financial records will show that that grouping actually took the Anguilla Tourist Board out of the debt and hole that it was in, Madam Speaker. But you'll never hear that, Madam Speaker. You'll never hear that. But Madam Speaker, it's very important to talk about these things, Madam Speaker. Very important. It's very important, Madam Speaker, and you know why it's important? Because as the member said, Madam Speaker, records matter. And he's not the only person, Madam Speaker, that has records. And he can get up and he can speak, Madam Speaker, for hours and hours and hours and hours, Madam Speaker. But he doesn't have a monopoly, Madam Speaker. He doesn't have a monopoly on information, Madam Speaker. And that is also very important. Madam Speaker, during that period of time, I want to remind the general public that with all that was happening and going on, Madam Speaker, all that was happening, you had a banking resolution situation to figure out, Madam Speaker. You don't have a 5-year period. You got a banking resolution situation to figure out, Madam Speaker. You have the Cap Juluca situation to resolve, Madam Speaker. You have the deadliest hurricane that this island has ever faced, Madam Speaker, Hurricane Irma. And then in 2019, Madam Speaker, I remember vividly in 2019, Madam Speaker, because we had gone through so much between 2017 and 2019. I was on maternity leave, Madam Speaker. And I would always look through the tourism numbers for the previous month, because they would release them the following month. And I remember, Madam Speaker, in January 2020, when I saw the record numbers, Madam Speaker, I smiled. I finally felt as though Anguilla was catching itself. We had rebounded well since Hurricane Irma. Our numbers were back up. We were doing well. We were performing well. And then all of a sudden, Madam Speaker, you have COVID. And Madam Speaker, the reality is, Madam Speaker, that having had to manage all of those issues, Madam Speaker, it could not have been easy, Madam Speaker. It could not have been easy. And despite that, Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front government, Madam Speaker, didn't give up, didn't throw in the towel, didn't make excuses. They continued to work as hard as they could, Madam Speaker, given the circumstances. And it is important to put that on record, Madam Speaker, because records matter. All records matter. Not just selective records, Madam Speaker. Because I find that we are very selective in this honorable House, Madam Speaker. And we have to be careful. Because there are a lot of young individuals who have only started following politics within recent years. And that's why, Madam Speaker, as a leader, I find it very necessary to talk about different areas of the past, Madam Speaker. Because if you don't speak about those various areas of the past, Madam Speaker, and only one person is giving you their account of history, then that will become, Madam Speaker, the only account of history that is recorded. And in the past, Madam Speaker, I will say that the Anguilla United Front has been guilty of something. They have been guilty of taking constant abuse, constantly, Madam Speaker, constantly. I find it so interesting, Madam Speaker, that the members of this current administration and some of their supporters talk about Class FM and it being a propaganda station, Madam Speaker. And it's nothing positive, but Madam Speaker, from the period 2015 to 2020, there wasn't a day during the week, Madam Speaker, that there wasn't someone on that radio station lambasting the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker. Morning and evening. They ripped the Honorable Mr. Banks to shreds, Madam Speaker, in every possible way. It was so bad, Madam Speaker, I was so overwhelmed one point in time when Mr. Brooks, Abner Brooks, was having a conversation about tourism. And I was so annoyed, and I said, you know what? We can't stay silent. And I would have had an interview. I would have requested an interview with Mr. Brooks and one of our international reps, because he was having a discussion about her in particular, Madam Speaker. We brought her on the radio. Mr. Brooks interviewed her for about an hour, asked her everything he wanted to know, and ended the conversation, Madam Speaker, by saying how impressed he was with her, and he felt like he was satisfied that perhaps maybe we were getting value for money. And I think the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker, had a lot of missed opportunities over the years because we didn't utilize those mediums as much as we should have. And as such, the other side dictated the narrative, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, no longer will the other side dictate the narrative. No longer, Madam Speaker, will the other side tell us who are the spokespersons for the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker. Because there are many members on the other side who seem to think that they have more information in relation to the Anguilla United Front than the Anguilla United Front members themselves, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, all of this is important, and it is important because records matter, Madam Speaker. You're always hearing all sorts of shots thrown across the aisle, Madam Speaker, out in the public domain about the leadership of the Anguilla United Front. But I will tell you, Madam Speaker, that if there's one issue that the Anguilla United Front does not have, it's a leadership issue. We have, Madam Speaker, we have a leader who is supported, who is loved and appreciated. But not just that. We also have and assign deputy leader, Madam Speaker. And you know why? Because we don't have a leadership problem. We don't have a problem naming a deputy leader, Madam Speaker. We don't have a problem naming a leader, Madam Speaker. All of our members respect, value, and love our leader, Madam Speaker, and our deputy leader. I can't say the same, Madam Speaker, for other parties. But you see, Madam Speaker,
Speaker, on a point of order, I just came back from CNN House of Quality. I had to go there to support them in their opening, Madam Speaker. The member is insinuating, she said parties, she can't say it for other parties, but the member is insinuating that we don't have love and respect for the undisputed heavyweight champion and leader of the Anguilla progressive movement, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you, the person who didn't have any love and respect is no longer on the board. And that's the only one.
Madam Speaker, who the cap fits, let them wear it, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, again, the member is imputing improper motive. I would ask her to retract that statement.
I would ask you to retract that.
Madam Speaker, I didn't call anybody's
You
name,
didn't
Madam
have
Speaker.
to. Those words are symbolic of what he said.
Madam Speaker, what words are symbolic?
Who the cap fits, wear it. Let them wear it.
But Madam Speaker, who the cap fits, let them wear it. Madam
Remember,
Speaker, I didn't
am
call
asking
anybody's
you,
name.
You don't need to when you make that statement.
Madam
That's-
Speaker, I
that's
made a
given.
general statement
That's a
about
given,
parties.
member. That's
There
a-
are many parties in Anguilla, Madam
That's a
Speaker.
given. You
And
have-
the member got up, Madam Speaker,
Member, that
and
was a,
inserted himself.
Member, I am speaking
Speaker.
to you. Hold on, member. Hold on. The member got up on a point of order, and your response to the member was who the cap fits. That's a given. You have directly responded to him. That's a given. I'm asking you to withdraw the statement.
Madam Speaker, let the record show that I've been asked to withdraw the statement,
Yes,
and I
you
have
are.
withdrawn the
Yeah.
statement,
Thank
Madam
you.
Speaker.
Appreciate it.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying, records matter. And the people listening to this live will know that we all aren't treated the same in this house, but that's okay. And that is okay because ultimately this house belongs to the people. And the people will always dictate what ultimately happens in this house. Madam Speaker, I'll move on. The Premier, Madam Speaker, would have given his budget address earlier this week. And he would have called the budget a bold budget, Madam Speaker. I actually argue that it is more accurately described as a budget that ignores the realities of everyday people. The very people who will bear the brunt of the imbalanced priorities, Madam Speaker. My humble opinion, Madam Speaker. As we digest the figures and analyze the rhetoric, and I hear the members saying there's nothing humble about me, Madam Speaker. This is an individual who stood up for hours, Madam Speaker, jumping around the house, shouting loud last night, Madam Speaker, and today, but is telling me that there's nothing humble about me, Madam Speaker. And that's okay. That's his view of me. You know, he often refers to me as the leader. So I guess he sees leadership qualities in me, Madam Speaker. So that's quite flattering. As we digest, Madam Speaker, the figures and analyze a lot of the rhetoric that has been presented in this House, it becomes abundantly clear, Madam Speaker, that this budget is actually, in some regards, a missed opportunity. An opportunity to provide genuine relief to the people of Anguilla, the people who build and who sustain this nation. Instead, this budget is another step in a direction that risks pushing citizens our home builders and our small businesses to their absolute limit. And Madam Speaker, I don't say this lightly. And I don't say this because it sounds good to say, Madam Speaker. I say this because on a daily basis, I am sent messages, I am called constantly by small businesses, Madam Speaker. Called constantly by persons who are trying to build, Madam Speaker, who are trying to maximize their earnings and own something on this island, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I am called by individuals who have family members who can't receive basic care in some of our medical facilities, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it is important as elected representatives that we ventilate these issues and we talk about these issues. Because Madam Speaker, I can tell you, pretty pictures and videos are awesome, they're great. Communication is essential, Madam Speaker, it's important. But let me tell you, those things don't matter to people who can't put food on their table. Those things don't matter to people who can't pay their loans at the end of the month. Those things don't matter to people who have taken loans for houses. The money is finished, the houses are incomplete because the costs of the materials have skyrocketed. And on top of the cost of those materials is also GST, Madam Speaker. There's nothing funny or glamorous about those circumstances, Madam Speaker. There's nothing funny or glamorous when I get calls from a young woman in the Island Harbor area that says to me, you know, I got your number from so-and-so. I hope you're not upset that I'm calling you. But I'm not asking for money or anything, but I just would like a few groceries because I have my sister's children with me and she's not here, and I would like to give them something. And Madam Speaker, God knows at the time I couldn't afford it. I felt really bad. But I promised myself as soon as I was able to have access, as soon as I got paid, I got something and I took it to her, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I get calls daily from all sorts of people, Madam Speaker. People in my district, people outside of my district, Madam Speaker. And it hurts to have to tell people, I'm sorry, I can't afford it. Because there's this view, Madam Speaker, that if you're a politician, you have all of this money and you can give and you can have access to things. And they see you contributing to your district, they see you doing community-based activities. And Madam Speaker, Lord knows that I wish I could contribute more to them. But the reality is, it's difficult. And Madam Speaker, I don't find it funny at all. As a matter of fact, there are times, well, if you find it funny, that's okay, Madam Speaker. I respect
give you the
that.
answer on that because
I
we had
respect
that
that.
conversation over lunch, Cardi and I, and what we should do about this.
I
And speak
respect
to
that,
him.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I respect that. But it's tough, Madam Speaker, because some of these people, you could tell that they're embarrassed to ask some of the questions, because some of them don't even know you personally, Madam Speaker. And it's a very difficult and tough situation. So, Madam Speaker, when I see budgets like this that are so capital heavy, and then we turn around and we say, we can't give relief to people, it's going to drastically affect our ability to carry on programs. But you have all this new spending for additional projects, Madam Speaker. We've already taken on the airport project. The government has made their decision on the direction that they are taking with the airport project, Madam Speaker. And we'll talk about that a little later. But in addition to that, Madam Speaker, you hear an announcement of an administration building, Madam Speaker, in the final year of this administration. This wasn't something, Madam Speaker, that you were hearing months before. I don't know if it's because Mr. Alfred Gums has been talking about it repeatedly, week after week after week. I don't know. I don't know what it is, madam, because it literally seemed to come out of nowhere, Madam Speaker, right? And I'm not necessarily against the building, you know, Madam Speaker, but we have to weigh our priorities. And you have quite a number of ambitious capital projects, Madam Speaker, very, very ambitious. A fully funded runway from government, Madam Speaker, a fully funded terminal building, Madam Speaker, fully funded from the government's coffers, Madam Speaker, over the next few years, Madam Speaker. And so I recall when the Anguilla United Front talked about, Madam Speaker,
Just on a point of order, I need some clarity. Well, a reference was made to Alfred Gums talking about something, but she didn't say what it is that he was talking about that just came out of nowhere. Which building? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps the member wasn't listening, Madam Speaker.
Just on a point of order, Madam Speaker, that did not come out of nowhere. We spoke about that last year as well.
What is the point of order, Madam Speaker? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I remember when we launched our, had our press conference for our GST relief plan, Madam Speaker. And I remember some of the comments that came on radio as a result of the plan. Our plan was called, members would have indicated they were disgusted by the plan, they were confused by the plan. This was in the initial stages, right when it had happened, Madam Speaker. At no point in time did anyone say, well, you know what? We feel as though the plan is ambitious, you know, but we're looking at one aspect of the plan, and that's the removal of GST from food. But perhaps the other aspects of the plan isn't realistic. No one said that, Madam Speaker. Nobody said that. The plan was disgusting, it was confusion, it wasn't possible. And then all of a sudden you're hearing you're removing food from the GST on food, Madam Speaker. And so I wonder, why would you say you're disgusted by a plan when the plan included a component of something that you said you were in talks about weeks or months prior? Well, why would you say that? It seems so disingenuous.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, nobody in this administration said that the plan was disgusting.
Madam Speaker, Premier, did you not say that you were disgusted by the plan, Premier, Mr. Premier? The GST relief plan. You can answer, Premier. Sorry.
Madam Speaker, I said the plan was unreasonable. I said a few other adjectives, but I don't remember saying that I was disgusted by it. But I certainly remember saying that it was unreasonable, it was untenable, among other things. And certainly, the decision to remove GST from food was made way up in the summer. So this was long before the AUF GST relief plan came through. And that can be tested with Customs and Ministry of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the Premier's honesty and response, and I would just remind him that one of the terms used was that he was disgusted by the plan. And that's a matter of fact because he's on record and on video saying so, Madam Speaker, yeah? Madam Speaker, I'll say into the record, because the Honorable Member for District 6 said that calling the plan disgusting and being disgusted with the plan isn't the same thing. So I want to put on record that the Premier said he was disgusted by the plan, he was confused by the plan. Those are two of the adjectives that were used, Madam Speaker. And the people heard, right? Okay. So, in my humble opinion, Madam Speaker, my humble opinion, at that point in time would have been the perfect time to say, just as the Premier said, it's an unreasonable plan. However, we are already considering the removal of GST on food, but not further degrade the plan as though there's absolutely no merit to anything in the plan, Madam Speaker. Again, My humble opinion, Madam Speaker. My humble opinion. And Madam Speaker, I just want to put on record again, you notice how during my presentation, the Honorable Member for District 6 keeps interrupting me. And just so the public knows, earlier in my presentation, when you were hearing nothing, he was not in the House. He's back now. But I sat here patiently, Madam Speaker, for an entire day, from last night and now an entire day. Patiently quiet, not even one point of order, Madam Speaker. Even when I was referenced. Okay, maybe two. Even times when I was referenced, Madam Speaker, I allowed him to carry on and on and on and on, Madam Speaker. I allowed him to have his day, his full day, Madam Speaker. An individual told me that they went to the hairdresser to wash their hair, they took 2 naps, and they went to the bank, and he was still on, Madam Speaker. As a matter of historical fact, that's what the person said, Madam Speaker. What you say, Madam Speaker? We lucky? You were here 3 days in the past?
There is a record
that
of
had him
members
here 3
speaking.
days?
There are records of members of the same member speaking 3 days. There are records in this House of members speaking 6 days, and that's what we get when we
don't give time limits.
Right. Well, I did offer time limits. For the record, I did offer, but I do not have the ultimate vote on that. So that's up to members of the Assembly.
No problem, Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
so
Again,
continue.
I
Yeah.
apologize to the public servants who are forced to be here. Madam Speaker, I'd like to continue. Because, Madam Speaker, during the Premier's budget address, there were a lot of things that were thrown around, Madam Speaker. The Premier would have indicated that the budget would allow Anguillan businesses to thrive. You know, those were words that were utilized. But let's talk about those thriving Anguillan businesses, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would have been privy to the records of a particular Anguillan business, Madam Speaker. They would have shown me their overdraft facility. They would have shown me their ANGLEC bills, over $40,000 plus monthly in their employee salaries, Madam Speaker. Falling behind on their Social Security, Madam Speaker. This business, Madam Speaker, even at one point in time, had a challenge with government. They were late, Madam Speaker, in their GST payment. And they were late that particular month because they were waiting on a payment from the government of Anguilla. And Madam Speaker, the leader of that particular business was practically in tears, Madam Speaker, in tears of anger and frustration. And you know one of the things that the individual said? Imagine we have been serving the government of Anguilla for years. The government has gone sometimes 3 and 4 months without paying us. And we have always been gracious to them. And we are late. And they gave the amount of days that they were late by, Madam Speaker. And we are charged this outrageous amount of money, Madam Speaker. The person was practically in tears. Madam Speaker, we have created a system in this country that is quite unfair to a lot of businesses that have stood in the gap for the government of Anguilla when the government of Anguilla had cash flow issues. And today, money is free-flowing, Madam Speaker, on the backs of the people, Madam Speaker. Free-flowing, lots of money. We're making, Madam Speaker, hundreds of millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. Hundreds of millions of dollars. On the backs of the people. And yet, some of those same business owners who stood in the gap for the government of Anguilla are now being punished, treated as though they are criminals. A young man in a construction company, Madam Speaker, and I'm very careful of not to give the exact figures because I don't want, and I'll be very frank, I don't want members of IRD to be able to pinpoint these individuals who have spoken to me. owns a construction business, Madam Speaker, and ended up filing incorrectly. And as a result of that filing, Madam Speaker, been charged an outrageous amount of money. Charged more money than his total staff salaries for that month, Madam Speaker. Not quite double, but almost double. So that's 2 months of salary payments that now he has to pay to the government of Anguilla. There was an individual with an issue that indicated he had an issue with the system. And as such, the filing was late. Thousands of dollars, Madam Speaker. He queried the matter, still can't get a response months later on whether he's going to get back the credit or not. Just an unfortunate situation, Madam Speaker. When people are just trying to do their very best to provide people with employment, have a decent livelihood, Madam Speaker. We talk about supporting small businesses, Madam Speaker. Here's one of the ways we support small businesses. We need to move forward as it relates to ANGLIC and renewable energy, Madam Speaker. That's one of the ways we support small businesses. Let's try and get rid of the fuel surcharge, Madam Speaker. I sat actually, Madam Speaker, yesterday, and I almost fell out of my chair, I'll be honest with you. I was so taken aback. When I heard the Honorable Member, Single Island-wide Member, Mrs. Quincy Gomes-Marie, said that instead of going on the radio, instead of the opposition going on the radio and talking about ANGLIC and the ANGLIC's plan, and I guess it was targeted at me because I have taken the lead in our team in talking about ANGLIC, and I have used the radio, that we should have brokered a meeting with the government of Anguilla and ANGLIC to come to an agreement with regard to ANGLIC's plan and integration of renewable energy. Imagine the opposition who is constantly cast aside, ignored, not listened to, even when we formally write, when we ask questions in the House of Assembly, when we request reports, ignored. Imagine us being the mediators between the government of Anguilla and the board that was essentially appointed by the said administration, Madam Speaker. Imagine. Could you imagine? Could you imagine, Madam Speaker, in the words of Mr. Abner Brooks, could you imagine, Barayanchi, could you imagine us, who's never listened to Madam Speaker? So what do we do, Madam Speaker? We speak about the issues publicly. We ventilate the issues. We talk about the plan. We educate the people. We utilize mediums outside of this honorable house to ensure that people know the options that are available, that are on the table. Because, Madam Speaker, the reality is the government was doing very little to educate the people about potential renewable energy integration into ANGLIC. All that you were hearing is the PPA is the way to go. The PPA is the best option. You weren't hearing any extensive details as to why the PPA was the better option. But that was the way to go, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, truth be told, I'm not convinced, I'll be honest. I'm not convinced that the PPA is the way to go, Madam Speaker. And I'm not convinced by it because, one, I have no detailed understanding of what the PPA entails, of the vision that the Premier and this administration has for the PPA in terms of the details, you know, what it will cost, what will electricity cost, ANGLIC.
Madam Speaker, point of order, misleading. The member would have known, if the member has been listening, we have detailed what the PPA entails, where the idea came from, and essentially what it would cost, Madam Speaker. Why the PPA? Back in 2008, former Speaker of this Honorable House, Mr. David Cordy, led a committee, and the decision was that Anguilla should move towards renewable energy. And that would entail a power purchase agreement. In 2012, Castalia did a study looking at photovoltaic, which is essentially solar panels. And they determined at that time that it would cost about 15 to 17 cents per kilowatt hour if you went to renewable energy. Now, we have postulated that Anguilla should go to 100% renewable energy, whether that's solar and wind, or otherwise. But that would require an RFP, or request for proposal. And we need to have Anglic involved because Anglic has a monopoly for the next 49 years to provide electricity to Anguilla. And so if we say we need about 25 megawatts of power, because we're looking at right now, we use 16 megawatts of fossil fuel power. And given the plan to add new hotel projects and other big users of electricity, we anticipate you will need about 20 megawatts. But based on the efficiency of solar panels, you need to, it's not one for one. And anyone who has studied this would know that. And so you're looking at 25 megawatts. And it costs about $1 million per megawatt to provide solar energy. And so that, the cost, anybody with a calculator can make those calculations. But why the PPA? One, if we want to transition to full...
Madam Speaker, I don't want the member to take up my time explaining the PPA. With all due respect, Premier. It's not disrespect or anything, Madam Speaker. There's limited time. The information that the Premier is providing, he needs to use all platforms outside of right now to educate the people, because the information that he's providing is very valuable. Absolutely. The information that he's providing, Madam Speaker, is very valuable information. Information that I have not heard to this day, Madam Speaker. So I would encourage the Premier to actively go out and educate the people on this PPA because it's important. It's important for people to have a comparison. I'm glad that this information, Madam Speaker, is available. And so when it's out in the public domain, I can compare it side to side with Anglet's plan. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to know that there is a plan, a PPA, and because initially, the Premier would have indicated that they didn't have a particular person for the PPA or anything, so there was very limited information in relation to the PPA. So I'm glad that there is some information that exists and the public will now have access to that, Madam Speaker. So I'll move on, Madam Speaker. It's critically important, and I would have heard one of the reasons, the main reason, that the Premier would have given for why Anglet's plan can't work. This would have been on Class FM. The Honorable Premier would have indicated that Anglet wants to do a phased approach and it would take too long. Madam Speaker, Anglet's plan was presented... Okay, in the interview, you didn't say the main reason was that they couldn't afford it. In the interview at Class FM, you said, Anglet wants to do a phased approach, and it would take too long. Those were the exact words, Madam Speaker. And this is a plan that Anglet presented over 2 years ago, Madam Speaker. And so I'm curious to know how long would it take a PPA to be in place, Madam Speaker? Because obviously you'd have to go through the procurement process, I would imagine. And that can sometimes take a while, Madam Speaker. You then have to negotiate the terms of the contract, Madam Speaker, which could also take some time. So I'm just trying to wonder if both plans, Madam Speaker, wouldn't potentially take considerable time. The Premier would have also indicated that Anglick couldn't afford it. And we'll agree to respectfully disagree on that, Madam Speaker. Because the numbers that I saw and the numbers that I know Anglick to have, well, that's sad that you're waiting on that, Madam Premier, and the board is appointed by your administration. I would think that's a considerable challenge if you have a board that's appointed by you, because you would have indicated that you had a hostile, Madam Chair, sorry. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Premier would have indicated that in the past he had a hostile board. But since that hostile board, he now has a board that cooperates. But still, there are no financials available from the board that is cooperative and that has been appointed. But there are no financials from Anglick. So you're saying that, I guess, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Premier is saying that the board doesn't have access to the financials. Well, that would make sense, because they did ask Mr. Hodge to negotiate his own, to work out the calculations for his own payout. So that would probably make sense. But I find it absolutely ridiculous that a board would be in place and a board wouldn't have access to Anglick's financials. If the board doesn't have access to Anglick's financials, what are they making decisions based on? How are they in the process of procuring generators for millions of dollars and they don't have access to Anglick's financial position? Houston, we have a problem. Because if the board is making financial decisions and doesn't have financial information, Madam Speaker, I think that board needs to submit their resignation respectfully. So I would say, Mr. Morton, if you're serving on a board as deputy chair and he doesn't have access, Madam Speaker, to the financials, it would probably be in his best interest, Madam Speaker, to excuse himself from that potentially dangerous situation, Madam Speaker. So I'll move on, Madam Speaker. Small businesses need support, particularly, Madam Speaker, in areas such as reduction in electricity costs. Small businesses will tell you that electricity costs are some of their largest operating costs, Madam Speaker. And I've seen the bills. I have seen them. Many of these bills, in some cases, are even more, Madam Speaker, than the salaries. Huge operating costs. So if you reduce the cost of electricity, that's an immediate win for those small businesses. Because, Madam Speaker, when individual citizens receive credits, the small businesses didn't receive any electricity credits, Madam Speaker. They received no break, Madam Speaker, absolutely no break on electricity, Madam Speaker. And I am not even saying that the government should have given them a break at that time when they gave the credits, because only government could know their financial position. What I'm saying is that we need to move towards renewable energy integration, and we need to do so rapidly. And we need to seriously consider Anglick's plan. The opposition doesn't need to mediate between Anglick and the government when the government appointed the board. That's not making any sense, Madam Speaker. To the Honorable.
Madam Speaker, point of order. The member is misrepresenting what I said in my presentation yesterday, because I spoke specifically to the CEO and not the board. I said that the members are showing information that the government does not have, and clearly from that information that they can facilitate a meeting between the CEO, the government, and the opposition. And the member is presenting it as though I said the board. I was very clear in who from the entity that the members who clearly getting information from could have mediated.
Madam Speaker, let me get this right. The CEO of Anglic answers to the board. The board has been appointed by the government of Anguilla, but we, the loyal opposition, should organize a meeting between the government of Anguilla and the CEO. Well, Madam Speaker, I don't even have a direct line to the CEO. I'm not even sure if I have Mr. Hodge's number on my phone, Madam Speaker. So I don't know where I would be going to try to organize a meeting, Madam Speaker,
Madam
with
Speaker, that is
Mr. Hodge.
misleading. Point of order, that is misleading the House. First of all, we all know that Mr. Hodge's nephew composes of the Anguilla United Front. So to pretend as though the only person who has a connection to the CEO would be the member from Valley North is disingenuous. Madam Speaker, my point wasn't on whether or not the member had access to the CEO. My point was on the fact that the member had access to information the government did not have. And it was openly stated. And on that basis, I said, on whatever way you had that access, and I presume it is to be the CEO, and it doesn't have to be the CEO, whatever means you had that access, you could have used that time, instead of using to politicize the information, to organize a meeting between the person who would have given you or the wider members of the opposition that information and government as a loyal opposition.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, it's not my responsibility to broker a meeting between the CEO that was appointed by a board that was appointed by the government of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, with all due respect.
Madam Speaker.
Whether
Let's
or
not-
not the board was
Madam
hostile
Speaker,
or not.
On a point of order, the CEO was not appointed by a board. The CEO was appointed by a chairman of a board and the CEO's brother, but not by a board. Because the whole board did not know and did not negotiate, was not party to the contract until after the fact, Madam Speaker.
But Madam Speaker, however it worked out, the Anguilla United Front at no point in time appointed neither the board, the chair of the board, or the deputy chair of the board. So I don't know where the humble
Madam Speaker,
members of the lawyer
on a point of order, I would like to clarify that the chairman that I spoke about is Mr. Patrick Martinborough, who is a candidate of the Anguilla United Front.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, I don't know if the member is trying to mislead the people or what. But Madam Speaker, when Mr. Patrick Martinborough was appointed to Anglic's board, he was appointed by this administration, and particularly the member for District 6. At the time, Mr. Martinborough had absolutely no association with the Anguilla United Front, with all due respect, Madam Speaker. We found out, Madam Speaker, just like everybody else, that Mr. Sutcliffe Hodge was appointed to the CEO position, Madam Speaker. And with all due respect, it is not my responsibility or any member of the loyal opposition team to broker a meeting between the CEO and the government. Okay, if the government is mature, they will go to engage Mr. Hodge or whoever else is needed in senior management. Since the board doesn't have the ability to do so, I guess, they can do that directly themselves. Because at the end of the day, these people are in service to the same people in those offices.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I never said it is the opposition's responsibility to do so, because that puts a different weight on the opposition. I said because they clearly had more information than government. If they cared about the people and they wanted to support the swift transition, they could have used their position to engage both parties. And it was up to the government to decide whether or not they wanted to come to the meeting, or up to the CEO to decide whether or not they wanted to come to the meeting. But the gesture, because they seem to be the people with more information.
Madam
I'm
Speaker,
clarifying
I'd
my
like
point,
to,
member.
I'd like to recall
Member,
my
I'm
time,
clarifying
Madam
my
Speaker.
point, because you are misleading based on what I said. Because you are putting on a different weight on the opposition that I did not ascribe to you. I did not say it is a responsibility. I said if they cared about the people.
You did.
Madam
You did
Speaker,
not tell
with
her
all
that
due
was-
respect,
Yes.
caring about the people is informing the people of what is included in Anglet's deal, Madam Speaker. And I have a responsibility, Madam Speaker, as an elected representative, to give people all information that is available, Madam Speaker. I would have listened prior to going on radio and talking about Anglet's plan, Madam Speaker. I would have searched through government's Facebook pages for information related to the PPA. There was nothing, Madam Speaker, that I could find in relation to the PPA. So I had to rely on information that I knew of other PPAs in the region and outside of the region, Madam Speaker, based on research that I would have done.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the member is misleading the public because the member is you wouldn't find the information on government's Facebook page. There's a process in the House by which a member could have asked questions to receive this information. So in order to say that because you didn't find anything on Facebook, that nothing exists, is misleading the public.
Madam Speaker, on multiple occasions, the Honorable Premier has been asked by different persons for information on the PPA and why to go in that particular direction, Madam Speaker. And by the way, I have asked on multiple occasions in this House of Assembly for information that I have not been provided, Madam Speaker. So I'm not coming to waste my time, Madam Speaker, in this Honorable House.
Did you formally ask? There's a procedure for questions. Did you
Madam
formally
Speaker,
ask based on the rules?
Definitely not.
So
because
then how would you...
how would I know what, Madam Speaker?
If you don't formally ask via the procedure of questions, then how do you expect to get an... That's the real way to get an answer if you really want an answer.
Madam Speaker, you know that I've come to this Honorable House in the past, and I have asked questions. One in particular, I've actually requested a document, requested a report in relation to the issuing of contracts from a company that this government would have brought in, essentially, would have asked to come in to do an assessment. I would have come to this Honorable House and asked for that report. And I was told, Madam Speaker, that that report is not available because the members of the Ministry of Finance team thought that the work that was undertaken, the report, went outside of the scope of work, Madam Speaker. So we weren't even given access, Madam Speaker, to that
Madam
report.
Speaker, on a point of order, that's misleading the House. It has been said multiple times that the government of Anguilla did not pay for that investigation that the member is speaking about, and the government of Anguilla itself did not have access to it because that was paid for by the governor's office. So to say that that is a reason why you can't ask government for government information is very odd and it's very misleading.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect,
So
government
let's just
does...
move on. There is a process for questions. You want an answer for anything that's happening on the government side, you can ask the question, and you are allowed a follow-up question. And
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No
so
problem.
let's
But
just
I'll
move on
no
from
problem,
this.
Madam Speaker. We'll
Yes,
move on from that, Madam
please.
Speaker. But I wasn't the person that was asking for information. The individual would have said that I had access to information from somewhere. I should have provided them with that information, and I should have organized the meeting in the best interest of the public, Madam
Member
Speaker.
didn't say you should have provided them with that information. You had access to more information than they did. That's what she said.
We'll
She
move
said-
on, Madam Speaker. We'll
Yes,
move on, because
that's
I
what
see
she
where this
said.
is going. We'll move on, Madam Speaker.
I don't know if you see where it's going. What I'm telling you, that's what the member said for the record.
Noted, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
I was present when the member spoke, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, when we would have presented our GSC relief plan, Madam Speaker, and the plan would have been regarded as unreasonable, the Honorable Single Island Wide member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, would have read a published document that Mr. Hodge said was a published document. It was made available to the public. It was the first time I was hearing of reference to the document. He indicated that it was a document from the Comptroller of Inland Revenue, which is Mr. Lonnie Hobson, Madam Speaker, and that it was published in the past. And Madam Speaker, we were caught off guard, the loyal opposition, because we'd never heard of this document before, we'd never seen the document published. But I guess we figured, perhaps we may have missed the publishing of the document, Madam Speaker, because that's possible. We don't see every single thing, Madam Speaker. But I would have taken the time to formally reach out to Mr. Hobson. And of course, as I thought, Mr. Hobson would have indicated that this document was not publicly made available, Madam Speaker. Mr. Hodge was kind enough after that period in time to give a copy of the document, but it's actually a shorter version than what Mr. Hobson would have provided me with, Madam Speaker. So I just wanted to clear that up for the record. The loyal opposition didn't have access to this before Mr. Hodge would have referenced it in the House of Assembly, for us to be able to review it ourselves and see what his response in relation to this was.
Madam Speaker, if I point out, Madam Speaker, misleading. You recall that in this honorable house, in the gallery exactly, the IRD, I think in the month of September, would have had a very comprehensive analysis, including that information that had been presented. None of the opposition members were present, Madam Speaker, but that information was put out there in the public domain and it was carried live. So if the members of opposition had really wanted to know, they would have been here at that presentation, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I rise because I would have asked the member when he spoke about it. He said that it was published. I asked the member where was it published, and I asked him if I could get a copy of it, and he confirmed that it was published. He also said that it was at a meeting, discussions were held at a meeting, but he was reading from a particular document, and I asked him the contents of the document, where it came from, and it was then that he advised that he can send a copy to us. So he did indicate that it was a published document.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Sandy Hill. That is accurate, and that is exactly why I would have formally requested the document, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the reality is that when the Anguilla United Front team sat with a team of experts to go through the GST relief plan, Madam Speaker, we didn't take it lightly. And the reason why we didn't take it lightly was because every time we stepped out on the street, Madam Speaker, constantly, every time we stepped out on the street, whether through small businesses, whether individuals, they're telling you constantly about GST, Madam Speaker. Constantly you're hearing about it every single way you go. And as a responsible team, we said, you know what? We really have to seriously look at the impact of GST, crunch the numbers, see areas where we could pull from, maybe redirect, because there's seriously something wrong with the existing structure of GST. And that team, Madam Speaker, would have met over months, muddled over so much information, much of which was provided by the Inland Revenue Department, Madam Speaker, information that was published publicly, past budgets, Madam Speaker, lots of information. And they would have come up with a proposed plan, Madam Speaker, that we thought, based on that particular time period, Madam Speaker, that we thought could have worked, right? But then, Madam Speaker, you realize that after that plan was presented, the narrative changed. We went from saying GST is overperforming to GST is not fully meeting all of the intended commitments, Madam Speaker. And I noted the change because I remember at one particular period of time, Madam Speaker, it was either a year or a year before, I would have said to a particular public servant, senior public servant, GST is overperforming. So, you know, and we had a conversation, and she would have indicated at the time, Madam Speaker, she would have said, oh, well, Shelley, that may not be necessarily accurate. So I remember the term being used constantly by the members of the government, talking about it overperforming. But now, Madam Speaker, it isn't overperforming anymore. But you know why it's not overperforming? Because we have drastically increased the budget, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, that is not how overperformance and underperformance is calculated. It is calculated, Madam Speaker, in budgets, there's certain assumptions that are made, certain projections that are made, and that is why we forecast a deficit for next year. And remember I said that it may not necessarily be so. We might end up in a surplus. But those are assumptions that were made. And that's what it is. It is.
Madam Speaker, I mean, the member has had hours and hours and hours to present, and he still wants some of my time. But that's okay, Madam Speaker, because I'm a generous, I'm a very generous person.
Member, you're not. Every member is entitled to a point of order. And I have given every member an opportunity to explain their point of order. So please, let's just move on. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I don't know if it was a mischaracterization at the time or it's one now. The Premier would have indicated that GST was overperforming at that particular period of time, Madam Speaker. As a result of that overperformance, I would imagine they have adjusted their budget accordingly, and now it is no longer overperforming, Madam Speaker. Initially, GST was expected to be filling a $22 million shortfall gap. Now we are over $100 and something million past that, Madam Speaker. And of course, our spending is matching that, Madam Speaker. So much so that we anticipate a deficit, Madam Speaker, and we anticipate drawing down about $25 million from our reserves. Is that accurate or inaccurate, Madam Speaker, based on what was presented? That's the projection, right? Good. Thank you very much for that confirmation, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the reality is that we would have done our numbers and crunched our numbers and data based on the assumptions that were provided to us, the information that was provided to us at that particular period of time. And I remember the member from District 6 indicating in our House, Madam Speaker, quite a while ago that when we come to office, they're going to make sure that nothing is there for us to spend, Madam Speaker. I remember that clearly.
Member for Valley North indicated when and where, the date and time in which I said that, and when I said that. Because I could not say that, Madam Speaker, because the Framework for Fiscal Responsibility Act dictates that you must have a particular level of reserves.
He would have specifically said, Madam Speaker, when Shelley Rogers comes into power as the leader of government business, and he gave the year in 2025, he would have indicated. Madam Speaker, I'll bring the record for you back, Madam Speaker. I'll bring it back for you, Madam Speaker, because the member the member has seemingly forgotten, Madam Speaker. I mean, it's been a long day, Madam Speaker. He's been speaking for hours and hours. It's totally understandable, Madam Speaker, but it's okay. I know that there are members who follow the House of Assembly and they remember these things. So it's okay. Once the general public remembers, even if he doesn't, Madam Speaker, it's okay. And so maybe perhaps, Madam Speaker, it's that there is a desire to make sure they maximize every single dollar. And instead of providing the people and the small businesses with the type of relief that they deserve, we are more interested in making sure that we maximize every possible dollar on capital-related projects wherever possible, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I will tell you this. The people are watching, the people are looking on, Madam Speaker. The people are comparing the investments that you're making in health and education as compared to capital-based projects, Madam Speaker, in other areas. And they're comparing and they're contrasting, Madam Speaker. And they will ultimately decide if they feel as though the funds that we are making from GST is being adequately spent and allocated, and that we are maximizing the important priorities that exist in this country, Madam Speaker. And during the committee stage, I will take the opportunity to ask some very specific questions about various areas in this budget, Madam Speaker, because I find that there are a number of unanswered questions in a variety of places and areas, Madam Speaker, and I don't think that some of the presentations have been sufficient enough to answer them, because I've been taking quite a number of notes, Madam Speaker, and there are quite a number of gaps that exist in some of those presentations. there would have been an insinuation, Madam Speaker, that this is a people-centered budget. It's hope for every family. And I reread that, Madam Speaker, over and over. It's a people-centered budget and hope for every family. Madam Speaker, we would have provided options to significant relief for the people of this country. Our plan at the time, Madam Speaker, would have been ignored. It would have been dismissed. We were not engaged in any meaningful way, and that's okay, Madam Speaker, because we are used to that by this point, not being meaningfully engaged, right, Madam Speaker? We have a history of that. And I noticed that this administration, in a lot of their presentations, constantly, Madam Speaker, talk about sacrifices and the need to sacrifice, and it's a common theme, essentially telling Anguillians, we are sacrificing now for the benefit of the island and the future. And that's fine to say that, Madam Speaker. But when it mattered most, you were not willing to make the necessary sacrifices. You reinstated your 15% on your salaries ahead of GST, Madam Speaker. So when the general public didn't have that cushion, you made sure that us as legislators had that cushion, Madam Speaker. That, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, is not making sacrifices. So you're asking people to make sacrifices for the greater good. But as elected officials and leaders, you are not willing to make the same sacrifices, Madam Speaker. And I find that to be quite disingenuous, Madam Speaker. Because if you're asking the people to make sacrifices, then we should all be willing to make sacrifices, Madam Speaker. That's critically important. I want to shift, Madam Speaker, to health. And I've spoken about health at length, Madam Speaker. I've spoken about my concerns. I've spoken about the fact that we have so many gaps. I got a message just yesterday, and the message said, we're talking about hiring new doctors in these areas, but we've been advertising for 2 specific doctors for the past 2 years. But what we are offering to them is not attractive and it's not competitive. And I asked then, Madam Speaker, is it that we're just saying we're advertising for things, but we're not putting the real resources that are necessary to pay these people? And I find that very interesting, Madam Speaker, because, and this is a question I'll ask on committee stage, so the government side can get a heads up. The health authority would have been done away with, Madam Speaker, and brought under the government of Anguilla. At that time, there was a supplementary budget not long after that came to the House of Assembly, and it would have referenced a position for a health commissioner, Madam Speaker. And at the time, there was somebody in that particular position temporarily. I would have come to find out, not from that meeting, but shortly after, that that individual is not paid that particular salary, but they were being paid the salary of the former CEO of the Health Authority. And I found that to be quite interesting, Madam Speaker, because you're bringing in this individual, and by the way, this individual was not brought in through the Public Service Commission process. This would have been handled in a very unique situation, handled by the PS of Health, again, which is a very unique situation for the operations of government. And I remember it being very unique because when we were discussing the supplementary budget, I would have asked the then PS of Finance, I would have actually, she was the acting PS of Finance at the time. I don't think she was appointed yet. I can't remember. I would have asked her, how did the appointment for that particular individual, to my knowledge, is someone from Barbados that's here. How were they appointed? And the minister would have turned around and said, I guess that would have been done through the DG. And the DG would have looked around and said, not me, I'm not aware of it, right? So the minister wasn't aware of how the appointment was done. The DG wasn't aware of how it was done. The PS Finance wasn't aware of how it was done. And I later got the information that it was handled by the PS of Health, the awarding of a contract. Very strange arrangement for the public service, Madam Speaker. Again, perhaps we'll get further information later on about that, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'm curious because that would have been quite a number of months ago. And since that time, the position would have been formally advertised. I'm not sure what point in the process it is now. I know it was advertised well over a month plus ago. It's probably maybe 2 or 3 months by now, Madam Speaker, because it's a while. But I haven't heard any official announcement of anybody officially in the position. So I'm very curious about that, Madam Speaker, because the reality is that there are a number of challenges that exist over at the Health Authority. I would have gotten a screenshot of a statement that indicated that we would have been receiving some new ambulance, Madam Speaker. Some not new ambulance, I think they may have been donated ambulance. I heard the honorable member said that we're getting some new ambulance soon as well. And the person would have responded and said, imagine we're getting additional ambulance, but we don't have the personnel to operate them because there's such an incredible shortage in that particular unit, Madam Speaker. We also have a huge shortage, Madam Speaker, in the lab. You have staff who are literally working 24 hours. They work their day shift and then they're on call, Madam Speaker. Around the clock, literally in the lab, Madam Speaker. Exhausted. They work their regular shift, Madam Speaker, and then they're on call, Madam Speaker, on a shift system. Exhausted, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I certainly welcome any additional investments in healthcare because I appreciate that the Premier has brought in Senior Shield. I appreciate that, Madam Speaker, because it is a benefit to a number of individuals. But the quality of healthcare that is offered by those institutions, those health institutions, leaves a lot to be desired. Staff are overworked, Madam Speaker. And again, Madam Speaker, this is stuff coming directly from the staff. So I'm not making anything up. And if any of the members believe that I'm creating a narrative that doesn't exist, I can tell you they need to spend a lot more time with the personnel in these institutions, Madam Speaker, because they are constantly complaining. Madam Speaker, we were in North Hill having a community meeting, Madam Speaker. And the lady that was there said, I want to know what we're going to do about the leaking hospital, Madam Speaker. An employee of that institution, Madam Speaker. This is not stuff we're making up, Madam Speaker. We have serious issues that exist. Serious issues that exist, Madam Speaker, and we have to prioritize those things. We have to prioritize social development, Madam Speaker. We have to prioritize our people. We have to invest in our people. And so is there anything wrong, Madam Speaker, with us saying, perhaps we should hold off a little bit on some of the capital development and make sure that some of our essential services are being properly taken care of, Madam Speaker? Is that irresponsible, Madam Speaker? Is it irresponsible for us to say, as members of the opposition, we
Speaker,
feel as
point
though
of
we are
order.
over-leveraging
The member
ourselves?
is misleading. Madam Speaker, if the member would read the line items in the budget or read the budget address, would see that a lot of these areas that she's going on about are being recruited for. Also, the members talking about a leaky roof, implying that maybe the minister or the permanent secretary should be fixing the leaky roof. Madam Speaker, there is enough money in the budget right now in the Department of Health Services and in this budget for the person who's responsible for fixing the roof to get that done. So I don't know if the member feels that I should be up on the roof trying to fix it myself. But I do know that these priorities have been raised with the Health Commissioner, the Permanent Secretary, and the Facilities Manager, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move on a little bit. There was quite a bit of talk, Madam Speaker, about the airport expansion. And if you listen to the member, you would believe that the Anguilla United Front team is not in support of airport expansion. And this is actually a trend. Whenever we question any sort of process and how things are being done, it is automatically spun. So when we asked about the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, Madam Speaker, when we asked about the contents of the MOU, the amount of money that was being spent on the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, and for additional information, the Honorable Member for Valley South stood up and said to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition that the MOU is available and she should write to the PS to get the MOU. Naturally, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition would have written to the PS to get the MOU, only to be told that she, the PS, does not have a copy, Madam Speaker, of a signed MOU agreement. We later found out, Madam Speaker, that at that time there was no signed MOU agreement at that particular time. So why would you stand up in the Honorable House of Assembly and say that there is an MOU, say that there's a signed MOU, and not just say that? You went beyond that, Madam Speaker, and you said that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition should reach out to the PS, Madam Speaker, to get the document. Why would you say such a thing? Especially when you know that no signed MOU agreement existed at that particular time, Madam Speaker. Why would you do that? And so there is a trend, Madam Speaker, that exists. Anytime you question them in relation to certain things, or the process of certain things and how they're doing certain things, oh, we're blocking progress, we don't want to see success, we're trying to stop progress. The loyal opposition is responsible for holding the government accountable. That is our job, Madam Speaker. There's nothing wrong with us as elected members questioning certain processes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member continues to interrupt me when I sat here silently throughout his presentation, Madam Speaker. It's a trend, Madam Speaker. The House doesn't only belong to that member. So just like with the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, Madam Speaker, they continue to push this narrative that the Anguilla United Front does not support airport development, when that is completely false. Madam Speaker, I work in tourism in the past and currently. So there's no reason why I wouldn't support airport development and expansion. But I have said, Madam Speaker, and I hold this to be true, even after the minister's long explanation of what the expert said, and I still hold this to be true, Madam Speaker. The runway expansion is more critical to airlift coming into this island than the building. And so in my humble opinion, Madam Speaker, if they couldn't be done concurrently and you had to start with one, I would have started with the runway. That is my opinion, Madam Speaker.
Please. The member pointed out that there's a master plan and you have to follow how it is set out in the master plan.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, there's no point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
There
you
is
can
none.
determine that. Madam Speaker, apart from that, I spoke of the regulatory body with the security and safety findings and saying that this is priority, otherwise the airport will be downgraded. So you do a runway, and then you won't be able to bring in any airlift whatsoever.
Yes, taken.
I've said that.
He did.
Madam Speaker, we sat through hours of his presentation. I know exactly what he said. That doesn't change my opinion. I have the right to my opinion.
Yes, but you have to.
I have to follow
hold
what?
on. While it is your opinion, you have to follow what is set out in the master plan and what is recommended by the expert. That's what he said also. in
Madam
his
Speaker, I never
presentation.
said that he didn't say that.
You are saying it is your opinion
Yes.
to prioritize
Yes.
something else, but you have to go by what the master.
I don't
what
have
is-
to go by anything, Madam Speaker.
Well, not you personally, but the government.
And that's okay. And I respect that. He had his hour-long presentation, Madam Speaker.
But then his point of order is correct.
What is his point of order? I never said,
Lord.
I only said that I disagree with that approach, Madam Speaker. What is his point of order?
You are disagreeing with the approach of the experts as set out in the master plan.
Yes, and that is my right to do so.
It is your right to do so. It is his right to object also
Object
based
to
on
what?
that.
But what is objecting to that? I
That
have
you are
an opinion?
misleading.
That I'm misleading
You-
who?
you-
By
oh.
saying that I have an opinion on something, I'm misleading?
You are misleading based on what the member said. You reference what the member said.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, Madam Speaker, the member indicated that they are going based on what experts told them and a master plan for the airport. I humbly disagree with that approach. That is my right to do so.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, why are you
On a
allowing this
point
man to
of
take
order,
up my
Madam
time?
Speaker,
Because
it's not
I
dis-
disagree with that
the
approach.
disrespectful can this man, the member for Valley North, Madam Speaker, who said this man, where are you leaving this man? Misleading, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I find it curious that these international experts, you dismiss their views and the regulatory bodies, but you take on the views of the opinion of some expert in England. Who was the expert?
Thank you, member. And you made reference to that. You made over and over. In fact, that was the basis on which you disagreed with the member for Sandy Hill also. Please, let's just move on.
I don't know what we're moving on in relation to, but I intend to make my point on my opinion as it relates to the airport. Because I too have spoken to other experts in the field and they agree with my approach. Madam Speaker, I respect, Madam Speaker, that there's a particular plan that they have engaged with experts, but I will tell you that even, Madam Speaker, if you increase the size of the terminal, that will not automatically lead to more airlift in the country, Madam Speaker. That is a fact.
On a point of order, that's a misrepresentation. We have never said.
I didn't say you said that. What?
We have never
Oh my
said
God,
that
this is
increasing the terminal will automatically bring airlift into the island.
Who said he said that, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker,
The man
members
had
of Valley
hours
North
and hours.
is insinuating that was said by referencing that. That is not the case.
Madam Speaker, I never said that the member said that. So let me put on record one more time so he doesn't get up again. The Honorable Member for District 6 has indicated that they are going based on a master plan written by specific experts that indicate that this is the process and the direction that they should go. I humbly, Madam Speaker, disagree. I have the right to disagree, Madam Speaker, and I do. And I have said, Madam Speaker, that in my humble opinion, I never said that that was his opinion. I said, in my humble opinion, the expansion of the building, the airport building, Madam Speaker, a new airport terminal building, will not increase your airlift. What would increase your airlift is the runway. And that is why I believe that if you couldn't do both concurrently and you had to do one before the other, my humble view was that you should have focused on the airport. That is my opinion. And I am entitled, Madam Speaker, to that opinion. Madam Speaker, when you are in rooms with airlines and airlines are engaging you and asking you about your capacity, here are some of the most frequently asked questions. What is the length of your runway? The PCN of your runway? The amount of heads and beds that you have on island? Questions about your medical facilities. Madam Speaker, I have had conversations with multiple airline partners, Madam Speaker, and I have never been asked about the terminal building, not even once, Madam Speaker. And I'm not saying, Madam Speaker, that if discussions progress, you wouldn't eventually get there. But I'm saying it has never been asked to me, Madam Speaker, which says to me that the priority for them is the runway. Because that will determine if the aircraft can actually come into the destination. Because you can end up, Madam Speaker, with the most phenomenal building on the planet. But if you don't have the runway length and the PCN to accommodate that aircraft, the aircraft isn't coming, Madam Speaker, and that is a fact.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is misleading the Assembly. Madam Speaker, if we use the recent arrival of American Airlines as an example, the terminal as it is right now is the biggest example of why it needs to be redone. Because everybody would know that American Airlines currently sits where a restaurant used to be. One of the things that almost hindered the progress of American Airlines coming here is that there was literally no desk space. Yep. And the desk space is not owned by the airport, it is owned, and another member would know this because she has experience around airlines and she was also part of the team of us who have had multiple meetings. The desk space is not owned by the airport, it is owned by the airlines. So Anguilla Air Services, Trans Anguilla, and the list goes on. They all own their own desks, as well as the FBO operator. And if they are not giving you space, there's no way the airline can come. And so we had to negotiate with the restaurateur to move to the VIP lounge to create space. If another airline were to come to Anguilla, we would have no desk space for them to be there. So to put it as though that the literal physical building of arrivals does not play a critical role in attracting airlines and facilitating a runway extension is misleading the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when airlines come to a destination, they want to get their people in and out. Yes. Right? Whether, Madam Speaker, that is through government's terminal building or a private terminal building. They just want to get their people checked in and out, or checked in and to their destination. So there are other options that could have been utilized, Madam Speaker. I won't get into those options. But I will say, Madam Speaker, that ultimately, if you want larger aircrafts to come here and you want to expand the type of business, the runway is absolutely essential to doing so, Madam Speaker. That is a fact. That's why we're doing it. Okay?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, there is no question being submitted by this side of the aisle about the importance of runway extension, because in fact we're doing it. It takes up the bulk of the capital expenditure in the next 3 months.
What's the point
In the
of
next
order?
misrepresentation.
Misrepresentation of what? What am I misrepresenting?
Oh gosh, Shelley, I am speaking. It doesn't matter if I made my presentation. I can stand on a point of order. It is my right as a member of this House. So, Madam Speaker, through you, can you please give me the opportunity to continue?
Continue.
Madam Speaker, the member is misrepresenting the importance of the terminal as a function of supporting runway expansion. While it is her prerogative to have an opinion on how things should have gone and how she may have done it if she had the ability to do so, to say that the airport does not, the physical airport building does not play a critical role in the I'm not quoting you word by word, but you are insinuating that the airport does not matter. It is the runway that matters most. And if we have a runway expansion and we don't have desk space, we don't have enough literal chairs, Madam Speaker. When American Airlines came in, we had to go in and ask for chairs where there's not enough space to facilitate people on the airport. This is misleading the people of Anguilla about the order in which government is moving forward with the airport expansion.
But then it's budgeted for both to take place.
And it's budgeted for both to take place, so it
that
doesn't
is what is
matter.
important. Thank you, member. You may move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as I indicated, nobody is against, on the Anguilla United Front side or the loyal opposition side, against airport development. We are simply saying, if we had the opportunity to do it, this is what we would utilize. We also have a concern, Madam Speaker, about the path being taken and not utilizing a PPP. Because the reality is, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, traditionally, airports are not money-making mechanisms. Airports are used to get your heads in beds, Madam Speaker, right? They're utilized to get your people in and in your hotels and spending money. These buildings also have, Madam Speaker, very high operating costs. And so essentially, it would have made more sense, in our opinion, to get another partner involved, Madam Speaker, that would share this burden, because ultimately, I agree that access is critically important to tourism development, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a burden on your people, Madam Speaker. And that is the point that we have been making. So now, you're doing these major capital investment projects, Madam Speaker. You have a budget of 500 and something million, $500 million budget, Madam Speaker. And we are saying, we are asking for people to get real relief, Madam Speaker. We have suggested specific ways in which you can do that, Madam Speaker. And you say that it is impractical, it is unreasonable, and if you do so, you would take away from other essential services. But yet, there is new spending, Madam Speaker, for multiple heavy capital projects. So what is wrong with the loyal opposition saying, we have a concern? We have a concern that if there's a major shock in this island, it could set us back significantly with the level of spending that we are doing. What is wrong with us saying that, Madam Speaker? We have a right to do that. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, the people of Anguilla is funding a large portion of this budget in a very heavy way, Madam Speaker. And if they are saying, we need a break, we are overwhelmed, what is wrong with us saying, can you provide relief to people? What is wrong with us saying, can you rapidly move towards Anglet's renewable energy plan so that people can see results in terms of their fuel surcharge, so that you can continue to build Anglet? What's wrong with us saying, government needs to prioritize paying Anglet whatever money is owed to Anglet? Because you have the money. The money exists. So why is it that you're holding Anglet hostage and saying Anglet can't afford to do certain things, Madam Speaker? Why is it that we're saying that? This is what I'm trying to understand, Madam Speaker. Why do we constantly say Anglet can't afford to do certain things when the same government of Anguilla owes Anglet? We have all of this money available. Why can't we pay Anglet? Because if we pay
Madam
Anglet,
Speaker,
then Anglet probably does.
On a point of order, the member said that we owe Anglet. I would like to know how much money it is that we owe Anglet from the member.
Anglet, Madam Speaker, to my knowledge, the Water Corporation owes Anglet quite a number of millions of dollars, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, on a point of order, that is correct. The Water Corporation owed Anglet. And before it was reintegrated, we started paying down those bills, Madam Speaker. But Anglet too owes government in the tens of millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. Tens of millions, much more than what the Water Corporation owes Anglet.
Madam Speaker, what does Anglet owe government for? Okay. Hopefully, in the Premier, in your response, you could maybe speak to what Anglet owes government for. That would be very beneficial to the general public. It certainly would be for me as well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've spoken about the plight of the small businesses in this country, Madam Speaker. I have spoken about the issues that exist in health, Madam Speaker. I have spoken, Madam Speaker, about the issues in education, Madam Speaker. I have spoken about pushing our people to their limit, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I don't want to leave here without saying something very specific. Because there are a lot of young people who, in this country, they want to build. They want to build, they want to do something for themselves, and they're very discouraged. Don't give up hope. Don't give up hope. The opposition team recognizes your plight. We understand the challenges that you have, and we are committed to giving you real relief as soon as that opportunity presents itself. Madam Speaker, because we recognize that when you are talking about building a country and building a nation, you can't leave your people behind, Madam Speaker. You cannot leave your people behind. Your people are essential, Madam Speaker, to that building. And I respect paying down debt, Madam Speaker, because it's important. And I will say that the government of Anguilla has never defaulted, Madam Speaker, on debt payments. Not now, not previously, Madam Speaker. They have always met their debt payments, Madam Speaker. Always. Madam Speaker, we as a people need to recognize and realize what's happening. This is by far the largest budget that has ever been brought to this honorable house. We can know, the pundits and no one can ever speak about a previous year's big boy budget, because there's nothing bigger than this, Madam Speaker. And I'm not knocking them for the size of the budget, Madam Speaker, because I will tell you this, right? Not for the overall size. I have an issue with the priorities, Madam Speaker. A significant issue with the priorities. We have about $200 and something million in reserves, Madam Speaker. There's an expectation that in 2025, 25 million will be drawn down, and then maybe another 60 million and then another 25 million, Madam Speaker, over the next 3 years. That is a significant impact, Madam Speaker, to our reserves. We have, Madam Speaker, a significant budget in front of us. And we must be very careful. Because I can tell you from experience, Madam Speaker, one significant shock, one bad hurricane, God forbid, one pandemic, one major issue in the US, Madam Speaker, and that could have significant implications for us as a country. And so we have a budget here, Madam Speaker, in front of us that prioritizes, Madam Speaker, heavy capital investments, Madam Speaker, heavy capital investments. And for the past...
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is misleading the public. The priorities of the budget are there are 6 priorities of this budget. And none of them all of them do not only speak to infrastructure. So how can the member say that the priorities of the budget are incorrect? And if the member is wondering where I got the number 6, the MTEF 2025 to 2027, which informs the budget, has all of the priorities of the budget within it.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, a budget that prioritizes, in my opinion.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, when we have facts in front of us, you cannot throw out the facts out the window for your opinion. There are solid, black and white, on paper, laid before this House, 6 priorities that inform this budget. It is repeated over and over again. It can be found in Executive Council minutes. It can be found in the publicly available medium-term economic and fiscal plan. All of these things inform the budget. So to say that doesn't matter, but your priority of your opinion of the budget takes precedent to what is written in black and white, Madam Speaker, is misleading the House.
I uphold that.
Madam Speaker, I know that you agreed with the member. The member would have indicated that there are 6 areas that inform the budget, Madam Speaker. The priorities, Madam Speaker, of the capital side are heavy infrastructure, products, Madam Speaker, projects, Madam Speaker, that, in my opinion, some of those funds that have been allocated there would have been better utilized and prioritized in social-based programs, Madam Speaker. That is my opinion.
But Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
Madam
can
Speaker,
you,
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Please, there are areas in the budget that are covered other than capital projects.
That is, Madam Speaker, on a point of order, there are capital projects that deal with social development. There are capital projects that deal with food security. There are capital, Madam Speaker, the member is making it seem as though because the airport, which is to build a building, it has a certain amount, that there's nothing else in the budget. The priorities of the budget are listed in black and white. There's 6 of them. You will never have an instance where an airport, where other projects will surpass the airport, because an airport will be hundreds of millions regardless.
You don't have a time limit.
You don't have a time limit.
Madam Speaker, why do these members keep interrupting my presentation?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, that's impugning improper motive, because when I use the point of orders, and correctly so, it cannot be categorized as an interruption of the member's time or interruption of her presentation.
Right.
The points of orders are a right to all members of the House.
Correct. You may continue, member.
When we get to the committee stage, Madam Speaker, the members of the general public will have an idea of the amounts of monies assigned, Madam Speaker, to the various capital projects over the next year, Madam Speaker, and the various areas where they have been assigned to, Madam Speaker, and they will be able to make their determinations, right? The teachers will be able to make their determinations. The doctors and medical professionals will be able to make their determinations, Madam Speaker, on whether they feel as though that the budget priorities have been assigned the way they think they should have been. My position is clear, Madam Speaker. We all have our opinions on these things, Madam Speaker. I feel as though in 2025, we could have foregone the starting of the government building, Madam Speaker, given that we are taking on two very heavy capital projects in relation to airport expansion, Madam Speaker. And in my humble opinion, the responsible thing to do was to ensure that you get past this period of that capital expansion, and then when you see room for it, Madam Speaker, you engage that particular building. Again, that is my opinion, Madam Speaker. The general public will get to decide whether they feel that this country is being over-leveraged. Because as you indicated earlier, Madam Speaker, all of these are projections, all projections. Quite a bit of these funds, Madam Speaker, over $100 and something million is projected from AI, Madam Speaker. GST, 200 and something million projected, Madam Speaker.
That's what the budget
All
is,
projections, yeah?
Yeah.
So
that's
if
what
there
the
are
budget
particular
is.
shocks, Madam Speaker, I would have said to you, we had a budget working with in 2020, Madam Speaker. By mid-year 2020, we were given a totally new budget, Madam Speaker, millions less than what was assigned. So it's very important, Madam Speaker, to be very cautious in the climate that we are operating in. And that is my belief, and that is my opinion, Madam Speaker. No member of the Anguilla United Front team is against capital development projects. None of us are against airport expansion. We understand the business that we're operating in, Madam Speaker, and that's tourism. We understand the importance of access and airlift, but we also understand the importance of being responsible, Madam Speaker. And so you're talking about the past and you're talking about where we've been. So it's critically important that we balance, Madam Speaker. Because if your people are shouting at you and saying, things are tough, we need relief, we need a break, and you're going full speed ahead still, Madam Speaker, full speed ahead, and saying we're going to do this capital project, we're going to do this one, this one, this one, this one, when people are begging you for significant relief, Madam Speaker, begging you, what message does that signal to your people, Madam Speaker? What message does that signal? This is the most revenue that we have ever pulled from our people in history, Madam Speaker. History.
That is misrepresentation of the facts. Say the most revenue we have pulled from our people. But if you look at the revenue streams, where the money is emanating from, it's coming from the accommodation sector. It's coming from that AI. It is not pulling from the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. It's just a misrepresentation.
I uphold that.
Madam Speaker, you uphold that this is the most money that we've ever been pulling from the people? You think that there's another time when we've pulled more money from people?
The money doesn't come from the people. That's not all of it.
I never said all of the money from GST comes from the people. I said this is the most money we have ever pulled from the people.
But
and I stand by that.
What are the revenue streams? Where does the money come from?
Madam Speaker, I said this is the most money that we have ever pulled from the people. I never said, Madam Speaker.
Yes, raise your
Madam
point of
Speaker, on a
order.
point of order. I believe that the member is misleading for a simple reason. And the reason is that to paint the picture that this is simply the most money that the government is pulling from the people takes away the fact that the context within which the money is being pulled from the people, from the payment of GST, is the $500 million of debt that is owed, which is the reason why the taxation measure came into place through the banking resolution, Madam Speaker. There's a context, which is why more money had to be pulled from the people, and the context outside of the accommodation sector's revenues is a fact that the Anguilla United Front administration ran the country into significant debt, which led to it being a necessity for the country to then have to raise more money from its people, Madam Speaker, in addition to having no reserves.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for Valley South for confirming that this is the most money that has ever been pulled from the people, because that's all that I said, Madam Speaker. I didn't misrepresent any facts. I never said that all of the money from GST is coming from the people. I never said that. I said this is the most money that has ever been pulled from the people. That is a fact, Madam Speaker. That can't be disputed. When in history, Madam Speaker, when in history have we pulled this level of money from
that
our
is not a fact, and I challenge the member for Valley North to prove that to be a fact.
Madam Speaker, the people know. So they can stay here with their semantics and ask for proof. This is the most money that has ever been pulled from people in the history, Madam Speaker, of taxation in this country. And the records exist.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, again, that is misleading, especially when you take into consideration that in 2025, the tax burden will be lessened upon the people, Madam Speaker, because we're removing GST from food, all food items, and we are not imposing any new taxes. That is misleading. And to date, the member for Valley North continues to make that statement without any factual evidence. Show us how this is the most money we are pulling from the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
already ruled on that.
Madam Speaker, I don't know. I mean, the member from Valley South got up and confirmed what I said. And then the colleague is saying that he challenges me to prove that. The people of Anguilla know that this is the most money that has been pulled from them in history. That's a fact, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, that is not a fact. How can you state that this is the most money being pulled from the people of Anguilla when you're reducing the tax burden? It is not mathematically possible. Yes, you're reducing the tax burden on the people of Anguilla.
Madam Speaker, you're reducing a tax burden that you imposed on the people of Anguilla? Since GST was implemented, Madam Speaker, this has been the most money that have been pulled out of the pockets of the people of Anguilla. That is a fact, Madam Speaker. You're coming to the House next week to remove GST from food, and still, Madam Speaker, the tax burden of the people still remain the highest it has been, Madam Speaker. That is a fact.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
And what I will do, Madam Speaker.
That maths just do not add up. The member for Valley North said that we are coming to the House next week to remove GST from the food, and at the same time claiming that we're pulling more money from the people of Anguilla than ever before. That is not factually correct. And in the committee stage, the technical people are here, not the politicians. I wanted to ask those questions and prove that we are pulling more money from the people of Anguilla than at any time in history.
Madam Speaker, if the member feels as though this is not the most that has been pulled from people, would the member be able to point out another time in our history when more money has been pulled?
Madam Speaker, point of order. The member continues to mislead and misrepresent because the member can get her calculator out. And she is just blinded by the $560 something million in revenue and making an assumption that it's a higher dollar amount that is coming from the people. But you have to, and she can suck her teeth all she wants, I can suck mine too if I need to. Maybe it's late and she needs to be sleeping. But, Madam Speaker, there's $134 million that is non-tax revenue that accredited to .ai. If you take that out, then you're down to less than $400 million. 64% of that is coming from the hospitality industry. So take that away from that number. And then look at budgets before the GST that were $219 million, $278 million before GST. So, Madam Speaker, it's only logical that just because the absolute number is higher doesn't mean that more of that is coming from the people. I mean, as the minister said, the member for Road South said, technical persons are here. But I think that the member is trying to mislead the people of Anguilla to leave with them the impression that she wants to leave with them. Certainly, that will be, debunked in a short order. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, just on a quick point of order. While I don't think the Premier was intentionally trying to mislead, the way those figures were presented is by nature misleading. The budget of 526, as he mentioned, you reduced the 134 million that is non-tax revenue from .ai. Correct. That's beneath 400 million. You remove the 60% that comes from the tourism, and you're left with 200 and something million, which would be, I guess, approximated to similar budgets in the past. However, what that fails to acknowledge is those past budgets of about 200 million did include the tourism revenue. So if you were to take that out of the 200 revenue, you're going to have a serious discrepancy there, Madam Speaker. So the way those numbers were presented is not a true reflection.
That's absolutely correct, Madam Speaker, because
Madam
remember,
Speaker,
before
on a point of
GST...
order, Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the member is also misleading, and there's misleading for a number of reasons. Number one, we've been having record-breaking numbers in our tourism sectors, which means that the performance of GST is much higher than we would have had ever previous in Anguilla's history. Number two, our accommodations tax was at a lower rate prior to the imposition of just GST. Those are two very critical factors which lead to the higher accommodation tax numbers than you would have had at any point in time in Anguilla's history, Madam Speaker. So those are relevant factors to the calculation of the debt burden.
Yeah, acknowledged.
Madam
Taken.
Speaker...
I think by now you have all confused the people of Anguilla.
No. People aren't
Please
confused,
move
Madam
on.
Speaker. The people know
Please
that this
move
is the
on.
highest they've ever been taxed.
Move
The people
on.
know. They're not
and
confused.
you continue to. Please
Nobody
move
continues
on.
to do anything, Madam
Thank you.
Speaker.
Please move on.
Nobody continues to do anything. Boy, this house. Whew.
Move on, please.
Madam Speaker, as I would have indicated, the people know what they're feeling. Accommodation tax was at 12% prior to GST. It was increased by 1%, Madam Speaker. So accommodation tax has always accounted for, Madam Speaker, a very high revenue amount, Madam Speaker. The reality is the people, Madam Speaker, have never, as I said, been taxed at this level. And as a result of that, Madam Speaker, there are significant issues within our society, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the member is misleading. And there are, I'm going to say, Madam Speaker, property tax being removed from the people of Anguilla also bears in mind the tax burden on the people of Anguilla. So the member is misleading. Property tax no longer exists, so the tax burden is lower. The customs duties and things on medical devices and things of that nature no longer exists. So the burden has been reduced. Yes, Madam Speaker, that is the reality. And being able to point to a 1% discrepancy between accommodations tax and GST still does not take into consideration the fact that we have been having record-breaking numbers of tourism arrivals, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Thank you, member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while the member was on her feet, member, are you able to provide us with a policy for decriminalization as yet?
If that's a question, I'm sure that the same draft decrim bill that the Leader of Opposition presented is enough evidence to say that the draft GST bill that the Anguilla United Front presented demonstrates their intention, demonstrates the fact that they were going to implement GST, Madam Speaker, because that's what they came to the House of Parliament on the radio to say.
Madam Speaker, one moment, sorry. I don't mean to interrupt her, Madam Speaker, but the live is off, and I think the public would benefit from hearing the response.
Not if the live is off. I get to decide whether we continue or not. Please continue.
You can continue to member.
The
as it
member's
relates.
finished. Yes, there is.
Okay.
We've been through that.
All right, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's continue. Madam Speaker, we have indicated through the budgets, Madam Speaker, that next year we will be operating in a deficit. And as such, we will be required to draw down at least 25 million from reserves. So I just want to make that point clear, Madam Speaker. I also want to make the point that the bulk petroleum levy that the opposition, prior to my time, would have talked about considerably and about the impacts that it would have, it seems as though that's going to be reduced, Madam Speaker. And I commend the government for recognizing that it needs to be reduced, because really and truly it should have never been there to begin with, Madam Speaker. So I wish to bring that to the public's attention, Madam Speaker. Well, most of this is my opinion, Honorable Premier. We all are entitled to our opinions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also note that there is a note on recurrent revenue policy from 2025 to 2027. And for 2026, there is a tax revenue on gaming. In 2025, it's at 0, but in 2026, it's about 4 million. So I wonder, Madam Speaker, what is that gaming in relation to in particular? So I will ask.
You want to ask those questions in committee?
Yes, I will.
Yeah.
I will.
Okay,
I'm just
good.
bringing it to the public's attention that it exists. It's part of the budget, Madam
The
Speaker.
committee would be made public too, so
Madam
nothing
Speaker,
is-
I respect that
Yes,
it will be
okay,
made
just
public,
continue your
but
presentation.
thank you. So, Madam Speaker, that is a point of interest for me. I also have a point of interest, Madam Speaker, in the Department of Health Services, Madam Speaker, as it relates to personal emoluments, Madam Speaker. There's a significant increase that has been budgeted for, Madam Speaker. And I want to ensure, Madam Speaker, that that adequately covers the resource needs that we need for 2025. But also, I want to know if a specific position is factored in, Madam Speaker, to that number. And what are the plans for 2025 as it relates to that specific appointment, Madam Speaker? I also noticed that there is no reserve, there's no reserve figure, Madam Speaker, that is outlined anywhere in the budget. I'm not sure where it's supposed to be outlined. I'm not sure where it's supposed to be noted, but I know that it's not here for public consumption or for us to consume. For the benefit of the public, the reserve, I would have acquired this information, Madam Speaker, directly from the PS. The reserves would be around $260 million, Madam Speaker. And I would encourage the members of the government side to note those figures. So publicly note those figures because they're not included here, and they are important to note because there is reference to drawing down from the reserves, Madam Speaker, but in order to put drawing down into context, Madam Speaker, it's important for it to be referenced. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and I look forward to us digging deeper during committee stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that a bill. I'm sorry. Yeah, absolutely. It's been a long day. I'm sorry to the mover. I invite them. I think everybody has. Oh, okay, you've presented. Everybody has presented that want to present? TG, you're not? You're not. Okay, so I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it seems like a lifetime since I made the budget address earlier this week. But we are here in the work of the people. And so, Madam Speaker, we've listened to a lot. And so I just wanted to start by saying that a successful man, and by extension, a successful team, is one who can lay a firm foundation with the bricks others have thrown at them. This is from David Brinkley. Mr. Speaker, I want to start here that in 2010, the Anguilla United Front did not produce a budget going into 2010. And in 2020, they presented a budget late in May of 2020. Now, the reason why I think the AUF did not produce a budget in 2010 or going into the 2010 election is that they had $65 million in reserves and this was depleted by October of 2009. $70 million in deficit, 14 million in bills, 18 million in overdraft. And then we know what happened going into 2020, Madam Speaker. They had 1 day of reserves, 23 million in bills, $97.1 million deficit. You see the trend, Madam Speaker. And that's why we say that we are known by our record. Now, there were several questions raised, especially by the Single Island White member, Mr. Jose Vanterpool. He asked about Anglec and why the PPA, and I was trying to explain that earlier when the question was asked by the member for Valley North. But the reason for the PPA was, one, to decrease the cost of electricity. And we know, based on what we have read, been told, and studies that were done, that with a PPA, suggestion by Castalia, which is a reputable company known to do these studies. In fact, they returned to Anguilla to do the review of water and found that it confirms what is said, that we're leaking 80% of the water that we make, that we pay for. And it'll cost us about 80 million EC dollars to repair the water network. And we've started to work on that. In this budget, we are catering for 16 million with 4 million at a time to repair the water network. And Madam Speaker, we've been accused of not doing, that this budget is not a people-centered budget. But capital projects, if they're doing things for relief of the people, that is, to restore the water network, to decrease the cost of water because you're losing less of it, to be able to capture where water is being lost or stolen. These are all things that help the people, Madam Speaker, that decrease the cost to people so it puts more money in their pockets. But getting back to why the PPA, to get renewable energy that would be produced and Anglec would become the distributor. Investor funding. So if Anglec can't afford to do it, they came up with a plan, yes. They would do this in 3 phases. Phase 1, 8 megawatts of power, then another 8 megawatts, and then the rest, I think they said 5 through other areas. As time went on, that technology would change, maybe hydrogen, maybe other means of producing renewable energy. Now, we have been approached, and I said about by 11 or about 12 different companies or investors who say that they're interested in renewable energy in Anguilla. And just for the record, I have no shares or any interest in any of these companies that have approached us. I know that's been said, and it's been put out there, but let's make the record clear. The other things you're concerned about, Madam Speaker, in producing a big solar or other renewable energy farm is insurance and maintenance. And we know that Anglec had a 1 megawatt of renewable energy prior to the Hurricane Irma of 2017, and that was destroyed with Hurricane Irma and has not been replaced up to now, 2024. That, to me, is over 7 years. And you would think that if Anglec could afford to do the renewable energy project, that would have at least have replaced the 1 megawatt that was destroyed.